Well, hello guys, I got plenty more to show you today. Without further ado, let's get started.
Last weekend, we started bombing Iran, and we told you you need to be careful, and now we've nearly had another 9/11 style attack on a plane, a bombing. Remember when this was a very common threat? It's been subsided for the last few years, and for the first time in quite a while, a plane was forced to emergency land because a passenger declared that they were going to blow up the plane mid-flight. A terrifying situation. The footage is also horrifying. And just a reminder, this exclusive article, Iranian sleeper cells activated inside of America. Homeland Security bosses reveal go signal has been sent from Tehran. For 4 years, we opened our border and didn't ask any questions about anyone who wanted to walk illegally across our border and enter our nation. How many of those individuals are property of Islamic terrorist regimes? How many of those individuals have ties to Islamic terrorism? Well, thousands, tens of thousands. That's an official number. It should horrify you. And as we have found out, this is going to be a deadly race in order to try and deport the people who don't belong here. Texans are dead because a man who is here as a refugee, remember, he's a refugee. If there's any reason to support the Trump administration, is the fact that they've let in 0 refugees in the second term, because here, property of Allah, you can see that this man with a Islamic Republic t-shirt on underneath his sweater, they're not being very subtle, blew away and killed multiple people who were just enjoying a night out on Saturday evening in Austin, Texas. 2 Americans are dead because of a refugee that never should have been here. And so, ladies and gentlemen, keep your head on a swivel. Here we go. What happened in the Southwest flight diverted to Atlanta based on a security threat? What's the security threat? One of the people flying on this flight decided to scream that he was going to bomb the plane. This is according to eyewitnesses. Yelling, "I'm going to blow this plane up with a bomb," leading to an absolutely terrifying moment here where tactical teams board the plane. Check this out. You can see the tactical team. This is the flight that was supposed to go to Nashville. It landed in Atlanta. He was leaving Florida. There is a passenger on the flight who's now been handcuffed and taken off by a tactical team. This passenger, I mean, you can go ahead and get a look at him. It certainly looks like of Middle Eastern origin, right? Don't know the name of the passenger. Just have accounts online that have speculated that this is what the individual or reported on, that the individual had claimed to want to blow up the plane. So you can see him there getting dragged up and out of his seat and then very, very quickly and swiftly handcuffed. Another angle of this.
Yeah, this time we need everybody have their heads down and hands up. Heads down, hands up. Heads down, hands up. Heads down, hands up. I need to see everyone's hands. Heads down, hands up. Heads down, hands up. Heads down.
Goodness gracious.
Okay. Stand up, let's go. Everybody heads down. Stand up. Stand down. Stand up.
So you can see here.
Heads down, heads down.
Yeah, now you can hear the people crying and praying as a tactical team takes the passenger off. All right, so this is what's going on here. Terrifying video shows Southwest passenger dragged off flight after a security threat unplanned Atlanta landing. There he is right there. Again, we don't know what the passenger's name is. We don't know what the origin is for the passenger just yet. They haven't been named, and we don't know. I don't know. I mean, this is all that we know right now. Let's go ahead and check in on some more reports. The Southwest flight leaving Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, supposed to land in Nashville, landed in Atlanta. That's approximately halfway to its destination. Video circulating online shows armed officers boarding the aircraft in tactically gear, weapons drawn. Passengers can be seen with their hands raised, and one man is taken into custody. The response appears to be a rapid tactical, consistent with how authorities handle reported threats involving explosives at the time. Publicly available information indicates the passenger was detained following the diversion. No additional verifiable data has been released. Shocking video plane. U.S. makes emergency landing. Security threat on board. After landing, police boarded the aircraft and removed one of the passengers. Southwest flight diverted. All we know, they've not confirmed whether any dangerous items were found. Obviously, you'd want to check inside of the checked baggage, for instance, to see. Remember the shoe bomber, right? Try to blow up the plane. The reason why you have to take your shoes off is because of the shoe bomber tried to blow up a plane. The Department of War Secretary Pete Hegseth asked about Iranian sleeper cells earlier this week. I mean, it'll be really interesting to see if this individual, again, who certainly does look like he has of Middle Eastern descent, be very interesting to see if he has any connection to Iran, if this is some type of Iranian scare tactic. Here's the Secretary of War here.
Sleeper cells, and kind of what is the Trump doing to kind of monitor these threats?
Across the interagency, in full coordination. Of course, we're paying attention to any potentialities there. This is a former regime, that seeks to export that ideology and try to sow terror. We're ready for that. We've seen these types of folks before, and the American people can rest assured that we're vigilant on that.
Right here. Secretary, thank you. Kind of follow up on that last question. There was just this, what appears to be a terrorist attack in Austin yesterday. How does that change the operation at all? What effect does that have? And
it doesn't change the operation at all, and I know the authorities are executing exactly the way they should.
Okay, let's pray. Keep your head on a swivel, train, carry, make sure that you're strapped and that you're being smart right now. I'm very glad that everybody survived and no one was hurt on that plane. And we'll be following this and seeing who this individual was and what exactly did they do and who are they connected with. Okay, see ya. Be smart.
Hi, Karine. Yeah, the CHP is investigating. Specifically, they want to know if something on that truck was modified. They want to know when it was last serviced and what was done. And that could determine exactly why this tire came flying off the truck. Flipping in the air on the freeway, a car slammed by a 25-pound tire.
High impact rollover collision. I mean, it just shows you, when you're simply driving down the freeway, some pretty dramatic things can happen really quick.
Despite the violent crash, the 29-year-old driver of the Kia from Panorama City was not seriously hurt and was able to walk away from her totaled car.
Thankfully, that party that was in the Kia had very minor injuries, just a complaint of pain. And that's because that party was wearing a seatbelt.
It happened Thursday on the 118 East at DeSoto in Chatsworth. The tire came off the front driver's wheel of the Chevy truck and slammed into the Kia. The Kia spiraled through the air. The tire bounced across the freeway and hit the car again. All of that captured on another driver's Tesla camera. There's no indication either driver involved in the accident was speeding or driving recklessly. So for now, the CHP is investigating. It is unlikely the driver of the truck, a 24-year-old from Canoga Park, will face criminal charges in this wild wreck.
I know there's some reports that the party was trying to flee the scene, but you're simply pulling to the right shoulder, which if you can safely do that, because you don't want other cars hitting you.
By the way, the Tesla that recorded that video also was damaged from all of that flying debris. That driver also not injured. We were in touch with him today, but he did not want to talk about the crash. We're live in Woodland Hills. I'm Sandra Mitchell, KTLA 5 News. Cher, Karine, back to you.
Sandra, thank you.
Today we are here in New York City. I'm here for the day. I figure we might as well go do a live stream and do a quick follow-up on Canal Street.
Homeland Security vehicles and armed agents. A massive federal operation unfolds on Canal Street, questioning vendors and taking some into custody. Buyers and sellers all but vanished.
You guys know that place is ran rampant by scammers, committing fraud. They sell counterfeit goods. They do not pay taxes on those goods. Therefore, they are defrauding people like me and you. We also have a special guest with us. We got Sweeney, he's back with us. And we're just gonna go do a quick little run through, see what Canal Street's like. I put on my Instagram story and my ex today that we're gonna be here. But you've been living here. I was living here, and then I had to move out of New York City after people want to start killing me for exposing the fraud. So this is our first public live stream in a while.
Yep.
What do you expect to see here today, Sweeney?
Well, for those of you who are sort of outsiders here from New York City, Canal Street is a corridor which used to always have a little bit of folks selling fake goods, but it has ballooned and ballooned and ballooned with the quote-unquote migrant crisis here. So on Canal Street, you'll see they used to occupy maybe half a block. Now it's expanded to almost its entire zip code. And as Nick said before, these folks are in broad daylight selling counterfeit, stolen goods, oftentimes in front of police officers. And when you go and ask these police officers, they're the most frustrated folks in the city because every time they arrest these guys, our city council's laws that are so lenient let them out the very next day on no cash bail. So some of these guys that come down here, they laugh at our NYPD because they're out the very next day every time they get arrested. And the recent Gallup poll for other evidences of illegality predicts that, or paces these folks at between 60 and 80% illegal migrants. So it's double confounding this perplexity that occurs every day in broad daylight. It's not in some outer borough, it's in the heart of New York City.
And Sweeney is actually an attorney, so he knows his stuff. What's happening is wrong here on Canal Street, quite frankly. I remember coming here when I was 16 years old, buying stuff off Canal Street, but it wasn't never like this.
And a lot of folks who have that comment, right, they'll respond and say, well, Canal Street's always been like that. We're saying that there is an expansion under open border policy mayors that have turned this into an ever-ending balloon. I speak to shop owners all the time in the street that are almost about to move out their business because of this. And Zohran Mamdani just predicted in his budget that he would spend over 1.2 tax dollars to fund the migrant crisis even more. So if you guys don't believe that someone's getting paid at the end of this, I got a bridge to sell you.
All right, let's go, everybody. Hello, hello. How are you guys doing? Thank you, I appreciate it.
Can I take a picture with you?
Yeah, yeah.
I love your video.
Thank you very much.
Love what you're doing.
Appreciate it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. Everyone's upset over here. Sweeney, you want to get a bag? Look. Never. How much? What if I wanted to buy one though? How much? All right. How much? Wait, if there's no wrongdoing here, why can't they tell me how much?
There's a fan of yours.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my
Gosh, I love you.
All right.
Have a good day.
That's a man of the people, y'all.
How are you doing?
You busted this motherfucker up.
Yes, sir. What do you think about what happens here on Canal Street? It looks like you work here at the shop.
Yeah, but I have to tell.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, we appreciate you.
Man,
See, people who work honest business
man,
don't
you
like this
fucking-
happening.
You bust that fucking Somalian.
Yes, sir. We gotta crack down on all fraud, all scamming. It's all bad.
He's all fucked up, man.
Thank you.
Against the narrative, right? Nick Shirley's always like, there's all these people casting these aspersions on Nick Shirley. You come down here, it's people of every race, every gender, every age that are giving him daps, right? It's not a political thing. It's not a race thing. It's not a demographics thing. He gets love from the people who are law-abiding on this corridor more than anyone else.
Because no one likes to get freaking scammed or defrauded. Think about it. All those people, those people that just came up to me, they're all working, paying into the system. These guys that are selling these counterfeit goods illegally don't pay in the system. They're making just straight up cash. They don't have to pay taxes on anything.
Some of these folks are making
Living-
$5,000 a day.
A lot of these people were living off our taxes while they were inside the shelter system here as illegal migrants. Oh my gosh, so this block right here, I think we found it. Here, this is the big one. Right there, it looks like we got a lot. Oh shoot, look, we got NYPD right here. Good afternoon, everybody.
You guys selling anything?
How much? How much? How much? Wait. How much? Is everything today free, or how much could buy it for? How much?
They're not hurting anybody.
Yes, they are.
Who are they hurting?
Taxpayers. Easy,
All right,
easy
bye.
response.
Bye.
Listen,
I'm a taxpayer. They're not.
Wait, can we ask you when's the last
Y'all
time
have
you
a good
avoid
one.
paying your
Y'all
taxes
have
on
a
your
good one,
salary?
man. You have a good one, man.
Look, we just cleared the block.
Then
They're all
save
left.
taxpayer dollars? I don't think there's a better way to spend my time.
Go to Capitol Hill and talk to Donald Trump and all of them that's avoid paying taxes.
Yes, we did go to Capitol Hill and they brought ice down here and this place looked like Pleasantville in 48 hours.
There was an NYPD officer right there. Now he left, and look, all the scammers just come right back out. Look at this. All right, stream's back. It went down for a sec. Now we're back. Can we buy anything? How much? What's up? Oh, I remember you. You remember me? I remember you. Is business booming? How's it going? How much? No, any price? Look, it keeps going. How much? How much? Oh, they're packing up. How much? Yeah, go for it.
Do you guys know that they're selling you this is illegal? You guys know that, right?
Look.
I got a question for y'all. Wait, follow them, see where they're going. I want to know if she knows that.
Come, go. Come.
How much? No, Sweeney's keep going. Sweeney's going.
Well, this is the thing. It's like if you're
Look.
buying this, you're providing them a market and they're not going to go away. You are just as complicit. These two girls are just as complicit as the folks selling it. Sorry, we live in a capitalist society. If there is a market, what are you doing with this? If there's a market, you're going to have sellers and you're going to have buyers. Turn off the market. Turn off the faucet on this stuff. It's absurd. People buying from these corridors right here are all tourists and transplants. Everyone down here who's a stakeholder in this community and a taxpayer in New York can't stand this shit.
Look, they make lots of money. Look at all that cash. It's all cash.
Non-stop love for you. You see that?
Yes, sir. Look at the taxes. Where are you guys from? What country?
I don't know.
You don't know what country you're from?
Why are you filming?
Oh, we're doing a live stream just showing people what's happening here on Canal Street with all the counterfeit goods and everything like that. What do you think about it?
I think that everyone deserves a livelihood.
Even a legal livelihood?
Yeah.
Really?
Really? How,
You know,
why do you believe so?
I think, do we think that the laws of this country are like 100% correct? I don't think that.
Sure, which laws do you disagree with? And I'm just only asking you in good faith out of just total respect.
Honestly, I don't feel articulate enough
Sure.
right now to
Well, do you think that
describe,
laws
but
that
I
prohibit
think,
illegal activity are probably fair that we want as a
well,
society?
I think illegal activity
Why do you
is
put illegal activity in quotations? Illegal activity is illegal activity. You don't need to put quotations
right,
around
but
it. It's either
illegal
legal or it's
activity
not.
is defined by what's
Okay.
legal and what's
For
not,
sure,
and
which is
I'm
defined
saying
by democratic majority, which you take participation in. It's not decided by
Sure.
one guy or
this
one
all
tyrant.
feels
It's decided by
very
democracy.
idealistic to me.
What do you
It's just
explain
pragmatic.
what the word idealistic means in your point of view?
In my point of view,
Yeah.
sorry, I'm just going.
What's your name, brother?
I don't feel
Where are you from?
articulate enough to get into it right now, but I just saw that you were recording all these guys, so I wanted to.
Yeah. Okay, have a good rest of your day.
We got
How you
someone
doing,
else
sir?
From Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso, what do you think about all this? How much money are you guys making out here?
Nothing, actually.
Nothing?
Nothing. People struggling. People
What?
from Africa.
Yeah, do you sell out here?
Yes, I'm the boss.
You're the
No,
boss.
I don't sell. I got different job.
Oh, see, they're trying to pull you away from talking with us. We're just trying to.
Don't worry, I'm the boss. Don't worry. Fuck them
Okay.
off.
Why don't any of them want to talk to us? Just out
Yeah,
of curiosity.
because
We
I
think
don't
we know the answer.
I'm not scared.
Yeah.
Talk to me.
Well, I'm saying, what is your opinion? Why don't you think folks out here want to talk to us? And why don't you think the people purchasing these things want to talk to us either?
Okay, because they feel like they're gonna be attacked. They don't know.
Understood.
They don't
We're
know.
not.
They're not smart.
How you doing?
What's up, guy? What's up?
I'm back again.
What's up, brother?
Hold on a second.
How you doing?
I gotta talk to Nick.
We're live right now.
Yes, you can be live. I understand.
Okay, we're talking with him really quick, so I gotta talk with him.
Yeah.
No, can you let?
Well, I want to talk with him.
Can we finish? Do this first. Do live. Do live.
Yeah, we're just
live.
he's recording right now.
No,
We're just asking him
But
some
what I'm
questions.
trying to say is, Nick coming here all the time create us problem.
We don't create it.
But they don't go to the source, and you don't tell your leaders what they're doing to our country.
We do.
You understand what they're doing to our country because they destabilize our countries for us to be migrant here. And is a politically set up.
Yeah, Joe Biden.
You understand? And that you gotta talk about that.
Joe Biden. Bring
This guy don't know nothing about nothing. What's
I know.
going on.
I know. I'm the boss. I know. I know.
He literally just said Joe Biden brought him here.
All the time, look.
Hey, what's up? Thank you. God bless you.
You make the African look bad over here. Look at us in the street.
No, we're not.
Look at us in the street.
Look, we're just talking. Let's
They
lower
let
our
the people
voices.
come in
Let's
and they use us like a weird dog for them.
Who did? Who let
And
you
he
in?
go to the White House and talk to Trump.
Which administration?
Come on, man.
I'm just talking to you. Respect.
He brought the immigration to us here.
I did not.
Listen,
You did.
I did not.
Because Trump called you in the White House.
No, that's
And
not
you
what
know
happened.
that.
That's not what happened at all.
Come on, man. That's not fair to us.
Hey,
You
those
understand?
are our people. Those are our
Yo,
people.
this is what I said. Back the fuck up. I'm talking to him.
Now he was talking to us
Any
first.
problems or any hostility? We're
No,
just
no, no.
asking
It's
some
not
questions
about
out here.
The boss in
hostility.
here.
You guys coming
I'm
here
smart.
to cause us a problem.
I'm the smart guy.
And that's not fair to us.
We
Come,
come down
come,
here
Come,
because
this
we
is
want
the boss right here. And so you,
Demonstrate. What is going on? Can you speak it up?
what do you think about what happens here on Canal Street?
100%.
What do you
Me,
wanna
really and
export?
truly, I'm gonna be honest with you.
What do you want to
It's for free. It's a free for all right now.
You live. I saw you live. I came down here
Oh,
today.
amazing. Nice to meet you.
Good job.
You feel me?
To Mormon hell for all the shit he's been doing, my
Trader
friend.
Joe.
Who's this?
Yo, this
This is
guy
a
got
hater
2
right here.
people killed in Minneapolis.
No, I did not.
Indirectly.
No, he
yes,
didn't.
he did. And
No, he
he
didn't.
bragged about it.
No, he didn't.
So you are scum. Yes, he did that. Yes, he did. I don't care what you guys say.
He didn't get 2 people
Don't
killed.
touch me. Don't touch me.
Look at this. Now people throwing ice. Look at this.
Yeah, so fuck you. Yo, do
Hey, did we get you to come down from Trader Joe's again? Did we get you to come down from Trader Joe's again? Look,
you have
look
anything to
what's
say
wrong
to
with
the
you?
families of Alex Reddy and Renee
If
Carpenter?
you want to talk and answer questions, just lower your voice and stop being
Look at this. Now I'll call you
Reporting. What the fuck?
He's crazy. He's crazy. He's a crazy. He's a lunatic liberal.
These guys
So they
know
don't
it's fake
respect
product.
me. They don't respect the street.
This guy gets people killed.
Hey,
Does not.
no,
I do
no.
not.
This guy got 2 people killed in
No.
Minneapolis. Do not
Yo,
show
give
him
me a card.
respect.
You got card?
Do not show him respect. Fuck you.
You have any card? Get out of here.
Oh, that.
Look, the whole block has been cleared.
Yes.
Yeah, Zoran Mamdani, if you need someone to help
Sometime
clear
I'm
the
supposed to-
streets, it is Nick Shirley, okay? He comes down here and better than an entire department coming out here and shoveling snow. This guy clears the streets like a sweet sweeper, better than anyone you got on your administration.
And but you said Biden brought everyone here. What can you-
Biden brought them from the village from Senegal.
Trader Joe worker came down on his bike. But think of how crazy they think it is. By me going exposing fraud and showing people what's happening, they then try to point the finger at somebody saying, I'm responsible for the death of those 2 people, when in reality it had nothing to do with it.
Guy's face is beat red, there's veins popping out of his neck. I was like, hey brother, would you just like talking to me? I'd like to have a conversation. He said 3 things, I responded, he got even angrier.
He did the same exact thing last time at a protest. He came at me, yelled at me for going to SECOT, which has made the entire country become liberated by locking up the gangsters that were running that country. That same man, he did that exact same thing where he yells, shouts, and then he says something and then runs away. Oh, you're back. What's going
So
on?
everything I said was everything I said was 100% true.
What did you say?
You testified in front of Congress
Yes,
that
I
there's
did.
mass amounts of fraud
There
happening
is
in
massive
Minnesota.
amounts of
I'll just say,
fraud.
we'll have
But
a conversation,
almost
but just be unemotional.
every
just
single
talk to us.
detail of your story was either inaccurate or completely wrong.
I disagree completely.
And that caused the surge of ICE agents to come to Minneapolis, which you took
There's
credit
massive
for.
fraud taking place in
Okay, then
Minnesota.
why didn't you show it in your video?
What do you mean?
You showed up to daycares that were not open.
No, we
And
did
then
not.
you said, where are all the kids?
That's one example.
That's
of-
one example, and
Look,
you never
if wanna
corrected
have
the record.
If you want to have a
He
conversation,
never
I'll have a
corrected the record
conversation
on
with
it.
you. If you want to just
See,
scream,
that's
that's
the thing.
completely different.
See, you're
It sounds like you
disagreeing.
just want to scream. Do you want to engage in dialogue? I'll respond.
Let's
to
talk
what
about the
you
lady
said.
who just got arrested
Or
in
you want to just
Minnesota
scream and have your opinion
for
heard.
the fraud that
That's
she
not
committed
good faith
at the
debate. That's just
daycare
not
receiving
reality.
$3.7
Yeah, I'm doing what you're
million.
doing to us. How does that feel?
Have you heard
I
the
can do a lot
term
worse than that,
flooding
brother.
the zone?
Give him his own piece.
Oh,
Give him his
100%.
own.
So what he does is called flooding the zone.
Okay.
Where you put
And what
so
did the
much
judge do?
misinformation
How-
out that it's
Misinformation?
impossible
What
to
are you
correct the
talking
record
about?
on
Who
everything.
controls the media?
So when
The
you
right
get
or
in
the
front of
left?
Congress and say that there's all this fraud happening,
Yes,
and you're making
there
up
is.
blatant
There is
lies
blatant
and not
fraud.
correcting the
Blatant lies.
record,
There is
that's the
DOJ.
reason why those people got killed.
Blatant lies. The DOJ
Blatant
penalized
lies.
at least
Because he was
$9
corrected.
billion. What do you mean?
He knows he lied.
Is there not blatant fraud? $9 billion in Minnesota?
this guy knows he's
answer
a
the
liar.
question. Answer the question. Is that not blatant fraud?
Is
$9
what
billion
not blatant
of fraud that the DOJ prosecuted in Minnesota.
Is Trump be giving an airplane not blatant fraud?
What about it?
Is Trump making a fucking cryptocurrency to get unsolicited
So you're
donations
telling me-
from across
so
the
you're
world?
telling me
Now,
you
bro,
can't
you
answer
take
that
the
question.
microphone away on that one.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm moving the
because you were
microphone
just at the place with all the fraud.
Where?
The White House, you dumbass.
How?
That's where all the fucking fraud is.
Look at this.
No one
Look,
engages
emotion
in
doesn't
true.
want to actually have.
Yeah, because no, this
Everything's
is true.
Everything's Trump's bad man on you guys.
No,
have the
just when Trump
conversation.
does bad
Talk
things,
about the
that's
lady who just
bad.
got arrested in Minnesota for trying to flee the country.
Prosecuting
The fact
$9
that two
billion.
people got killed, bro.
I didn't make anyone.
Yeah,
killed.
you are the reason
I
why they're
didn't show up
dead.
in no
That's
protest.
completely false.
That's
Yeah, they're not going to
completely
Mormon
false.
That is completely absurd and outrageous that you would
And
make a
stop
claim.
saying Mormons are Christian.
Would he say
It's
that?
disgusting.
And how are they
It's
what
another
are you,
religion, bro.
prejudice?
It's another
Now you
religion,
just
bro.
wanna make it
Are
back.
Muslims Christian
Now you're
too?
trying to-
Are Jehovah's Witnesses Christians?
We were
You're
talking
doing
about
that
fraud. What are you
specifically
doing?
to lie,
You're
to
an absurd
propagandize for the
person.
Mormons.
You're an absurd
This guy
person.
did his mission.
The fact that
That's
you
where
would
he learned how
claim
to
that
do his
he's
propaganda on
responsible
his
for
mission.
people's deaths when he wasn't even there is patently
No,
absurd.
He got 2 people killed, bro.
Patently
How?
absurd.
He got 2 people
You're
killed.
It's such a
ludicrous.
lie.
You've
Your
lied.
lies and you testifying in front of Congress
I did
are the
testify
reason
in
why
front
2
of
people
Congress.
died.
There's
How?
no lies. There was
Yes.
no lies, and they're not. The causal link between that
okay,
is
can I ask you
psychotic.
something? Who introduced you to David?
David, he DM'd me on Instagram.
He DM'd you on, okay. Yeah.
So you guys wouldn't even believe
Damn, you
the
don't like
truth that
those
you saw.
answers, do you?
You
And
don't
it's
like
pretty
the
funny
answer,
that
do you?
David was in communication with the Republican Party in Minnesota to create
the
this video,
information
right?
wrong?
Because they hate the fraud too.
Is
That's not a
it wrong?
conspiracy. That's
You were
called-
set up.
How was I
You're
set
not an
up?
independent journalist. You're set up.
What are you talking about?
You are set up, bro.
What are you talking
What do
about?
you-
bro.
Hey,
Yeah,
thank
hero.
you
This
so
guy,
much.
this guy's claiming
This
that
guy-
he's responsible
Yeah,
for
don't
deaths
worry
in
about it.
Minnesota.
So he got
exactly.
2 people killed and he's
No,
a hero.
they
Let me
got
guess. Is he
themselves
racist?
killed.
Is
They
he
got themselves
racist?
killed.
Is he
They should be
racist?
home with their family doing minding their own
Instead
business.
of protesting,
Nigga,
you're not
man,
American,
keep
bro.
doing
This
your
guy
thing.
is not
What do you
American.
mean I'm not American?
He doesn't
You're the
believe
most
in the First
xenophobic person
Amendment.
here.
Thank you so
What do
much.
you mean he's
sir.
not American?
Let's leave
He's
this
calling
guy
you
alone.
American dog?
What are you, Azerbaijani or some bullshit?
Yeah, of course.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, you're the most racist person I've met
Thank
down
you,
here.
bro.
You're calling him Azerbaijani
All right.
and not
Yeah,
American?
I'm not even shaking your hand.
You
Look,
just
you're
called him
shaking. You're
Azerbaijani
shaking.
and not American?
Look at
Is that what you just
shaking.
said?
Because I'm
You're
disgusted
shivering.
by it.
You're shivering. You're
You just
shivering.
called this guy not American and Azerbaijani. That's
Yeah,
verbatim
because
what
he's
you just
shaking
said in
this
live
guy's hand.
stream.
You're the
What do you
homophobic.
mean?
You're
So
out
you're
here yelling all
xenophobic
these-
out here,
Yes.
saying he's not a nationality.
I'm homophobic and xenophobic, and I'm coming for Nick
Well, at
Shirley's
least you
ass,
take
bro.
your mask off. All right.
Yeah.
At least we know who our
I'm
opponent is.
coming for
this
your
time.
ass, dude. I'm
What are you
from
gonna
Trader
do?
Joe's, and we're not fucking around anymore.
I'm sure Trader Joe's is
Yeah,
going to
bro.
run away from this statement. Imagine having an employee that just admitted that they're xenophobic and homophobic on live stream for millions of people.
That's right, dude.
Trader
One
Joe's.
chicken,
Trader Joe's.
$3.99.
You're going to continue employing someone that's homophobic and xenophobic who just made fun of someone who's not an American from Azerbaijan by his estimation of looking at their skin
Yeah,
color.
fuck Azerbaijan. And
Interesting.
fuck Nick Shirley. Honest to God. Like, you think it's funny, but you genuinely got 2 people killed.
He did not at
Nothing
all.
is going to change that.
He did not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
So any amount of, like,
So you
philandering and
you
whatever.
philandering? If you think that he is causing those deaths because he supports ICE, how about you not
No,
supporting
he
ICE
helped
and the
ICE.
deaths that illegal migrants
did
cause? Are you
propaganda
responsible for
ICE.
those?
He made up
Are
fake-
you responsible for the people that ICE
Wait,
is
can I
not
answer
being
you?
there lets in?
He made
and
up-
they hurt people.
Can
Are
I
you
answer you?
responsible for
Can I
those?
answer you?
Of course, answer
He
that
made up
question. You're not
fake
answering the question. You're just making
information
statements.
that ICE
Yeah.
used to
There
get
is
people
no
killed.
fake
American
information.
citizens.
That is not fake information, and that causal link is so absurd. But you're not answering my question. You're just
And you
making
did a
statements.
drive-by video with ICE where you actually like went to Home Depots and like helped round people up.
Yeah,
So, dude,
illegal
is that what
migrants.
journalists do?
Yeah,
Is that what
we
they
show
do on
you
what
60
journalists
Minutes?
do. Good
That's what they do on
journalists do.
60 Minutes.
That's
Is
what
they get
good
people
journalists should do.
deported.
They should
Shouldn't
root
you
out
be
American
are you
fraud.
dumb?
Shouldn't you
That's
be
what every
happy
You're not
American
a
somebody's
lawyer.
journalist
actually
should do.
You're
doing
not
the
from
work?
here, and you're not a lawyer.
Oh, so now I'm not from here. You know where I'm from? I'm from Uganda, dog. That disqualifies
that.
me from talking about our politics. I accept your terms.
Because you are completely un-American. Your values don't
I've
resemble
disputed
American
every
shit at
single
all.
point that you have raised, and all you're doing is yelling
You talk
louder.
over me.
No, that's what
you
you're doing. I'm
haven't
giving
let
you
me
back to
get
taste your
through
own
the whole
medicine,
point.
brother.
No. I mean, you came here to try to get people deported on the streets of New York.
Yo, this
type
might
of
sound like a
fucking operation
radical
is this?
idea to you. We want illegal people here deported. 100%.
But these guys are just
you asking
selling
me
their
to triple
goods.
down? They're selling illegal goods in broad daylight on our
They're
tax
selling
dollars.
knockoffs aren't illegal. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, they are, brother. They
No,
are
they're
illegal.
not.
The selling
Not
of
if I'm
knockoff
knowingly
counterfeit
buying a
goods.
knockoff.
Question.
Yeah.
If you want them to be deported, just in case the rest of the world decide to deport Americans from the country too,
If
what's
I
going to
go to
happen?
any
You're
other
making
country
people hate
and I
America.
am there illegally,
You're making
they've got
people
every
hate
right
America.
to deport me.
Why? Because I'm standing up for my neighbors? They hate that?
We're standing up for the law,
And you
sir.
get American passport,
How you doing,
you can't
sir?
deport them when they go anywhere.
You're
Next
What's that?
Look at this.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, Betty.
Next-
Good for you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Big time.
Thank
These
you.
guys
No
don't
idea.
care.
That's the thing. They don't care about.
This guy's angry at me for coming out here and showing what's going on.
It's about the spirit of how it makes them feel.
No,
It's fashion.
it's called America. This is our country.
Yeah, it's not looking like America anymore,
Well,
dickhead.
You stay on that boat, and you're going to be gone very soon.
What boat?
You're the boat you're on.
The boat of sticking up for my neighbors in the First Amendment?
No, the sticking up for the
Sticking up for
Constitution
the First
in the
Amendment
United
is going to
States.
be anti-American, you fucking retard?
Yeah, you're a
Look at this. Now
retard.
he's
You're a
saying
fucking
like
retard.
making fun of people with
Yeah.
cognitive slurs. That's
Yes,
absurd.
I am.
Yeah, you guys
I
are.
call retarded people retarded, and I'm
Tell,
on the side
hey,
of Trader Joe's.
tell everybody what Trader Joe's you work at.
I work at the Trader Joe's on the Upper West Side, 96th Street, nigga. Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
Trader Joe's for life.
Yeah.
Hear that? Dropping the N-bomb.
Shouldn't you be upset? He's just such a grown-up right there.
He's a New Yorker.
Yeah, exactly.
So New Yorker is a New Yorker.
I'm a New Yorker. We don't
Oh.
understand.
They don't talk like that.
I got the pass.
Isn't this guy insane?
Don't sound New Yorker.
Well,
Fucking assholes.
They're not
He obviously missed the State of the Union address, but it's like this. These people are going down the toilet real fast now.
yes.
The Somali Ilan can go. She can go stick it. It's unbelievable.
We don't like fraudsters.
No, I don't like anybody that
You
doesn't
work
like
hard.
America.
I guarantee you work hard.
Radical idea.
I work hard. Yeah, I've
We
always
pay our
worked hard.
taxes.
Pay my taxes.
And then look at this. No one out here is paying their taxes. All
Yeah.
these fraudsters. They're making
I was in the
tens of
towers on
thousands of dollars.
9/11. I worked on Wall Street for 35
And
years.
so this is what people don't understand is there's people like you, patriot, who support the Constitution, support everything that made America great. And
they're ripping.
and America will not be America. if it
And they're part
continues
of the
to happen.
cartel system. They're part of. They're doing fraud in order to survive off of the American base. That's what they're doing. Our tax dollars and whatnot. It's like, hey, come on, get up and this is where our country was founded. That's what it was founded on: hard work, rolling up your sleeves, God, love, and that's what it's about. It's like this is. I'm pumped. I mean, I'm not. These people. Hey, you know what?
Hey.
Charlie Kirk took one for us, and you know what? I'll go on the cross. I don't give a shit. Yeah, fighting for the truth in America. That's what it's about.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
This
Hey,
guy right here served for our country as well.
I've watched you in Minneapolis, and I'll tell you, it's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I have kids, and it's like I try to tell my kids, hey, no, a lot of these people don't even understand. They don't even understand what's going on.
No.
They think they're not engaged.
For instance, that guy's trying to blame me for the death of the 2 people who died in Minnesota.
Oh, what are you kidding me? It's like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I mean, I'm amazed that Minneapolis. I mean, it's happening. That people are going to go to jail. Tim Walz and all those people, they're going to frickin' jail.
Yes.
People laugh at me in New
People
York.
are like, oh, but where's the fraud? Well, one of the fraudsters just tried to flee to the UK on one-way ticket, got arrested, and now she's going to get charged for fraud.
Right.
And so prosecutions take time. Not everyone doesn't get prosecuted in 2 months, and so.
Whenever you get a chance, you give me a call. I'm up on the Upper East Side. I live up there. I've been in New York since 1972. 2 black belts, have an MBA, and I'll die for this country. I will.
This is the kind of man that we want to have around us, and these are the people who we are fighting for, because we're not out here trying to sympathize with that man from Trader
Right.
Joe's who wants to let our country go to hell.
Right.
No, people like you who were there for 9/11,
Yeah.
saw the
Well,
atrocity
upstate,
that took place, and that
ping
want
me
the best for our
because
country.
if there's a chance to get you out in areas where you're doing like you're doing now. I just came down the street on my job. I see these crowds and all these people.
Look, they're running.
Yeah.
Hey, God bless you, sir.
God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, hang in there.
Amen. And I was at the State of the Union, and it was an amazing event. And there's one takeaway that I don't think people are talking about enough. When Trump condemned political violence, nearly every single person inside the chamber stood up, except for Ilhan Omar. That tells you everything. Everything you need to know about her. She does not condemn political violence.
It's a great point, and to the extent I remember people were saying, oh well, she just didn't want to stand up because she didn't want to follow Trump's directives. Interesting. When he asked you to stand up for the USA hockey team, you got right up. But when it comes down to condemning political violence, you don't think that's a directive you should follow.
And also when Trump says it's their responsibility to put Americans above or protect Americans over illegal aliens, Democrats don't even stand up.
Half the room.
How is that even possible for people to not stand up when he's asking, do you support Americans or illegal immigrants?
I think that's a demonstrable illustration.
And Trump risked a lot by him doing that. They all could have stood up and it would have been like, oh wow,
For sure.
nothing's
And
wrong.
I think that will
They're
go down.
supporting all of this. This is what they support.
It's just absurd. It's kind of just
How's it
like
going?
a boiling pot of frogs. It's like we've gotten to this point via apathy and tolerance.
Look, oh look, they're running.
Illustration.
And Trump risked a lot by him doing that. They all could have stood up and it would have been like, oh wow,
For sure. And
nothing's wrong.
I think that will
They're
go down.
supporting all of this. This is what they support.
It's just absurd. It's kind of just
How's it
like
going?
a boiling pot of frogs. It's like we've gotten to this point via apathy and tolerance.
Look, oh look, they're running. Look, they're all running. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Look over here, Nick.
Look,
Look.
look at him. Look at him. Where are you guys going? I thought you guys didn't have anything to hide. Everything was legal. Look at this. Look at everyone. Wait, why'd you guys start running if you weren't doing anything wrong?
This is ridiculous.
How
You
you doing,
gotta
man?
be kidding me. Is this literally they just come over here and now they're
They're probably haters.
filling the
Probably
streets
NYU.
again?
Sweeney, what you got going on
You
later this
can't
evening?
make this up. You literally can't make this up.
You got any dates or anything?
I mean, this is
Any secrets you're talking to
appalling.
right now, Sweeney?
I'm on just like
Business
bottled
mode?
water.
If they weren't doing anything illegal, why would they be running like
I might be going
to
on a
get
date
back
with a
into
girl tonight.
place?
We'll
Where
see
you
what
guys
happens.
going, you know?
I don't know. I got into that.
Look at this. Look at
I don't
this,
even
bro.
know,
As soon
man.
as
This you
leave-
cannot
They're all
make this
back.
stuff up.
All right, we're
Look
folks.
left and right. Look at that.
they're all back. Oh my goodness gracious.
As soon as he comes, look, he'll clear off an entire block of New York City, biggest metropolitan.
How much? How much? How much? Why F me? All right. Ooh, let's see what these girls are buying. Any goodies?
Okay, good.
How much? But you said you weren't selling anything just a minute ago. You having a good day, ma'am? Getting some goods?
Yes, I'm trying to.
What would you
So
do if
we're
your man
teaching
pulled up in
them
a fake Gucci bag?
how to operate a black market
No big
in
problem. So if
broad
a man can have a
daylight.
fake Gucci bag, a girl can have a fake Gucci bag.
That's all I see.
All fair in games, right?
And
All right,
the
everybody.
U.S. government
Thank you all
is
so
now
much for watching
complicit in
live
this
stream. Thank you for
because
those
they
who
have
watch, like,
done
comment,
not much
donated,
more than they
became
did
members.
recently
We
to stop
appreciate
it.
you all. Cop the
So,
Leering
in my
Center
opinion,
hoodie.
Nick
Things got a
Shirley
little
coming
wild,
back and showing
snowballs
that
were
it's
thrown,
not
and we had
all,
a good time.
you know,
and
rose
Sweeney,
petals
tell
and
them where they can find you
rainbows.
at.
Yeah, you can find me
I
on
mean,
pretty much all
yes, sure, we're
social
at
media
war. We're spending $1
platforms,
billion a day on that, but we can't get these people off of
SWEENIE,
Canal
so that's
Street
Sweeney,
in the
but with
Big
3
Apple.
E's,
So we really got to pay attention
bless
to
everybody.
what
Peace
the
out.
real problems are in America, and not just looking at like the individual aspect to the culture that maybe we're taking a hit because we're not letting somebody open a black market on a public street in broad daylight. It's insane.
Jaden didn't lean in. The internet never forgot it. Now Jaden's been talking. Not in headlines, not on press tours, in fragments. And every piece points back to one man his father trusted for 40 years. Let's get into it. The friend who knew too much. Let's start where this whole thing cracked open. Not with Jaden, not with Jada, with a man named Bilal Salam, better known online as Brother Bilal. This guy says he was Will Smith's best friend for nearly 40 years. Not a casual acquaintance, not a former co-worker. He says he was in Will's inner circle from the Philadelphia days all the way through to Hollywood. He was mentioned in Will's 2021 memoir. He was photographed in the book. He worked on projects with Will behind the scenes. He was, by his own account, the guy who knew where every skeleton was buried. And then, around 2021, the Smiths wanted him to sign an NDA. Bilal refused, and that's when things got ugly. According to Bilal, the fallout started at Will's 53rd birthday party in Calabasas in September 2021. He claims Jada Pinkett Smith approached him with 7 people, got verbally aggressive, and told him he'd end up missing or catch a bullet if he kept talking about the family's personal business. That one night at that one party became the foundation for a lawsuit that would land in Los Angeles Superior Court 4 years later. But we'll get to that. What matters right now is what Bilal started saying once the friendship was over. Because once the NDA door closed, the interview door flew wide open. In November 2023, Bilal sat down with Tasha K on her show Unwind with Tasha K, and he didn't hold back. He claimed he walked in on Will Smith in an intimate act with actor Dwayne Martin in Dwayne's dressing room at a studio. He said he had keys to the room because he was holding Dwayne down, meaning he was helping Dwayne out at the time. He described what he saw in graphic terms that went viral within hours. Will's representative responded by calling the claim unequivocally false and completely fabricated. Dwayne Martin denied it through his own reps as well, but it was Jada who went the hardest in response. She addressed the rumors directly on The Breakfast Club, and the clip tells you everything you need to know about how the Smiths handled this.
It's ridiculous, right? And it's nonsense. And this is a person that tried a shakedown, a money shakedown that didn't work.
A money shakedown. That's what Jada called it. She wasn't vague about it either. She laid out the timeline right there on camera.
So there was a money shakedown prior?
Oh yeah, it was a money shakedown.
They tried to extort you before? Or?
And then she explained the motive behind it all.
Well, it's based around this person's idea that they in some way were doing business around Will's book.
So according to Jada, Bilal believed he was owed money from Will's memoir. He felt he contributed to it, spent money around it, and deserved compensation.
And that they spent money or what have you, and that they needed to be compensated. So he already tried to do this money shakedown.
And here's the part that connects the dots. Will was apparently willing to pay something.
Will was willing to give him a certain amount or what have you, and he didn't take it.
Bilal turned down whatever was offered, and Jada said the legal wheels were already turning.
Well, because of some business that they had, and I don't know the complete details about it, but that's about to come out.
Now here's what makes this whole thing so chaotic. While the Smiths were calling it extortion, Bilal wasn't slowing down. He wasn't hiding. He went right back on camera. In December 2023, he sat down with the Art of Dialogue and challenged Jada to sue him within 2 weeks. He threatened to reveal names of people she allegedly involved in private gatherings. He implied there were things happening behind closed doors that went way beyond what he'd already said. He accused her of cheating on Will with multiple celebrities, though he didn't drop names. He said Jada's threats were part of a pattern that went back years. And when asked how Will was handling all of this, Jada gave the most Will Smith answer possible.
Will's always gonna find the funny.
I figured that.
Yeah, he's always gonna find the funny.
They laughed about it. The whole family apparently laughed about Bilal's description of what he claimed to have seen.
Because it's absolutely ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? And so all you have is you just gotta laugh about it, you know?
But Bilal kept going. Through 2024 and into 2025, he gave more interviews. He referenced seeing Will grab Alfonso Ribeiro inappropriately and squeeze his nipple during a Fresh Prince reunion. He claimed Will humiliated him publicly. He said Will lied about the nature of their friendship, even though the memoir and photos proved they were tight. He accused the Smiths of extortion, claiming Jada's lawyer sent a cease and desist letter and reported him to the Bar Association. Then, on November 7th, 2025, Bilal made it official. He filed a lawsuit in Los Angeles Superior Court seeking $3 million from Jada Pinkett Smith. The charges were intentional infliction of emotional distress, defamation, and harassment. He went back to that 2021 Calabasas party as the centerpiece, claiming Jada's threats caused him severe anxiety, lost work opportunities, and public humiliation. He accused her of running a campaign of harassment and said the Smiths exploited him for years. The Smiths responded by calling it a money ploy and attempt to exploit them. Jada's filing noted she had never even mentioned Bilal by name publicly. And then, in February 2026, Jada filed to dismiss under California's anti-SLAPP law, calling the claims false, uncorroborated, and attention-seeking. After depositions, including Jada's sworn testimony, the judge dismissed the case on February 16, 2026, finding insufficient evidence for a permanent restraining order. Bilal announced plans to sue Will next for what he called atrocities. Now, online, people are split. Some see Bilal as a whistleblower who's pulling back the curtain on Hollywood's most protected family. Others see a disgruntled ex-associate chasing fame and money. No independent source has corroborated his core claims. No lawsuits from the Smiths against Bilal have materialized beyond threats. And through all of it, the Smiths kept saying the same thing. It's lies, it's money, it's nonsense. But here's the thing. Bilal's most disturbing allegation wasn't about Dwayne Martin. It was about a pattern of Will, putting his hands on people in ways that made them uncomfortable. And when you take that pattern and hold it up against what Jaden himself has said about growing up in that house, the picture changes completely, because the son had his own story to tell. The son who saw too much. Bilal claimed he saw Will grab Alfonso Ribeiro's body and squeeze his nipple at a Fresh Prince reunion. He described Will being physically inappropriate in professional settings with people who couldn't push back. Those claims sat alongside the Dwayne Martin allegation and the broader rumors about Will's behavior behind closed doors. And on their own, they were easy to dismiss, one disgruntled former friend making noise for attention. But then you look at what Jaden has said and what's been reported about what Jaden experienced, and suddenly Bilal's claims stop existing in a vacuum. In December 2024, a resurfaced interview with Jaden started circulating where he talked about an uncomfortable childhood moment, Will pulling his pants down to embarrass him in front of people. On the surface, it's a weird parenting story, a dad doing something over the top to get a laugh. But in the context of 2024, with Bilal's allegations about Will's physical boundary issues floating around, with Jada's memoir exposing the separation, with rumors about Hollywood gatherings gaining traction, that story landed differently. People reframed it as evidence of a household where physical boundaries didn't exist, where the line between joke and violation isolation was never clearly drawn, where the kids were exposed to a version of normal that the rest of the world would call anything but. And this wasn't the only thing. Videos of Will kissing Jaden on the mouth at public events have been circulated millions of times online. Each time the clips resurface, the comment sections fill with people calling it creepy. Photos of Will and Jaden at various high-profile Hollywood events have been reframed through a darker lens now that the context around them has shifted. What used to look like a famous father being affectionate with his son now gets dissected frame by frame by accounts with millions of followers. TikTok accounts have created entire series analyzing what they call the sad life of the Smith children, positioning Jaden and Willow as casualties of their parents' choices, and the engagement on those videos tells you exactly where public opinion has moved. But it goes deeper than videos and clips. It goes to the structure of the household itself. The Smiths championed what they called radical honesty in their approach to raising kids, the idea that nothing should be hidden from the children, that they should be treated as equals, that the walls between adult life and childhood should be torn down completely. Will admitted in 2025 that this approach led to disrespect, that giving children the same freedoms and access as adults didn't produce the results he expected. But by then, the damage was already visible for years. All the way back in 2013, a Guardian piece described a joint interview with Will and Jaden as insane, criticizing Will's intense philosophical approach to raising his son. He treated Jaden less like a child and more like an extension of himself, pushing him into acting, into music, into public life before the kid had a chance to figure out who he was on his own terms. Jaden was doing press junkets before he hit puberty. He was starring in movies his father produced. He was being positioned as the next Will Smith before he had the chance to decide if he even wanted that, and the consequences of that parenting style played out in real time, in public, where everyone could see. Willow faced her own wave of scrutiny. A 2010 photo of her in a bed with an older man sparked outrage about the kind of access adults had to these children. Jaden's gender-fluid fashion choices drew constant criticism and mockery. Willow openly expressed resentment over the pressure of fame, saying the family's public lifestyle was not something she signed up for. And through all of it, Will and Jada framed the criticism as the world not understanding their progressive approach. They said their kids were free thinkers. They said they were raising them to be independent. But from the outside, it looked like two people who forgot that children need boundaries, not philosophy lectures. Now take that framework and layer on what happened with August Alsina. Because the Alsina situation didn't just involve Jada, it involved Jaden directly. Alsina wasn't some random person who wandered into the Smiths' orbit. He was introduced to the family through Jaden, Jaden's friend, a man who then entered into what Jada publicly called an entanglement with his mother. On Red Table Talk, Jada confirmed the relationship happened during her separation from Will. She called it a healing process. Will said there were no secrets between them and that it wasn't a transgression, but rumors online inflated the story. Some claims said Jada cheated on Will 23 times. Both denied that. What nobody denied was that Jaden watched his own friend become romantically involved with his mother, and then watched the whole world find out about it on a talk show his mother hosted. TikTok recaps of the Alsina drama went viral again in 2024 as people connected it to the newer allegations. Reddit threads in r/popculturechat analyzed why the public fixated on the story so intensely, landing on the fact that it was Jaden's social circle that had been pulled into his parents' complicated relationship. The entanglement wasn't just Jada's scandal, it was Jaden's reality. By June 2025, things got more serious on Jaden's end. Reports surfaced about Jaden's alleged drug habit, with claims he was spotted with paraphernalia. These reports were tied directly to Will admitting he'd made very terrible parenting mistakes. A statement that, in isolation, sounds like a celebrity being introspective, but in context felt like a delayed confession about the environment he created for his children, the radical honesty, the blurred boundaries, the exposure to adult situations from a young age, the lack of structure disguised as freedom. All of it was now being linked to Jaden's struggles as a young adult. In October 2024, Jaden posted on X addressing his weird behavior over the years, telling people he was just being himself, but the post was immediately absorbed into the broader narrative. People said it was coded language. They said he was hinting at things he couldn't say out loud, that the weirdness wasn't a personality trait but a byproduct of what he grew up around. Whether that reading is fair to Jaden or not, the timing was impossible to separate from everything else that was unfolding, and the internet didn't stop at the family. It started connecting the Smiths to everyone in their circle. In August 2024, an X thread revived old comments from Zoe Kravitz about Jaden, remarks she'd made years earlier that, under modern scrutiny, were reframed as inappropriate given that Jaden was a minor at the time she made them. A November 2025 discussion on X expanded on this, tying it to the 2022 Oscars slap backlash, and asking why certain people in Hollywood had been given a pass for their comments about the Smith children while others were being dragged through the mud for less. In July 2025, a Spanish outlet reported that Jaden made a shocking shocking confession about Will Smith that left people speechless. The details were thin. International tabloids often amplify American celebrity gossip with dramatic framing, but the headline ricocheted across social media platforms and became another data point in the ongoing narrative that Jayden was slowly, piece by piece, revealing the truth about his father's behavior. Comedians started weighing in too. Posts from early 2026 claimed that Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle had teamed up to expose Will Smith in their stand-up material, with jokes that cut closer to the bone than anything in Rock's 2023 Netflix special. Whether that's an organized campaign or just comedians working the news cycle, using the Smith family's ongoing drama as raw material, the effect was the same. The public conversation around Will Smith was no longer about the Oscars slap or the entanglement. It was about a pattern of behavior that people were piecing together from multiple sources, and Jayden was at the center of it, not because he was making accusations, but because his life was the evidence. The open marriage speculation added yet another dimension to Jayden's experience. Back in 2013, Jada said in a HuffPost live interview that she'd always told Will, "You can do whatever you want as long as you can look at yourself in the mirror and be okay." She walked it back on Facebook, calling it a grown relationship based on trust, not swinging. But that same year, intimate photo booth pictures from the set of Focus surfaced, showing Will and Margot Robbie in playful, close poses. Both denied an affair. Reddit threads debated whether the photos proved an open arrangement. Will later confirmed to GQ that they explored non-monogamy after reaching lows in their marriage, so the open door wasn't tabloid fiction. The Smiths confirmed it themselves. Now imagine growing up in that house. Jayden didn't have to imagine it, he lived it. A father whose former best friend claims he had no physical boundaries with the people around him. A mother who entered into a relationship with his friend. Parents who confirmed their marriage was non-traditional in every sense of the word. A parenting philosophy that removed every wall between the adult world and the children's world, and a public image that made it impossible to talk about any of it without the whole planet watching. Jayden's October 2024 post kept getting reposted throughout 2025 and into 2026, the one where he addressed being called weird. People were no longer reading it as a young man defending his eccentricity. They were reading it as a survivor trying to reclaim his identity after growing up in a household where the rules didn't apply and the cameras never stopped rolling. And while Jayden was leaving breadcrumbs, his mother was about to drop the whole loaf in a book that would rewrite the history of the Smith family from page one. The memoir that changed everything. On October 17, 2023, Jada Pinkett Smith released her memoir. It was called Worthy, and it was not a quiet book. It was not a celebrity fluff piece about gratitude and morning routines. It was a full-scale confessions covering her childhood in Baltimore, her rise in Hollywood, her mental health, her marriage, and the one relationship that has haunted Will Smith since the 1990s. The book hit the shelves the same month Bilal's allegations were going viral, and the combination of both created a media firestorm that the Smith family has not recovered from to this day. Let's start with the biggest bomb in the book. Jada revealed that she and Will have been separated since 2016, not 2020, not 2022, 2016. 7 years before the book came out, they stopped living together. They stopped functioning as a traditional married couple, and they told nobody. Jada described it as a divorce without divorcing. They maintained a public image of unity while privately living separate lives. Will moved to one place. Jada moved nearby, but not with him. They co-parented. They showed up to events together. They did press together. But behind closed doors, it was over, and nobody knew. This one revelation reframed everything that had happened in public since 2016. Every red carpet photo, every joint interview, every time they called each other husband and wife. All of it was, according to Jada's own words, a facade. Reddit threads in r/blackladies exploded with discussion. People asked why they didn't just divorce. The answer, according to multiple reports, ties back to Will's trauma from his first marriage to Sherry Zampino. He didn't want to go through that again, so they stayed legally married. They called it a life partnership. They let the world believe what it wanted to believe, and then the book went further. Jada wrote about the 2022 Oscar slap, the night Will Smith walked up on stage and hit Chris Rock after a joke about Jada's alopecia. In the memoir, Jada said she had a premonition something might happen that night. She hesitated to even attend because Chris Rock was presenting. She described watching it unfold as surreal, but the part that rattled people the most was this. When Will yelled from his seat, Jada said hearing him call her his wife triggered something deep. They hadn't used the words wife and husband in years because of the separation, and suddenly, on live television, in front of millions, Will was claiming her publicly in the most aggressive way possible. Jada wrote that it brought back her 16-year-old self, the part of her that still wanted to be protected. The slap had already been dissected 1,000 different ways by then. But Jada's memoir added a layer nobody was expecting. This wasn't a husband defending his wife. This was a separated man who hadn't called her his wife in years, suddenly claiming that title on the biggest stage in entertainment. Chris Rock picked up on the absurdity of it all. In his 2023 Netflix special, he mocked their entanglement and made it clear he wasn't done with the Smiths, and the internet kept the memes going. But the Oscars wasn't the only ghost in that book. Jada went all the way back to Baltimore. She wrote about growing up with parents who struggled with drug addiction. She wrote about selling drugs as a teenager. She wrote about meeting Tupac Shakur at the Baltimore School for the Arts when they were kids. And she didn't hold back on the depth of that relationship. She said Tupac was her soulmate, not romantic, platonic, but intense in a way that made Will jealous for decades. Here's where it gets layered. In the memoir, Jada revealed that Tupac proposed to her while he was incarcerated at Rikers Island in 1995. He asked her to marry him during a visit, not because he was in love with her in a traditional sense. She said it was a desperate plea for stability. He needed someone solid to keep him on a trajectory while he did his time. Jada turned him down. She told him, "Scout, you ain't have to marry me to do time. I'm here." She said in the book that she believed he would have married and divorced me as soon as his ass left jail. They had kissed once before that, she admitted. No chemistry, like siblings. But the bond was something Will could never compete with, and he knew it. In his own 2021 memoir, Will wrote that in the early days of his relationship with Jada, his mind was tortured by their connection. He said Tupac was everything he wasn't: fearless, militant, willing to fight and die for what he believed in. Will described himself as the soft rapper from Philly, standing in the shadow of a legend. He wrote that he suffered a raging jealousy and wanted Jada to look at him the way she looked at Tupac. He called Tupac a ghost in their marriage, someone who was gone but never really left. That jealousy ran deep. Will admitted that he and Tupac had a little bit of a thing, meaning tension. They would stare each other down without speaking. Jada had to step in and ask Tupac not to hurt Will amid the East-West Coast rap tensions. Will later said he was too immature to befriend Tupac, and that it was a huge regret he never tried to connect with him before Tupac was killed in September 1996. Their children felt it too. Willow Smith, at age 11, wrote a letter to Tupac asking him to come back so her mom could be happy. That's how present Tupac's memory was in that household. Now, there are conflicting accounts. Some letters attributed to Tupac from prison reportedly deny the proposal entirely, with one allegedly claiming Jada was the one who proposed to him. The authenticity of those letters is disputed. What's not disputed is that Tupac married someone else, Keisha Morris, in April 1995 while still incarcerated, and they divorced shortly after his release. So whether the proposal to Jada happened exactly as she described it, or whether prison loneliness drove multiple proposals to multiple people, the emotional truth remains. Tupac was the one that got away for Jada, and Will spent decades knowing that. The memoir also covered Jada's mental health in ways that caught people off guard. She revealed she experienced severe depression and suicidal thoughts around her 40th birthday in 2011 to 2012. She described feeling like she was walking the plank of doom amid a broken heart from marital issues and undiagnosed trauma. She was later diagnosed with complex PTSD and dissociative disorder. She credited ayahuasca, which she calls Mother Aya, with saving her life by giving her a new deep willingness to live. She even recounted doing an ayahuasca ceremony with Will, family, and friends in early 2023, which she said shifted her feelings toward him. Will's public response to the book was surprisingly positive. He said the memoir kind of woke him up to Jada's resilience and that he felt happier than ever. But the internet wasn't as forgiving. Critics said the book mixed raw honesty with psychobabble and spiritual jargon. Reddit threads in r/entertainment called it oversharing for publicity, and the backlash on Jada was relentless. Accusations of narcissism, of humiliating Will, of exploiting their marriage for book sales. Jada responded to the criticism by saying, "Life is messy, and so is marriage." But here's what most people missed while they were arguing about whether Jada overshared. The memoir wasn't just about the past, it was a map. It traced the fault lines of this family, from Tupac to the separation to the slap to the mental health crises, and it showed how every crack had been papered over for public consumption. And those cracks didn't just affect Will and Jada, they ran straight through the foundation of a marriage that on paper still exists. A marriage that has outlasted every scandal, every allegation, and every confession, and yet somehow looks less real with every passing year. Marriage that wouldn't die. Everything we've covered so far, Bilal's allegations about Will's physical behavior, Jaden's experience growing up in a household without boundaries, Jada's memoir exposing the separation, they all orbit one thing: the marriage of Will and Jada Pinkett Smith. A union that started on New Year's Eve 1997, and as of March 2026, still exists on paper despite the fact that neither person inside it seems to want it anymore. Understanding this marriage is the key to understanding why every secret keeps spilling, why every former associate keeps talking, and why the children keep sending signals that something in that house was never right. Will and Jada met in 1994 on the set of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Jada auditioned for the role of Will's girlfriend, but was turned down, reportedly because she was too short. They started dating in 1995, the same year Tupac proposed to Jada from prison. By December 31st, 1997, they were married. Jaden arrived in 1998, Willow in 2000. From the outside, this was Black Hollywood royalty, two of the most successful people in the entertainment industry building something together. From the inside, according to both of their own books, it was complicated from day one. The divorce rumors started early. By 2008, tabloids were reporting the marriage was over. By 2011, another round of speculation hit. Will's 2021 memoir revealed that during his first marriage to Sherry Zampino, he fell in love with his 6 degrees of separation co-star Stockard Channing, a pattern of emotional entanglement with colleagues that hinted at how he operated in relationships. When he married Jada, the pattern didn't stop. It just went underground. The 2013 open marriage speculation was the first public crack. Jada's HuffPost live comment, the Margot Robbie photos, the clarifications that satisfied no one. Then came the 2016 separation that they kept secret for 7 years. Then the Alsina entanglement in 2020, the Red Table Talk confession that turned entanglement into a meme and made Will Smith the most publicly embarrassed man in America. Then the Oscars slap in 2022, then Jada's memoir in 2023. Each event peeled back another layer, and each layer revealed the same thing. This was not a marriage in any traditional sense of the word. It was, as recent reports have described it, a faux mance, more business arrangement than partnership. The infidelity rumors have gone in both directions. On Jada's side, the Alsina relationship is confirmed. On Will's side, the allegations are wider but less confirmed. Beyond Bilal's claims about Dwayne Martin and the physical boundary issues with colleagues, persistent rumors about Will's bisexuality have circulated for years. A 2023 claim linked Will and Jada to Hollywood gatherings with questionable activities, tying into broader entertainment industry scandals. Will addressed non-monogamy in his GQ interview, saying they allow each other freedom. So the question was, never really did they cheat? It was, what exactly were the rules? And the answer, based on everything both of them have said, is that the rules kept changing depending on who was talking and when. Then there's the Scientology connection. This one has never been fully resolved. In the 2000s, Will and Jada opened a school that used L. Ron Hubbard's study methods. The school closed in 2013. They donated $122,500 to Scientology-related organizations in 2008. Ex-Scientologist Leah Remini claimed Jada tried to recruit her. Both Smiths have denied being Scientologists, with Jada addressing it briefly and Worthy, admitting curiosity but denying membership. The topic keeps resurfacing because it adds another layer to the picture of a family that presented one face to the world while living a completely different life behind closed doors. TikTok videos breaking down their Scientology connections continue to rack up millions of views. But here's the thread that ties all of this back to the title of this video, Jaden. Jaden didn't just grow up in a marriage that was falling apart. He grew up in the center of every controversy we just covered. His father's former best friend claims Will had no physical boundaries with the people around him, and Jaden's own resurfaced interview describes his father pulling his pants down to humiliate him. His friend became his mother's entanglement. His father's jealousy over a dead rapper shaped the emotional climate of his home. His parents' radical honesty parenting meant there were no walls between the adult chaos and the children living in it. His public behavior, the philosophy tweets, the fashion choices, the moments of seeming disconnection, all of it happened against the backdrop of a household that, by both parents' admission, was not functioning the way anyone expected. In 2025, Will admitted to making very terrible parenting mistakes. That same year, reports about Jaden's personal struggles made headlines, and then there are the claims from online outlets that Will faced criticism for an inappropriate on-stage moment with a female performer amid all the ongoing rumors. Just another data point in a pattern that people can no longer ignore. A pattern of physical behavior that started with Bilal's allegations, ran through Jaden's childhood stories, and continues to surface in new contexts. The public reaction has been deeply divided along lines of gender and race. Multiple X posts and threads have highlighted the misogynoir and how the Smith marriage is discussed. Jada bears the brunt of the hate, while Will's alleged behavior gets a fraction of the scrutiny. She's called a narcissist. She's accused of emasculating her husband. She's blamed for the slap, the entanglement, the parenting choices, the separation, all of it. Meanwhile, Will gets sympathy. He's the victim who stays. He's the good guy who got played. X-users have called this framing collective insanity, arguing that Will's own admissions in his memoir, the jealousy, the emotional affairs, the non-monogamy, should earn equal accountability. And when you add Bilal's claims about Will's physical conduct to that picture, the imbalance in scrutiny becomes even harder to justify. As of March 2026, no divorce has been filed. The Smiths remain legally married. Bilal Salam's lawsuit has been dismissed, but he's vowed to file again. again, this time against Will, directly. Jada's memoir remains the most detailed account of what happened inside the marriage, but it's one perspective. Will's memoir is another, and Jaden's perspective, delivered in pieces, in posts, in interviews, in behavior patterns that the internet reads like tea leaves, keeps filling in the gaps that both parents left open. The truth is this: nobody outside that family knows everything. What we do know comes from their own words, their own books, their own interviews, and the legal filings that became public record. And what all of that evidence tells us is that the Smith family was never what it looked like from the outside. Not the marriage, not the parenting, not the physical boundaries, not the public image. Every time someone close to them talk, whether it's Bilal or Jada herself or Jaden in fragments, the picture gets a little clearer and a little harder to look away from. The question is not whether Jaden exposed Will Smith. The question is how much more there is left to come out, because based on everything we've seen, this story is far from over.
A car thief made a quick getaway at a gas pump in New Jersey. Check out the man ducking in front of the car, then scooting around it, and then jumping into the driver's seat. News 4's Adam Harding is in Red Bank with details on the search for that sneaky suspect.
Pay close attention to the man getting out of the back of this white BMW with Pennsylvania tags. The SUV at the top of your screen parked just feet from pump station number 4. A gas station attendant begins filling up another car. The driver has his back turned. Now watch as the suspect slowly drops to the ground and crawls on all fours to slowly open the driver's side door. Within seconds, he jumps inside right as the driver notices what's happening. The suspect slamming the door before the driver can get back in. The two tussle for a few seconds, then the car takes off. In and out in less than 30 seconds. What was your reaction when you saw it?
Yeah, I'm surprised, you know. I'm scared. I said no.
It happened last Friday at this Red Bank gas station off Shrewsbury Avenue. The clerk working the pumps today shocked how it all played out. You've never seen anything like this?
No, never seen. The guys showed me the videos.
And your reaction was?
Just big surprise because I never see that. I hope it never happened with me.
The victim, we've learned, is from Middletown. Police say he backed away from the car, fearing the thief might be armed. Investigators tonight calling on the public to help identify this guy. I did speak with the police chief earlier today. He says his office has been in contact with that auto theft task force. Meanwhile, police tonight asking for the public's help. If you recognize that white BMW or the suspect or where the stolen car was brought to, police want to hear from you immediately. In Red Bank tonight, I'm Adam Harding, News 4, New York.
The United States just surged a third nuclear supercarrier into the fight against Iran. We're talking the USS George H.W. Bush. It's steaming across the Atlantic, ready to join the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea and the USS Gerald R. Ford likely in the Red Sea. This triple carrier punch, one of the biggest concentrations of American naval air power in modern times, combined with the massive amount, hundreds of Air Force fighter jets and bombers in the region, means overwhelming strike capacity raining down on Iran missile sites, command bunkers, and what's left of their navy at this point. We've already sunk over 30 Iranian warships, locked down the Straits of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, and hit, as of today, more than 3,000 targets. And that's since February 28th. This is American resolve and tech dominance on full display. The United States' carriers are floating fortresses delivering precision justice. Stick around as we break down these carriers, the air wings that are on them and that are crushing it right now as we speak, combined with Air Force firepower, and we'll do a realistic chain reaction scenario on what Iran is likely going to do from here now that this third carrier is on the way to deal a decisive blow to Iran. As if there weren't enough aircraft already in the region, tactical aviation from the Air Force, F-15Es, F-16s, F-22s, and F-35s, now combined with another scalpel. So when I think of the carrier, each one of these carriers is very nimble. Their force projection is very nimble. They can go to certain areas where maybe there can't be a base nearby, but hey, no worries. The three carriers now can set up a base pretty much wherever they want, pinching Iran extremely hard. And that's what's got Iran basically panicking right now. And here's some of the breaking news that's being said from Iran. So get this, Iran's president apologizes for strikes on neighbors as missiles and drones are still pounding cities in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE. This dude's basically like, oh yeah, so sorry about that. Yeah, we didn't really mean it. Meanwhile, next door, boom, a drone is exploding. I mean, this is the level of gaslighting that Iran is known for, and they're now doing it because they're feeling a little bit desperate at this point. So they think if they apologize to the Gulf neighbors, they're like, well, it didn't work to just bomb your cities with our ballistic missiles and our drones. So now we're going to see if you'll come to our side and help align with us against the United States. Sorry about those 50 drones that hit your neighborhoods. That was totally a mistake. But Iran goes on to say that they're going to halt strikes on neighbors unless attacks are coming from there. So we'll see. That's coming directly from President Pezeshkian, basically, who's probably in charge of the country right now. The command and control is in complete tatters and completely frayed, but at this point he's kind of speaking for the propaganda arm of Iran. President Trump has said that Iran will be hit very hard today. So even prior to this third carrier getting there, it looks like lots of more operations taking place today as a lot of the tactical aviation arrives in theater and the U.S. bomber force is doing work. And then massive explosions and fires rocked Tehran overnight, targeting Mehrabad Airport and regime sites, now specifically focused on regime sites itself. US is also downplaying reports of Russia sharing real-time intel with Iran on US assets. The Pentagon dismissed concerns over Russian satellite imagery aiding Iran targeting, but it adds proxy escalation risks as the conflict broadens. And President Trump also rejected all negotiations and said unconditional surrender is the only way forward. And this is happening while the IRGC and the intel service of Iran is threatening their own people. They're basically saying, if you're caught out in the streets, you will be killed. And they're specifically very paranoid right now, thinking that there's CIA and Mossad that's integrated into their own population. So these IRGC members probably aren't sleeping very well at night, as well as the intelligence services in Iran. Obviously right now in full scramble mode, basically doing anything they can to intimidate and threaten their people, because their worst nightmare is their people actually are empowered and come out in the streets and maybe at this point are armed, or there's some factions that are armed that are actually able to take on the IRGC. So kind of the worst nightmare of the regime at this point. So welcome to the Max Afterburner channel, everybody. It's March 7th and Operation Epic Fury is in full swing, entering its second week with no breaks at this point. The US Navy has now deployed this third carrier to the region. It's on the way, and they are there to hammer Iranian targets and degrade their missile production and defenses. Phase 2 is basically being entered now, where the missile production sites are being targeted. And we haven't seen this before. For the last week or so, the US military has been targeting ballistic missile launchers and the actual ballistic missiles themselves. But now the gloves are coming off for these production sites as well. So basically the Amazon warehouses of the ballistic missiles of Iran are now being targeted. The USS Abraham Lincoln looks to be holding position somewhere in the Arabian Sea, maybe near the Gulf of Oman, and they are the primary strike platform. The reason why they're the primary strike platform is because they have the F-35. Yeah, don't worry about that little guy. The F-35, the guy that she told you not to worry about. That is the primary strike aircraft, even still with Iran, because you don't know if there's maybe a few detached surface-to-air missiles. Even though it looks like complete air supremacy, actually yesterday, the Israeli Defense Forces released a video of an F-16 flying into Iran. It looks like complete air supremacy because this pilot's basically talking, reading a script as they fly through. He's basically showing how the US and Israel own the airspace of Iran at this point. And a lot of that is thanks to the USS Gerald R. Ford, the USS Abraham Lincoln, and the massive amount of Air Force firepower in the region. Having carriers is great, but you need metal. You need the ability for these jets to carry as much as possible, and that's going to be your F-15Es. That's going to be your F-35s from the Air Force as well. So the USS Gerald R. Ford combined with the Abraham Lincoln, with the Abraham Lincoln kind of being the big brother of the two. They're the primary strike platform because of that F-35 capability. But the USS Gerald R. Ford looks to have just transitioned the Suez Canal into the Red Sea, adding massive sortie rates with advanced systems. And now USS George Bush, fresh off pre-deployment training, is en route from the Atlantic towards the Eastern Med, or straight into the fight at this point. The setup boosts the ability of the US to rotate in assets and keep these fighter jet waves fresh, as 3,000 plus targets have been hit so far in the war, and likely that number will double or triple here in the next week or so. This will keep constant pressure on the regime. As we've seen, the regime is now showing a fractured weakness of, yeah, guys, we want to negotiate. Sorry, neighbors. Sorry that we've been shooting ballistic missiles at you. It was a total accident. So that is fracture within the actual regime itself, and it's showing that the regime knows that the end is in sight. At this point, the goal is to overwhelm Iran's integrated air defense systems even more that are detached, because likely the C-2, the way that these talk to each other, is completely vaporized. But there could be a one-off, a detached system that is basically going to fight to the very end and die on that hill. So you got to watch out for that. So having aircraft airborne that can sniff out any of these detached SAMs is huge right now. And the power projection from the USS Ford and the USS Bush are based on 4th generation fighters. So you have to make sure the IADS is taken down, because those F-18s aren't stealthy. They stand out like a you-know-what in sweatpants to a surface-to-air radar. So you have to be very careful and make sure that you still have stealth assets in the area. But once that stealth has been established, which it has at this point, seeing that Israeli F-16 fly in and just not really worried about getting shot at all, means now you can just pile on the 4th generation fighters, like from all these different carriers that have double air wings of F-18s. I mean, F-18Fs, which are the 2-seat F-18, F-18E, which is the air dominance F-18, who's just begging for Iran to launch more jets. Like we saw Israel strike down a Yak-130 with an F-35 in a historic moment. Now these 4th generation fighter pilots are like, can we please, Iran, please launch some F-14s, that would be amazing. And then you have to continuously pound IRGC locations. And the Navy seems to be gone at this point with over 30 ships vaporized, so likely the Straits of Hormuz are in better shape today than they've been since the beginning of the war. And now what these power projection forces can do specifically, in my opinion, now that the Straits of Hormuz could be still threatened by fast attack boats from Iran, because that's their main go-to, these little fast attack boats, they basically come towards a carrier and then they turn into an exploding cantaloupe, at least that's their goal, to basically confuse targeting solutions. So now that you have that as an issue, having that 3rd carrier strike group there will allow you to escort commercial shipping through, protect commercial shipping from drones that can launch from these different naval assets. So now you have the ability of these 2 different carriers to be pinching Iran, and then also have 1 or maybe even 2 at times that are primarily focused on the Straits of Hormuz and commercial shipping and keeping energy flowing, and that'll help bring the gas prices down. So to me, it's like this 3rd supercarrier is rolling over there. We might as well call it Chevron at this point, because it's going to make sure that the Straits of Hormuz stay open and keep energy flowing. So once that gets there, I think that'll be a big sign for these commercial shippers that, okay, they're protected. They've got overwatch from the drones that are launching off of these carriers, advanced drones that can be doing reconnaissance to make sure and be on the lookout to see if the Iranian fast attack boats, anything that's left. I mean, the Navy's in tatters, but there's going to be a few crazies, right? There's always a few crazies. If we look back at dating life, if we look back at the Iranian situation, it's clear that they're going to have a few crazies in the IRGC Navy that are going to get in these fast attack boats and go to the very end. I mean, think about the sailors from Iran that decided to get on that ship and steam their way towards the Straits of Hormuz during, a hot war. Again, not a lot going on upstairs. At this point, the IRGC and the IRGC Navy, they're the reason why they put do not eat on those little silica packets. Like, not the smartest people here. So they could blast off their fast attack boats and need to be just kind of put back in their place by the US Navy. So I think this 3rd carrier is a huge move to protect the Straits of Hormuz. And we've seen gas prices spike, obviously. When you're projecting power halfway around the world in the place that 1/5 of the world's oil flows through, there's going to be a few disruptions in price. But what I think will happen after this 3rd carrier gets there, that waterway will be completely secured and there'll be no doubt in any of these oil tankers' minds or commercial shipping that they are protected. And they're going to have protection from below as well. They've now got the opportunity to have submarines there, and then the underwater Sea Leech from Lockheed Martin will be likely a huge part of what's brought into the region as well to secure that key waterway. And that Sea Leech can go down to the bottom of the ocean, it can just sit there and wait, and then it can be activated and then pop up to the surface and launch drones. Highly capable system, likely going to see that thing in action here in the next few days, maybe rolling in with this 3rd carrier strike group, or who knows, maybe already in the region. But Iran is still lashing out with their drones and missiles, but their Navy's been gutted, no operational vessels left in any of those critical zones, besides maybe some spotty fast attack craft, smaller ones that are in detached units. They've hit back at Gulf shipping, and proxies like Hezbollah are active in Lebanon, but overall, the ballistic missile launches are way down thanks to the US's strikes in the region. They're said to be down 93%, and Iranian President Pezeshkian rejected that unconditional surrender and said that it is a dream that the US will take to their grave. So yeah, this guy's not exactly showing that he's slowing down at all. The regime's command structure is taking massive hits, and this is the US methodically dismantling a determined, Iran is very determined, and they're tough, but they're an outmatched foe. They're tough because they've basically been mafia assassins for the last 47 years. I mean, if you have an assassin who's been operating with impunity for 47 years, you're going to have a little hubris, and you're probably not going to want to come to the table to free the people that you've been taking advantage of for over 4 decades at this point. But now the US has 3 super carriers stacked in theater here soon. Within the next couple days, that's an insane amount of firepower for sustained operations against one country. Since late February, the US has taken out 3,000 plus targets, missile factories, air defense sites, and leadership bunkers. You name it, it's been struck. And the entire navy of Iran has been vaporized. American excellence is going to be delivered by the USS Abraham Lincoln, the USS Ford, and now the USS George Bush. And again, the Abraham Lincoln F-35C Lightning II fighters, 10 to 20 of them per squadron, likely 2 squadrons on that boat. Deep penetration strikes, staying hidden while dropping precision munitions on hardened targets. And you pair that up with 40 to 50 F-18Es and Fs for multi-role muscle, air superiority, and heavy strikes, as well as tanking. There are F-18s that can tank and refuel, the other F-18s, the EA-18G Growlers, that can be constantly jamming radars now, E-2D Hawkeyes spotting threats from miles out. Again, about 90 birds on each one of these carriers, stealth first on the USS Abraham Lincoln, and then volume from the USS Gerald R. Ford, and volume from now, the Bush, rolling into the region as well. The US is in control of the sea and the air, and the coordinated hammer of these 3 carriers is likely going to create the decisive blow over the next couple of weeks that pushes Iran to the table to realize the gig is up. Here's a realistic what-if situation though. If Iran feels even more cornered, at this point what they can do is just launch maybe some drones they've been holding back. If they can try to cause chaos in the Straits of Hormuz, they think that is a pressure point for the US. And if you've seen now Iran apologizing to their neighbors, it shows they're realizing their initial tactics didn't work. So now they're like, what can we actually do? Well, let's see if we can try to get these neighbors on our side. At this point, there's a snowball's chance in hell of that happening after Iran has literally launched dozens of ballistic missiles and hundreds of drones at their neighbors at this point. You pour on the afterburner as the enemy tries to pull it back. That's what the US is doing right now, hammering thousands of targets, leadership, and establishing military air supremacy in a region that is massive. That shows that the US has the upper hand, and we're only in week 1. What do you guys think? What do you think we see from here? Full capitulation or a bigger proxy mess and Iran doubling down and potentially even now more strikes even after this 3rd supercarrier arrives? Let me know what you think in the comments below. Go and follow me on X, follow me on Instagram. I'm posting there pretty much every day. If you want to see me do a live pretty much every day, click the link in the description and join the Max Ready Room. I respond with a priority to the members of the Max Ready Room during the live. So I'll see you guys over there on the lives, and then watch this next video that pops up right here. That's pretty much the best compliment you can give me. Thanks so much for watching, guys. This is Ryan, also known as Max Afterburner, signing off.
Stop kicking.
When police received reports of a robbery turning deadly at a store, multiple officers were quickly dispatched to get the situation under control. But as they made their way to the location, they soon realized they were a little too late.
764, start med for the clerk. He got OC sprayed.
What was that? Did you just spit out?
He sprayed me and sprayed him. He beat the hell out of him.
Around 4:35 p.m. on January 3rd, 2025, the officers were alerted to a robbery at a store in Kenosha, Wisconsin. The caller advised that the robbers were armed, and the situation was quickly spiraling out of control. Officers were immediately dispatched to the scene, and upon arrival, they soon discovered how bad the situation really was.
7 minutes ago. Hey, we got some movement back here. I heard some movement.
764, the squad's on this. The clerk motioned that they ran out the back.
You all right? Where'd they go?
This way. 2 kids this way. I'm just spraying my...
Okay.
What do they look like? The 2 black kids are skinny. What were they wearing? What were they wearing? The black shirts, hoodies. Okay. Masks? Like this.
They were tall.
One wearing mask. 764, it's going to be 2 juvenile male blacks wearing masks.
Okay. Do you want some med?
Yeah, you have something?
No, we don't have anything for your face right now. Do you need medical attention?
No.
Oh, jeez.
you say black hoodies?
You said all black?
Yeah, two guys. 764, Star Med for the clerk. He got OC sprayed.
Let's get some water.
Step outside, we're fresh air. Man, you sit down. Sit down right here.
I'm not.
Right here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Right now, yeah.
Hey, boss. Look at me real quick.
There's another kid in here with. Come on out. Did you get hit in your face?
He hit them. He hit them bad, and then I hit them back too. Should I put a water in my eyes?
Probably.
I think I'm gonna go bathroom and try to.
We got the ambulance. They're right here. Coming. They'll take care of it. No, trust me on this. They got wipes.
What was that? Did you just spit out?
Is he bleeding? What's that?
Blood, I think.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what that is. Can you open your mouth for us? Are you missing any teeth? No?
Can I see your hands?
Hey, sir. Do you know how to? Are your eyes okay? Yeah, his eyes okay. And then bless. Your eyes are okay? No?
Did you get his elbow?
Yeah, okay. I got his elbow.
After both victims were properly attended to by EMS, officers began investigating and assessing the damage. And that's when they discovered a shocking pattern.
Negative. It's a crime scene. Sorry.
Okay, where my nephew at?
He's not inside.
Where did he go? They told me he's tall.
Okay.
And skinny.
Okay. What's his last name? Was he supposed to be coming over here to get snacks or something, sir?
He's an adult.
We have no adults besides the two victims inside.
He was supposed to come over here to get him some snacks.
They pepper sprayed two males in here and then ran off trying to steal from them. And right now it's a strong arm robbery.
This kid, since we opened, have a problem. I told him ID. Because of them, we got a couple tickets. Because if we don't give them, they took stuff and run away. Show me your ID, and I give you the ticket. No. Then other kids hit me. Then he came out. Then they fight. I came outside to tell him to come inside. He sprayed me and spray him and come inside. He beat the hell out of him.
After reviewing the victim's statements, officers took a screenshot of the teenage boys from the surveillance footage and put all units in the area on high alert to locate and apprehend them.
I was wearing a black hoodie.
Not unless we have eyes on these guys.
Within minutes of the search, one officer spotted an individual who fit the description of one of the boys. But when he approached him to confirm, he hadn't expected the sudden shift in the teen's attitude.
Hey, brother, come here. You got any weapons on you? You got any weapons on you?
Yeah.
What do you got? Hold still.
Sorry.
What do you got on you? What are you doing, man? What do you got on you? All right, put him in the cuffs.
Yep.
Put him in the handcuffs. 62950. We're out with one. The 16th Ave and 61st Street. Put your hands behind your back.
740's out with him, one detained. He has OC on him.
Hey, just stay back. Oh, someone just got pepper sprayed, and he's got pepper spray on him. Pepper spray. You got pepper spray in your eyes?
Why you do stupid? You dummy.
Just stop.
No, that's all. He need help.
Were y'all with him, or did you just walk up?
What?
Were y'all with him at any point, or you just walk up?
No, we live. You gonna do with us.
You know who he was hanging out with? No. Where's your buddy go? Where's the other guy? Do you know?
Do you want Matt, you to check your eyes out? Wait, hold up.
What are you doing, man?
You acting a fool, bro.
What's the problem, man?
Hey, I really f***ed up.
Okay.
I don't know.
What happened?
What the I got a daughter, bro.
All right, so just breathe, man.
I got a daughter on the way.
Okay.
This bitch stupid.
Are these guys his friends? No.
While officers confirmed they had the right suspect, his partner was still on the loose. But if they thought they'd get any information out of him, they soon realized they were in for a long evening.
Where's your partner at, man?
I don't know.
Did you get pepper sprayed at all?
Yeah, it was my pepper spray.
Where would your guy have gone?
4790, go ahead.
All right, man. Can you stand up for me? I gotta search you real quick. Make sure you ain't got nothing on you.
I swear to God, I'm not gonna run.
Okay, but why do you keep moving? Face the car here and let me check you. Make sure you ain't got nothing on you, and then we can talk.
Where your phone at?
I don't know. I lost it. I got from my Apple Watch, my phone, all that shit. I don't know. I got to the fight with
Separate
old boy.
feet. Separate feet.
Yeah.
Separate feet.
All right. Wait, but
hey, separate your feet. Wait, hold up. Hold up for a second and pay attention.
Sir, I don't have no weapons.
Well, I gotta make sure, man. Stop moving.
I just wanted to go to a party.
Okay. How old are you, man?
I'm good.
Good is not an age, bro. How old are you?
I'm 17.
17. You got an ammo coming from him?
I'm 18.
You're 18 now?
Yeah. Way too much. I don't get no fuck.
Get in the car.
Hey!
Get in the car.
Like I said.
Get in the car.
Like I said.
No. For real. Does he smoke or something? Like, is he on something? What's his problem?
We're trying to figure out. Like, he been doing that dumb shit. No.
Who is he hanging out with? Does he have any like mental issues, or does he have any mental
No, he
issues?
just did this shit today. Like, he was acting all weird and shit today. He be with some white girls. I'm not being around him, but I've been telling him that get the fuck out of my face or I'll hurt you, bitch, because you acting like you not acting like yourself. His mama finna come up here and treat the fuck out of you doing too much.
We don't even know what happened. We don't know if like they were attacked and they pepper sprayed back in self-defense.
No,
or
but the
whatever.
man up in the store do be tweaking, but I don't know where the fuck his phone.
We're still trying to figure everything out. Yeah. He's just acting up like we're him acting like that, obviously.
Right, like, boy, his ass gonna go down. Watch him when you go down. I hope his charges, they might boost him up.
We're not even sure if he's guilty of anything.
I'm gonna go right over there and see if I find his phone.
And when the ambulance arrived, his attitude only grew more bizarre.
What's going on? Can you take this off of me? Sure. Hey. Alright, look.
Hold on. You're still in custody. So
No, shut the fuck up, talk to me fast.
All right, you can get back inside. We're not gonna do that.
Can you take my other shoe off though?
No, you can get inside the car.
I did give
Get inside the car, dude. You're on something, bro. I don't know what the hell it is. Get inside the car.
I promise, I don't know what the
All right, get in the car.
Please help me.
Get in the car.
Huh?
Get inside the car.
There we go.
I want to be an officer when I grow up.
Well, that ain't gonna happen right now. Answer their questions, okay?
What the fuck I can't do?
You need to answer their questions.
Alright, y'all, I'm done. I don't want to go to jail.
What's going on?
Hold on, give me a second. Alright. But yeah, man, like I'm trying to be an artist, man to man, bro. I'm trying to survive. I just want the world to be happy. I want to see everybody do what they can do. I'm not a selfish person. That's just not who I am. I mean, but as of right now, I probably live a better artist.
Do you want medical attention, bud? Is this a show or what?
I just want to lay down. Hey.
Do you want medical attention?
No.
Okay.
Don't touch me. You guys touch me.
Sorry, everybody.
Oh, no, that's not right.
I would wear gloves because you're touching everywhere that's got blood, or if you got hand sanitizer on you, it's dried up blood, but still.
That's white and gold. Outer jacket, you got on a teal hoodie underneath with a bear on it.
Yeah, that's
and
him.
yellow lettering.
You be touched. Can my cousin come with me?
No.
I ain't gonna do shit else. If I do, I swear to God, I'm so sorry. I will write y'all a note, all that shit. Yes! Mine! I don't get up.
After he was cleared, officers decided to transport him to jail. But when they arrived, the 18-year-old completely lost it.
You are.
Just don't spit on me.
Oh, for real shit. Nah, I love you. You my every thing. Just watch. I promise. Mama, I love you. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make money. Mom, you know I got a baby on the way.
Stop. Let's not do that.
Hey. Hey, Dad. What you gonna do today?
Face the wall. Did you take something?
He's definitely on something.
Just hold on for a second. We might go. He's acting way too weird. You want us to take him to the hospital to get checked? Because I'm concerned that he might have taken something. He's doing way too much. We'll take him to the hospital. Hey, hospital. It's cell phone charger cord.
Yeah, I'll just hit him with a metal detector.
What's up, man?
I'm just trying to make money. I'm gonna live life how the I gotta live it, how I wanna live it, because that's how I'm gonna do it. So don't touch me. Don't do none of that shit.
Calm down. You want to take him to the hospital?
Yeah, yo, mama. I'ma fuck your mama. I'ma fuck your mama. I'ma fuck her. It's crash out. Yes, crash out. Yeah.
Stop that.
It's crash out.
Nope. Nope. You better stop. Stop kicking. Stop kicking.
Let's take him to the jail. Let's take him to jail.
Hey, Chief, please.
Sir, you need to
sir.
fuck out, my man.
Sir.
Listen to me.
Please do not break my charge.
Then you need to cooperate with what we're telling you to do, okay? Chill the fuck out. You take anything?
I don't know.
Well, you don't know if you took anything?
No.
If you did, what would it be?
Drugs?
Yeah, no, what kind?
All that shit, but I don't get no
I'm asking for you to help you.
Please help me.
Did you take any kind of drugs? Answer the
You do it
question.
the best, Daddy. You do it the best.
Did you take anything?
It's hard.
Stop.
Stop.
Just
Okay.
Just please, man. Just
For real, I'm just trying to make money. I got the proof of everything.
Get that. Don't hit your head.
stop that. Stop that.
I don't even give a f.
No, we
No bullshit. Do you know who the f I am? Who am I? That is not my f***ing name. Is you Gub? Are you f***ing idiot?
Preferably tell us what kind of drugs
Hey.
you took.
No, for real. I can't go to jail. Please.
That's fine.
Look, aren't you a father?
I am. What does that have to do with
Oh,
anything?
God, let's make money.
Okay, let's have a conversation.
You want to make money with me?
Tell me what kind of drugs you took.
I'll only talk to you.
Okay, that's fine.
If not, I'll smack your dumb ass dick.
That doesn't make any
Smack you
sense.
dead in your You dumb as hell.
Okay.
You a stupid ass
It's not the
You a
first
pluck
time
ass
Yeah.
Puck ass. I don't like you cause
I
you
don't know if the jail will take him like this. And
You know what? Fuck it. Like I said, it's the mother
right over.
crash.
What's that?
Don't touch me. I smack this shit so goofy ass boy. Where the fuck I am?
He might have taken something just because of how up and down he is.
If we can get him in the middle and then on his stomach, I can hobble.
You ready?
Oh God, y'all.
He kicks, so be careful.
Fuck me then, bitch. Fuck you.
This is attached to
His pants.
This is his belt.
Yeah.
It's crash out, everybody crash out. Crash out, crash out, crash out.
If we can't get it, we'll just cut
it. Man, I don't get no. You know who I am? I just want to go home to my mama. I just want to go home.
What are we thinking? Jail or hospital? Hey, Tom, what are we doing with them? Meds here? All right.
While he was being checked, his mother arrived at the police station and seemed to have an idea of what was wrong with her son before learning about the consequences he would be facing.
Hello, I'm Officer Mendez, Kenosha Police. What information were you looking to?
What's going on?
We won't be able to share a ton of information, given that he is an adult now.
Even though he got special needs.
So we aren't aware of anything like that. Is he diagnosed with anything in particular? Or?
He's got a lot of medical issues. That's why I was trying to figure out what's going on. Has he been aggressive or is he pretty calm?
He's kind of been a little up and down. We're curious, if there's maybe something mental health related, or if he consumed something that is making him act.
She received a call, but she was going to come and get him and take him to the hospital to see what's going on.
Right.
You said you got a text message earlier. They said he wasn't acting right.
No, somebody called me.
Called you?
Yeah.
Who called you?
My cousin called me.
So right now he is in custody.
That doesn't necessarily mean that he was involved in whatever.
So at this point, we do have a probable cause to charge him.
And what is that?
So your mom, I'm going to tell you. He's being charged with robbery right now. I don't know if there's any additional charges on top of that. I wasn't one of the ones that responded there. I came here. He was kind of acting out a little bit. We got him calmed down. We had to essentially restrain his legs so that he's not kicking. So he was trying to kick our guys. He was trying to fight. We had to control those so he's not hurting us or using them to hurt himself, or kicking the wall, kicking the bench, whatever, causing
This is nuts.
Last weekend, we started bombing Iran, and we told you you need to be
El Paso 911, operator Casas, what is the address to the emergency?
We're at Camp Montana East ICE detention facility. We currently have a detainee, actively suicidal, attempt to hurt himself.
The Associated Press obtained 130 911 calls involving the nation's largest immigration detention facility set up at Fort Bliss Army Base in Texas.
I have a patient here that's suicidal and homicidal.
This is a 27-year-old female. She's 12 weeks pregnant. She has extreme lower back pain and a headache. She's not eating. She's not drinking.
Along with interviews and court records, they offer a disturbing portrait of overcrowding, medical neglect, malnutrition, and emotional distress.
Every day felt like a week. Every week felt like a month. Every month felt like a year. You know, the torture, just, you know, the lack of sleep, the lack of food. Inhumane is my main word.
Owen Roman Ramsing spent nearly 5 months at Camp East Montana before he was deported to the Netherlands in February.
I lost everything. Everything.
They're getting substandard food. They're not getting the medical that they need. This place needs to be shut down, and it needs to be shut down immediately.
The Texas Democrat has called for an investigation into the contractors running the facility.
People should be moved by the abject cruelty, but if they're not, I hope they're moved by the fraud and corruption.
The Department of Homeland Security spokesperson said, quote, claims that there are subprime conditions at ICE facilities are false, adding that the detainees receive food, water, and medical treatment in a facility that is regularly cleaned. Ramsing was a legal permanent resident when he was detained last September, flying back into the country. Immigration authorities cited a drug conviction when he was 16, for which he had served prison time.
I had at least 60 notarized, what do you call those?
Character letters.
Character letters from very high-powered people. Talking about, you know, attorneys, doctors, police officers. I'm a big part of the community of Columbia, Missouri.
During his time at Camp East Montana, a Cuban man died in early January of asphyxia after he was restrained following what ICE said was a suicide attempt. Ramsing says he overheard a guard say that there was a $500 bet over whether the next suicide would occur by a certain date.
And then I turned around and said, what the f-? Like, basically, you know, you're betting against me, like, basically, like, committing suicide? Every single one of us, with what we were dealing with inside there, it ran through all of our heads. You know, that the suicide is real.
DHS called his account false and said the facility provides mental health treatment and tries to prevent suicide attempts. Meantime, Ramsing is living with his father in the Netherlands, separated from his wife and 3 children, figuring out where and how to rebuild his life.
Police say a man asked a church for help. Days later, he came back and tried to steal from that church. Fox 5's Denise Dillon is live in Marietta tonight. And Denise, that man is now in jail.
Yeah, police say they caught him 2 days later when the man came back to the church again to once again ask for money.
That is very ungodly of that person.
Tan Nguyen is shocked that anyone would try to burglarize a church, especially after police say the church helped the man who did it just days earlier.
That is very uncalled for, especially we paying a kindness for, such wickedness.
The fact that this person goes to the church for help and then burglarizes it after, it's pretty concerning.
Marietta police say in mid-February, 25-year-old Quintavious Jones went to St. Joseph Catholic Church for assistance paying his hotel room. A week later, Investigators say Jones came back and was seen on surveillance video walking around the inside of the church and trying to pry open an offering box with scissors.
The suspect wasn't really able to get inside the box. However, it was very damaged, and you can definitely see that he was trying to probably take some money, which people put into the offering box.
Police say 2 days later, Jones showed up at the church a third time. And again, he asked for money to pay for his hotel room. This time, church officials called police.
The church did want to press charges. He damaged the offering box, and it's something very important to the church and as well as for many people who attend the church.
That's sad. I mean, he was getting help and burglarized them. That is, just pray for him.
Jones is charged with burglary and criminal damage to property, and police say this just shows how important it is for churches, businesses, as well as residents to report crimes as soon as possible, just like the church did. Reporting live in Marietta, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, it's not only illegal, it's pretty bold to try to do that to a church. Denise, thanks.
News tonight, a high school basketball coach is behind bars after allegedly grooming and engaging in sexual conduct with a 16-year-old student player.
Keelan Benahan, a now former Cincinnati College Preparatory Academy coach, is facing numerous charges.
Alexis Martin is live with what she learned in court today. Alexis.
Cincinnati police say Behanan admitted to having sexual contact with the student yesterday during an interview. So now he's sitting behind me in the Hamilton County Justice Center after being booked late last night and appearing in court this morning. 26-year-old basketball coach Keelan Behanan is behind bars at the Hamilton County Justice Center. According to court documents, he admitted to police he had sexual contact with the 16-year-old girl, one of his own players. Investigators say the alleged crimes occurred 3 times in February in the girl's bedroom. During the time, Behanan was coaching basketball at Cincinnati College Preparatory Academy in the West End. Investigators say he would continuously call, text, and engage in conversations about sexually related topics with the victim. I reached out to the Cincinnati College Preparatory Academy for more information. They sent back this statement saying Behanan was terminated this morning. It goes on to say, "The safety and well-being of our students is of paramount importance at CCPA, and our administration is taking all available steps to protect our students and fully cooperate with law enforcement during this investigative process." Behanan is facing 2 charges of sexual battery and a charge for grooming. Fox 19 Now's legal analyst Mike Allen says the grooming charge is new for Ohio, just becoming law last year.
The difference between the grooming charge and the actual sexual assault charge is that the grooming charge is concerned with the process that the offender goes through to get the person ready to be the victim, if you will, of the sexual assault.
Allen says victim advocates have been asking for this type of charge for a long time, criminalizing the conduct that leads to sexual assault.
If you are not able to prove the actual sexual assault beyond a reasonable doubt, at least you would have that backup charge of grooming if the elements are there.
Behanan is being held on a $60,000 bond. As soon as we hear any new information on this investigation, we'll of course update you. Reporting downtown with photojournalist Wyatt Richards, I'm Alexis Martin, Fox 19 Now.
This is some bullshit, Stephen. This can feed a whole family. And you're gonna eat this bomber-clad thing with 3 pussy-clad thing there. That is some fuck with Stephen. We can't support you no more. No. Get the fuck out of the house. Look on the bomber-clad plate of egg. How much egg you fry?
6.
6 bomber ass-clad, pussy bomber blood-clad egg. 6 blood-clad egg dog. You ever work in a day in a bomber-clad life? You
Last week.
Too many eggs.
Last week.
This is some bullshit, Stephen. This can feed a whole family. And you're gonna eat this bomber clad thing. With 3 pussy clad thing there. That is some fuck with Stephen. We can't support you no more. No. Get the fuck out of the house. Look on the bomber clad plate of egg. How much egg you fry?
6.
6 bomber ass clad pussy bomber blood clad egg. 6 blood clad egg dog. You ever work in a day in a bomber clad life? You name 6 egg. You know what we can feed by 6 egg? Huh? We can make a dinner for people. A big dinner for like a whole family. 6 egg. And how much bomber clad bacon? That come like 100 piece of pussy clad bacon. And you top it off with 3 bomber clad egg. And you call that breakfast? No. No, this is it. Me not do this no more. No, Stephen, me can't do this no more. When you done yam the fucking breakfast, move out. Me can't support you no more, Stephen. It not work. Watch this greedy fucker now. Watch that. Watch this ugly fucker. Yeah, put it up on it. Yeah, spread it down, fucker. Make the whole world see how you fucking greedy. Yeah, get your syrup, you fucking dead. Get the syrup. Get the bottom shelf. Get the syrup. Slither it on now. Slither it on. Yeah. Make the nice you always make now. Make the nice because I don't want the world to see you look a dead dog. You make the nice. Make the nice you always do. Oh yes. That's why you always make the nice. Me can't support you no more, Stephen. Get the fuck out of my house. So you done on the bomber clad breakfast, get the fuck out. Go, get the fuck out of my house, you greedy fucker.
It's counterfeit. Yeah, where you get it from?
That's not counterfeit. That's not counterfeit. It doesn't matter. I got it from the flea market. I think she got it from the flea market.
Tax exclusion. I'm 1012 with the manager and the complaint or the suspect.
Hey.
I'm sorry.
Trespass.
Hey.
Okay.
Can you check that for me, please?
How am I gonna check it?
I mean, somebody's got to know something. Somebody's got to know something because this looks.
We don't need the pen.
Look,
we're on trespass. It's not the first time.
Okay.
I shop here with my family. all
Sir,
the time,
can I see that?
Yes, ma'am, you can. But I'd like to run it on that machine because I don't think it's being done right. I've seen it done by other
This
people.
is not real.
And they do like this with it real fast.
This is not real. You can look at it and see that it's not real.
I can't look at it and see that it's not real. Look, I got it. Look.
It even doesn't feel real. It's completely fake.
He's trying to trespass me. Look.
Well, yeah, because you're committing a crime.
No, I'm not. Look.
Yes, you are, sir.
Look. Watch. This is how I check
Come here.
my
Come
bills.
stand over here.
This is how I check my bills. Look.
Sir.
Yeah.
Stand over here.
Okay.
Stand over here.
Okay. Look. This is uncalled for. Look. I'm going to show you how I do it. This is how I check. Oh my God. No, I got a 4-year-old out there in my car. Watch this. Okay, watch. Where'd he go? Oh, look. I'm sorry. My mind's just boggled because he's doing this. This is how I check my bills. I look at the watermark in the strip. That's what I look for.
Sir, it's
Outside
not real.
Of that, I don't know.
This is not real. This is not
So
real.
he's gonna-
Do you have your ID on you?
It's in the car. He's gonna trespass me because of what?
Because they're saying that this is not the first time that you've attempted to pay with a counterfeit.
charged with possession. However, the fact that he has more than one shows us
You're not
intent.
It's not.
So
You're not in trouble.
we're not going to charge him with possession of counterfeit goods. We're going to charge him with uttering a counterfeit.
Okay.
All kinds of stuff about me. He don't even know me, bro.
Exactly. I don't know you, so I'm not gonna say anything
Know
about
me, but I'm saying he's trying to make me out to be some bad guy or something. You know what I mean? I'm not a bad guy, bro. He's trying to say, do you think if I knew that it wasn't real, that I'd be up here trying to pass it? Hell no, man. I'm not stupid. Can I call my lawyer? Now.
I mean, you can, once you go to the jail and get a phone call. Yes, sir. I'm sorry?
I'm going to jail now.
Yes, sir, you are, for uttering a forged instrument.
Can you get my lawyer's phone number out of my phone, please? Because I don't know.
Yeah, you can do that at the, jail.
They'll let me do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, she can take all the rest of it if you want.
Is there someone actually there?
Yeah, she just gave him a ride. It's her son. It has nothing to do with him.
He said that this stuff, this is a baton.
Say again.
A baton. He said that this stuff can go in the vehicle with her. Hello. Hello, Pamela? Yes. Hey, this is this is Officer Blum. He was wondering if you could come back here so you can get his possessions, because a lot of this stuff can't go to the jail with him.
I'm sorry.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Just whatever. Just causing a mess or whatever.
All right, let's go put him in my car and then.
Can you have a call? Can you tell her I'd like to call my lawyer, please?
Okay. Does she know who that is?
Yeah, she knows. She goes over to his house sometimes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, come up to the front of the car real quick. Spread your legs real quick.
Yeah.
Spread your legs.
Yeah, hey. Oh, I got a phone right there. That's another one right there. I'm sorry. Hey, can you...
Do you want this going with you as well?
Yeah, please. Yeah, please. Can I say something to her? Not to her, to my people, bro.
Start the car. You could just go stay close and go get that.
Yeah, I got you.
Can I say something to her, please? Not her, my people. Would you allow me to say something to her?
To who?
Pam. She's coming right back, but she's got a long drive.
All right, have a seat.
Okay. Can you ask her, please, to let me say something to my people? Because I'm just going to tell her what to do, if that's okay with you. I'm just going to tell her to call my lawyer and have my lawyer.
It seems Iran is in a civil war, because just hours ago Iranian president publicly surrendered, and then Iranian military started attacking Dubai. Right after the president apologized to Arab neighbors for attacking them, the military said the attacks will only intensify. All the while this is happening, it seems the Iranian public has now turned against the IRGC. Iranians are publicly sharing coordinates of secret IRGC bases that the soldiers are setting up to avoid US strikes, and the Iranians are just putting it out for the US military to see. This civil war is happening inside the regime, and the regime is losing control of its own forces. It all started with this statement from President Trump: there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, and the selection of great acceptable leaders will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again. To me, a statement like this hints directly at regime change, even though officially that's not the goal of the US operation. But that's not the important point here. The important point is that just hours after this statement, Iran's president put out a statement of his own, and it appeared that he was surrendering. Take a listen yourself.
I should apologize to the neighboring countries that were attacked by Iran on my own behalf. What happened was that our commanders and our leader lost their lives. Following the barbaric aggression and our armed forces, the champions that are sacrificing their lives to defend our territorial integrity, fired at will because their commanders were absent and did whatever was necessary. They proudly and powerfully defended our homeland. The decision we made in the Interim Leadership Council yesterday has been delivered to the armed forces. From now on, they should not attack neighboring countries or fire missiles at them unless we are attacked from those countries. I think we should solve this through diplomacy.
The president apologized to Arab countries and promised no more attacks on neighboring nations. He also confirmed something that we've been talking about on this channel for a long time now. Some Iranian units are operating as rogue forces. They're basically attacking countries they shouldn't be. They're attacking countries without a political decision being made to attack them. For example, we saw Iran attack Azerbaijan, and then the Iranian leadership claimed that it wasn't them. It was either Azerbaijani attacking itself, or then they decided to blame Israel, and then they said it was an accident. They just were scrambling to find an excuse because the political leadership likely never approved of the attack. We saw the same thing when Iran attacked Turkey, and we saw the same thing when Iran started blaming Hezbollah. And now the Iranian president kind of confirmed who's doing all this. Just, rogue commanders who were told to pick targets of their own. They did not need approval from the commanders above them. But on top of this, the president also confirmed that this decision to stop the attacks came from the Interim Council, the three-person group running the country since Khamenei was killed. He was implying that it wasn't just him, but everyone in the top leadership agreed with this. Now, this sounds like Iran coming to their senses. They're not going to attack countries that didn't attack Iran anymore. But in reality, it's really not. It's not Iran being remorseful. Instead, it's just Iran running out of options. Take a look at these numbers. Look at Iranian missile launches over the first week. On day 1, they launched nearly 350 missiles. On day 7, they launched 9. At this rate, it would go to 5, 3, 2, 1, and then 0. Iran is losing launchers faster than they can use them. The US and Israel have implemented what gamers like to call door camping. You see, jets are just in the air waiting for launchers to emerge from mountain bases or underground bases. And the moment these launchers appear in the wide open, they are destroyed, sometimes within minutes. Iran may be able to get 1 or 2 missiles off before the launcher is gone, but they can never reuse a launcher. And because of that, Iran is feeling bad about attacking its neighbors. Hopefully you guys can tell what the reality is. They literally cannot attack the neighbors pretty soon, so they're framing this as, oh, we are gonna be nice, we'll show mercy to all the countries around us. But it doesn't look like the United States is buying this Iranian change of heart, because this is a statement President Trump put out after the Iranian president announced his apology. Take a look. Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle Eastern neighbors and promised that it will not shoot at them anymore. This promise was only made because of the relentless US and Israeli attacks. They were looking to take over and rule the Middle East. It is the first time that Iran has ever lost in thousands of years to surrounding Middle Eastern countries. They have said, "Thank you, President Trump." I've said, "You're welcome." Iran is no longer the bully of the Middle East. They are instead the loser of the Middle East, and will be for many decades until they surrender, or more likely completely collapse. Today, Iran will be hit very hard. Under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death are areas and groups of people that were not considered for targeting up until this moment. To me, that doesn't sound like US is accepting this fake Iran that the Iranian president is trying to put forward. Rather, it sounds like an escalation warning. And guess what? It doesn't seem like Iranian president himself has Iran under control, because right after he put out a video apologizing to Arab neighbors, Iran attacked Dubai and Bahrain. Missiles and drones were launched at both countries, and one of the drones actually hit the Dubai International Airport. Take a look.
Yeah, straight to the airport. Straight to the aircraft.
Now, as you guys know, videos like these, especially the clip you guys just saw, it's not safe to show on YouTube because YouTube doesn't consider them advertiser friendly. But that's the reality of the war that the US forces are fighting in the Middle East, and that's why we like to share that kind of stuff. So if you guys can please just take a second, show us a little support by hitting the like and subscribe button down below. It really does make a difference. Now let's talk about the split that we're seeing inside the regime. You see, on one side, the president is apologizing, but on the other side, someone is actually attacking these countries that president said Iran will not be attacking. That means there are two factions forming inside Iran. And now we're seeing the fights between these two factions come out in public. You see, right after the Iranian president apologized, the Iranian forces headquarters put out an official statement. And the statement read that, hey, we haven't attacked any foreign countries. In fact, we are only attacking US and Israeli military bases and US and Israeli interests. And that will continue. That's not gonna stop. Now, this was a diplomatic way of saying that the Iranian president doesn't know what he's talking about. Direct contradiction to what the president just said. But you see, some other supporters of the military were not as diplomatic. Take a look at this message. We had a radical supporter of a regime basically say that the security forces need to find who convinced the president to put out such a message, basically a message where he apologized to all these countries, and kill those people. He's asking for presidential administration to be killed just because president apologized for striking neutral countries. Now, you guys can let me know your thoughts in the comments, but to me, this seems like there is some kind of civil war that's happening behind the scenes inside Iran, especially now that there's no one supreme leader who can unify the country. And we're seeing the civil war actually spill into the decision-making process of the next supreme leader. Some sides are trying to pick someone who's going to be, look more IRGC focused, basically more hardline. Other side is trying to pick someone who's more, friendly with the United States. Of course, friendly may not be the right word, but basically more moderate than the hardliners. I think that's the better way of putting it. And slowly we are seeing this civil war basically come out in the open. And guess what? It seems like the hardliners are winning. The military side is winning. The reason I say this is because just hours after the Iranian president released a statement saying that, hey, I apologize, he backtracks on that statement. And he put out this new statement on his Twitter. Take a look. The new message from the president is basically, hey, Iran isn't actually attacking Arab countries. They are only targeting US bases and US facilities, which are legitimate military targets. Now, if you guys are paying attention to what I've been saying for the last few minutes, this sounds almost word for word what the military said in their statement. So it seems like either the president changed his mind, if you know what I mean, or the military has taken over his Twitter account and putting out statements for him. Now, this is something we'll definitely be keeping an eye on, the internal fighting that is going on within the Iranian regime. But one thing is clear, that while Iran fights itself, the US military keeps destroying the Iranian targets that it's going after. Central Command just announced that they have hit over 3,000 targets inside Iran in the first 7 days of Operation Epic Fury. US air dominance is so complete that tankers are now refueling aircrafts right over the Persian Gulf, right inside the Iranian airspace, and Iran literally cannot do anything about it. Let me just put this war in perspective. The US lost 75 aircrafts in the Gulf War, 45 in the Iraq invasion, and they have only lost 3 in the first 7 days of this operation. And it's important to point out that all 3 that were lost were because of friendly fire over Kuwaiti airspace. Iran military is pretty much a non-factor in this war so far. And of course, that's not to say that Iranian missiles are not hitting some of the US bases in the Middle East. And of course, Iran is committing terrorist acts, going after hotels, airports in the region. But when it comes to Iranian military defending its own homeland and its own airspace, they are basically not doing anything. In fact, here's Central Command's official 7-day recap of what has happened. 3,000 targets hit, as we talked about. 43 Iranian ships are now at the bottom of the ocean. US has used all kinds of things, like all 3 types of bombers, B-52, B-1B, B-2s, different types of fighter jets like F-15, F-18, F-22, F-35. You can read all the other stuff like drones, tankers that we're using, and also read that bottom part, some capabilities that we can't list here. And on top of it, the targets include command centers, headquarters, air defense systems, and ballistic missile launchers. US intensity over the first 7 days has not gone down. In fact, one can argue that the intensity is actually going up over the last few days. On the other side, we are seeing Iranian launches, as we covered already, are going down drastically. The Iranian regime is in the weakest position it has been. Their capabilities are being severely reduced, navy has disappeared, bases are being bombed every day, and as they move to a new location, they get bombed again. In fact, we covered yesterday that the Iranian forces, the IRGC forces, took over a stadium inside Tehran. Guess what? The stadium got bombed too. The government officials are so scared that they're now afraid to meet in person because of the strikes we're seeing from the Israeli Air Force and the work of the Israeli intelligence. And on top of this, there's visible infighting happening on all aspects of how to move forward, from the supreme leader selection to if Iran is going to continue their retaliation or not. I'm sure there are other decisions that we don't even know about that the infighting is going on. And just to make matters worse, we're now seeing evidence of Iranians turning against the regime forces, turning against the IRGC. Let me show you what I mean. Iranians who can connect to the internet are now sharing GPS coordinates of these new IRGC hideout locations, and they're trying to pass it on to the US military and the Israeli military. This is not like 1 or 2 isolated incidents. We're seeing this happen at scale to basically say that a good portion of the Iranian society does not want the IRGC just hiding within them. We have seen photos and videos of IRGC soldiers just setting up camp on streets because they're too afraid to go to a headquarters or they're too afraid to go to an office building. And now the Iranian people are identifying these tents or whatever hideout they're trying to make and giving it to the public, so hoping that US military or Israeli military sees it. All the while this is happening, we're seeing Iran's foreign ministry continue to spread its propaganda. We are seeing basically employees of Iranian foreign ministry go to foreign TV channels for interviews and spread fear among the Western public. Here's the Iranian deputy foreign minister who went on French TV to basically warn France and European countries against getting involved in this war. Take a listen.
Some European countries are providing logistical help to the United States. Does this make them legitimate targets of your military actions?
We have already informed the Europeans and everybody else that they should be careful not to be involved in this war of aggression against Iran. If they help, I'm not trying to name any country, but if any country joins in the aggression against Iran, join America and Israel in the aggression against Iran, definitely they will be also legitimate targets for Iran retaliation.
I mean, if I was a European country, I would just look at what Iran is doing, not what they're saying. Azerbaijan was not involved in this war. They got attacked. Guess what? UK was not involved in this war. Their bases are getting attacked in Cyprus. Cyprus was not involved, Turkey was not involved, and all these countries are getting attacked. If this trend continues, I'm sure it's going to be Iran attacking European countries, not the other way around. But nonetheless, he also talks about, this deputy foreign minister guy also talks about the next supreme leader and why they don't want US picking their supreme leader. Take a listen.
President Trump was asked about the new leadership in Iran, and he said, just as in Venezuela, where I had a say in who will be the next leader, he said, I will have a say in Iran. So basically, he's implying that he can find someone within the regime, maybe more reformist than the recently killed supreme leader, who could work with the United States. That could be a solution. I see you're smiling.
I mean, domestic affairs of Iran belong to Iranians. Iranians are mature enough to know and to elect their representatives, whether they are in the parliament, whether they are presidents, or whether we are trying to find the next supreme leader. We do not need any foreigners to tell us what to do or what not to do. This belongs to Iranians, and at the end of the day, we will see that the new leader will be elected by the relevant council. And as the situation is today, which is everything is in order, while we are under constant bombardment, I mean that the new leader will be placed, and everything will go in the direction of normalcy.
And lastly, he talks about Iran attacking Iranians in Kurdistan, basically in Western Iran, and why Iran is doing this. Now, I'm sure you guys have heard the CIA reports about CIA working with Kurdish forces to basically launch an insurgency on the Western Front, to basically, you know, open a ground operation against the Iranian forces. And that's why Iran has been going after this Kurdish forces just preemptively. Take a listen to what the foreign minister says.
What you're also doing is striking, to get to the Gulf countries, but there are reports that Iran is also striking Iranian Kurdish groups inside the Iraqi Kurdistan region. Why are you doing this? Is it because of reports that they might be activated and armed by the CIA and the Mossad? Are you striking inside Iraq?
No, there are different rumors about CIA cooperating with anti-revolutionary elements in different places. So we do not take any risks. Wherever those who want to infiltrate, those who want to cross the border, those who want to violate our sovereignty and territorial integrity, definitely we act. This is what every nation does.
But you're striking inside Iraq. As a result,
if there is a need to protect our sovereignty, definitely we do it.
Can a sturdy riot shield stop shots from a 70-pound compound by using various high-penetration arrowheads?
Eric, they stole 21 cars. Can you believe that?
What? 21 cars? What? They could have gave me a car. 21 cars? What they gonna do? How they gonna drive 21 cars?
At once.
Right, that's crazy. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. I've been telling these folks, man, you need to get your life together. 21 cars? Where you gonna park all them cars at? You can't do it. I don't know what's going on with these folks. These folks need to get themselves together out here. It's too hot to be driving 21 cars.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's too much gas money. How you gonna use all them cars? That's crazy. I hope they find them 21 cars though.
The Brooklyn District Attorney's Office saying there's evidence that yesterday's horrific shooting on a packed subway car was an act of self-defense. Fox 5's Jessica Formoso live in downtown Brooklyn with more on what authorities say happened. Jess.
Stephen, Natasha, well, we did speak to a woman who was on that train. She is traumatized, telling us that she didn't know if she was going to make it home last night to her children, telling us that she is not going to take a subway here in New York City ever again. Now, the person who was shot remains in the hospital in stable but critical condition. As for the man who pulled the trigger, well, he is not going to face any charges.
Let me out! Let me out!
Chaos erupting on a train Thursday evening. Passengers terrified, trapped in a moving subway with nowhere to go as gunshots rang out. Sherry Paul on that train. She was trampled as she tried to escape.
I am very afraid. I am very afraid.
This chilling video, 4.5 minutes long. 4.5 minutes of fear. Passengers hiding under the seats, hugging one another, not knowing what the outcome would be.
When I see the shooting, I'm like, no, I think I'm not going out alive.
Police say it all started when, for no reason, a 36-year-old man began provoking a 32-year-old man. This all happening on the A train near the Hoyt-Schermerhorn station. The cell phone video shows the 36-year-old acting aggressively, arguing and physically attacking the victim. The victim's companion tried to intervene, pulling out a knife and stabbing the attacker. But that's when you see he gets enraged and pulls out a gun from his jacket. A struggle ensues. Police say the 32-year-old was able to pull the gun from his attacker.
Ultimately, he's disarmed and shot with his own gun.
Shooting 4 times, striking him in the head. Once the train pulled into the station, officers flooded the train. The 32-year-old shooter seen here was taken into custody immediately after. He is not facing any charges, though. The Brooklyn DA saying Friday that evidence shows he acted in self-defense. According to the NYPD, the 36-year-old evaded the fare, walking right through the emergency exit. They say from that moment, he was up to no good.
Small things as walking through an exit gate or emergency gate, hopping over the turnstile, lead to big things.
And the latest police stats show that there have been more gun arrests in subways made this year than last year. So this year, 3 months into the year, 17 arrests. All of last year, 8. We're live in downtown Brooklyn. I'm Jessica Formoso, Fox 5 News. Back to both of you.
All right, Jess, thank you.
Throughout the week, we've been sharing our holiday treats. Leslie on tap this morning.
Yeah, it's not supposed to look like that.
There's a whole story here. So what is this?
Okay, so this, it's like I didn't want to bake it. I've been busy, so I didn't want to make anything, but my family was all freaking out. Okay, this is what I wanted to do. This was plan A. This is my favorite Christmas thing.
Well, then,
here's the Safeway wrapper.
Oh, thank you.
It's Christmas cake.
Fruit cake, yeah.
Okay,
From
but
Safeway.
you wanted to make some of that.
I love that.
So this is bought.
Seriously, well, I made it and then Safeway packaged it for me.
Right. Okay.
So that's really my favorite
Okay, so that's what you want to do.
But
Let's
my
talk about what
family's
happened.
all
What is that?
freaking out because you need to make something. Everybody's making something. So they all got together and they sent me this recipe and I'm going to make you guys try it. So this is artichoke dip. Okay, so you think that that's okay, right? Is that too much for you, George?
That's a lot. Why me? I can't do this.
How does it smell, Scott?
It's like vinegar or something.
I thought it smelled like a barn. But we're not being rude. We have
No,
right to be
it didn't
nervous
work out. I'm
because it
telling
didn't
you right
work.
now.
Sorry.
This did not work out. It's artichoke
Too
dip.
much. Too much. That's Is it edible? At first, I'm like, well, it's not that bad, but the vinegar.
But there's no vinegar in there. So here's what happened.
That's like all that I can taste is vinegar.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so like it's got.
I'm not trying to be rude here.
It's okay. I agree with you. I totally agree with you.
Oh.
It's artichoke dip, but something went terribly wrong. Okay, so first of
How
all.
are you doing that?
The vinegar burns. There's no vinegar. There's no vinegar. Do you think something is off? Like, do you think maybe the artichokes are off? Well, okay, I didn't have a lemon, so I just cut up an orange and put that in there. And then I didn't know what spices to put in, so I put celery, salt, and oregano in it.
See, this is where the little bits of chemistry play in, Leslie. Things didn't combine properly.
So, how are you enjoying it, Amber?
It burns.
It was watery
It
here.
feels like a vinegar.
But there's no vinegar, so I don't get it.
Burns.
I don't get it. It's just a big failure.
So the recipe's on the...
Yeah, head to globalnews.ca/Calgary.
The recipe. Oh.
I just bought this entire shopping mall, and if this nigga can stay here for 1,000 days, I'll give him $1 million. Did you just come in? Jay, did I say that? Yeah. We're recording? Yes. Delete. Bro, look, I'm really sorry. Just make sure nobody hears this. By the time I get out of here, everybody will hear it on Twitter. You are getting cancelled. All right, how about I double your prize money? You want to bribe me? 1 million. No, 2 million. No, 3 million. 5 million. My brother, you are not bribing me. I'm spoiling your life. Your life is about to spoil. You are getting cancelled. I'm telling everybody on Twitter that you called me. What do you want? What do you mean, what do I want? You know what? It's fine. You can tell everyone. Are we continuing the challenge? Yeah! But not this challenge. Another one. Come on in. If you can drive through that 25 layer of tape with this Lamborghini, I will give you $10 million. All right? Let's go. Let's go. Where is Jim? Where's my brother? Where's my brother? Where's my brother? Your brother just had a very terrible accident. Hey, my brother is dead. No, he's alive. He's alive. But there's a problem. The accident affected his brain, so he lost some of his memory. Hey, whoa. So don't panic. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We have done everything. We have beat it. Are you sure? Oh, yeah, he is. Hey, my brother. You called me. That's exactly what I was talking about. What happened to me? Let's go home. You'll be fine. I know what I'm saying. You called me.
As you guys know, I'm kind of an amateur rabies expert. I've done a bunch of videos on it at least and a ton of research, so you might be surprised to know I found something related to rabies that completely flew under my radar. The video that you guys just watched was recorded in South Africa, and in it we can see a seal swimming and it's acting very aggressively. We can see this kid and this man cross a bridge. The seal then tries to chase them and bite them, and this is because the seal has rabies. Now, most of the time when you think about rabies cases, you're going to be thinking about land mammals like foxes, raccoons, skunks, bats, dogs, etc. You guys get the point. Sea life was never on that list up until somewhat recently when seals in South Africa started becoming infected with rabies. Back in 2021, a seal ended up biting a dog on a beach in Cape Town, and that dog developed rabies. So, following back the chain of events here, it became quite obvious that that seal also had rabies, which is also why it bit the dog. If you're unfamiliar with why this is such a big deal, it's because rabies is terrifying. It's one of the deadliest viruses in the world. When you get bit, if you do not get treatment and get a vaccine, once you start showing symptoms, you are almost guaranteed to die. The ocean used to be one of the few spots that you could go where you were guaranteed not to have to worry about this. Now, I'm not saying that seals are swimming after everybody that hops into the water and that you're likely to get bit, but now there's an actual chance. So that's pretty scary. Surfers in the area have also shifted their fears away from great whites. That used to be the #1 thing you'd have to worry about, to now rabid seals that do occasionally attack them. So, the video that you guys watched at the beginning here is a perfect example of that. The seal went out of its way to try to bite these people. I know that scientists and researchers have been trying to implement some strategies to remove rabies from the seal population here, but it does appear as though it's taken pretty good root and that it's not going to be going anywhere, at least anytime soon. So, as always, let me know what you guys think about this in the comment section below. Drop a comment letting me know what you want to see next, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out.
Court calls case People versus Corey Harris.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate for Mr. Harris, who should be present in Zoom.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
Great. You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
Okay. So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving. And he didn't have a license.
That is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at his
Yes.
record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Hello?
1 minute, Mr. Harris.
I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is to turn himself into the Washtenaw County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Harris, I'll be giving you a call.
Hi, John. And President Trump was here this morning. We'll get back to why he was here this morning, meeting with world leaders in the Western Hemisphere. But back to that dignified transfer, a solemn moment that's undergoing right now up in Dover, Delaware. That's the Mortuary Sciences Dover Air Force Base, where those fallen are brought back. President Trump meeting with the family, also the vice president and other members of his cabinet there. I want to show you and read all the names. Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Noah Teachin, Sergeant First Class Nicole Armour, Sergeant Declan Cody, Major Jeffrey O'Brien, and Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzan. Here's the president earlier today in Florida before heading up to Delaware on this.
Very sad situation. To greet the families of the heroes coming home from Iran, coming home in a different manner than they thought they'd be coming home. But they're great heroes in our country, and we're going to keep it that way. There's always, when it comes to war, there's always that.
John, the reason we are in South Florida, just outside Miami and Doral, the leaders of prominent South American and Central American nations, also island nations, met with President Trump today. It was called the Shield of Nations. Notable leaders not there, though, the new president of Venezuela and the president of Mexico. The White House doing this, hoping to stop the drug flow, the cartel flow, while boosting security for nations in the Western Hemisphere. Now, we do have a map showing you all the nations that met with the president today. Leaders of Argentina to Bolivia to the Dominican Republic. As I mentioned, not there, Mexico or Venezuela, though President Trump praised both leaders. But he did make a little news, and he has been talking a little bit more about Cuba over the past few days. Watch this.
Cuba's at the end of the line. They're very much at the end of the line. They have no money, they have no oil. Cuba's in its last moments of life.
President Trump mentioned Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, also a proud Cuban American from Miami. He said that Rubio will lead those efforts to obviously make a change in Cuba. I don't want to use the words because I don't know exactly what's going on in the president's mind there. But clearly, John, in the middle of everything going on in Iran right now, Cuba is already on the president's mind as he spoke with these leaders from the Western Hemisphere today. John?
Yeah, Cuba was very much propped up by the Venezuelans, and that relationship has certainly been altered, David.
Exactly.
All right, David Spunt reporting live. Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
American education at its finest. Latinos take a DNA test. What's this?
Today we're going to be taking a DNA test.
Finally, to find out if I'm 100% Puerto Rican.
I
really hope that I get full 100% Mexican, 100% Mexican. If I don't get 100% Mexican, I'm going to be sad.
Is that how it
I'm
works?
from the DR and Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
So like, there's some black in there, but my mom's
yeah.
last name is very white, so something weird probably happened there.
Okay, so it's been about 4 or 5 weeks. We finally got the results. I'm super scared, nervous.
Okay.
I'm excited. I don't know.
I'm anxious. I don't know what I am. I'm having an identity crisis.
Uh-oh.
I'm nervous. I'm very nervous. I'm worried I'm white.
Oh, there you go. We're in.
Okay, what do we do? What do we do?
Oh my gosh, I'm 71.9% European.
Oh God, she's really?
Why is this like the most
Broadly so.
white DNA
It's a
test?
very white DNA test.
Oh, I already saw
Well, I mean, like, am I gonna be the one that has to say it? This guy is he's kind of a white guy, you know? Like, I think that's why, because, like, if you look at him, I mean, he does, like, if you had to guess.
Oh, I already saw a number I don't like.
Which one?
Uh-oh.
44% European.
Okay.
Yep.
I can see it. I was expecting more.
46.9.
Could I have guessed that this guy is half European? Fucking no shit.
9% East Asian Indigenous American.
Okay.
Okay. I got those native roots, you know, very in touch. 1% Jewish. What's up? Where's Mexico?
Oh my God, I'm not white. Like at all.
She's not white? Wow. I would have never expected that. That's crazy. Man.
I'm mostly Central and South Asian.
Yeah?
Southern Asian, 45%. We knew that.
Okay.
Southern Indian and Sri Lankan, 45.5%. Shocker.
Yeah.
The other 36% is Sub-Saharan African. Are we surprised? No. Oh no. European. 10%. That is an amount I can allow. So my mom is from the Dominican Republic. That didn't show up here at all.
I love how people get really upset about finding out that their ethnicity isn't 100% what they thought it was. You know, it's like, oh, my parents told me that, like, this is what happened.
I remember my grandmother saying to me, I don't care what they tell you in school, Cleopatra was black.
How would she even know that? But, like, did it really happen that way? And it's just that people that make, like, their race and, like, their ancestry part of their identity, I think it's just it's a very bad mindset to have. It's a silly mindset to have.
Where did they come from?
Oh my gosh.
I am 88.7% European.
Yeah. Yeah.
Spanish and Portuguese, I'm 85.4%.
Uh-huh.
So no Italian.
No Italian.
Interesting.
I'm gonna call my mom about this.
Uh-oh.
The comments are gonna be like, she's not even. She's
Are
not
you even
Am I
Latina at this? I'm kidding.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we report.
We don't want to kick you out from the team.
40%, 40.9% East Asian and Indigenous. I wanted 70 or 80.
You're 4% less colonized than I am. Congratulations.
From Spanish and Portuguese, 27%.
Welcome to the team.
What surprised you the most?
The 44% European. Like, no offense.
Oh, like, am I the only guy? This guy abso-fucking-lutely looks like he could be from Europe. Bro, what the fuck did his parents tell him? What the fuck? Like, he's like the most European guy in the entire video. He's like, what do you mean?
It's no offense to the Europeans, you know, to my vanilla friends out there. I love all of you.
Uh-huh. Oh my God. It's crazy. People make this very much, you know, their identity, right? Their parents brought them up. This is, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the Cleopatra. Remember that? You don't need to listen to fucking history books because my grandma said Cleopatra was black. Oh my fucking God. Are you kidding me?
Run at the same time. Why is true greater than false? So true. So you can see that true and false are booleans, and they're represented internally as bits, 0 or 1. And so you can actually do math with them. I recommend ignoring that for now and just treating them as true and false because it's a lot simpler. So you can compare them to one another and you can compare them in a mathematical sense, but I recommend just keeping them true. So here I've shown you if and I've shown you how you can optionally add else, but there's one other thing you can do. So let's say I wanted to do this. Let's say I say it's greater than a 5, less than a 5. So I've changed this thing to greater than. So if I put in 6, it says, hey, it's greater than a 5. And if I put in a 4, it says, hey, it's less than a 5. But if I put in 5 exactly, it's going to give me something that may not be exactly right. Now, it's correct. It's doing what you told it to do, but it may not be what you want to have happen. So what we have here is a test. Is 5 bigger than 5? The answer, of course, is no. The problem is down here, we have less than 5. Problem? So, as you can see, we have a third division. And what we need is this statement. So what's this going to do? What is that?
I was just copying.
Can you figure out how to mute your sound?
It doesn't do that. I'll just download the attachment.
Can you see what's going on here?
Two of those would be a telegram, right? Nobody knows what a telegram is anymore because we don't use them. Who just did that? No, I want to know. Stand up. will stay here until either that person admits who it is or the person sitting around them tells me who it is. Who was it? Nobody knows? It was back here? I've been hearing it in this room, like, regularly. And I'm not sure I believe that. Let me tell you something, you guys. My bad side is as bad as my pleasant side is pleasant. All right? Don't push me that way. I like to keep things informal in here as much as possible, but understand where the difference between informal and impolite is. And I won't tolerate impolite. If I hear one more of these overly loud yawns, get up and walk the hell out. Yawn outside. Stay out of class. Whatever it is you need to do to get over it. I want to know why 220 other people in this room don't find the need to do that. And you should be asking yourself, why am I the one loser that has to do that and 220 other people know better? Don't push me to this point again. All right. Now, if that didn't ruin the tone for the rest of the class, by the way, if somebody wants to anonymously tell me who it is, please do. All right? A kilobyte.
Okay, we're going to get started, and I know we planned on going through and talking about the Chapter 9 material today, talking about mergers and acquisitions, alliances, and those kinds of things. That's been preempted. And unfortunately, I think some of you know, I've been here for 11 years. I spent 10 years before I came here at the Rochester Institute of Technology. So I've been doing this for the last 21 plus years. Probably delivered course content to tens of thousands of students over those 21 years. And there was always one lecture that I hoped I never would have to give. And unfortunately, that hope ran out. Because I'm going to give a lecture today that basically is the toughest one I've ever had to give. And for some of you, it's the toughest one you've ever had to hear. When the midterm exam ended on Friday, a week ago, I looked at the data from the midterm exam, and at first I was just looking at the running statistics for the exam, and the exam was running about a grade and a half higher than it ever had run before. I thought that was rather interesting. It kind of set up a little bit of a red flag, because with 600 and some odd students, and basically the course has been taught fundamentally the same way for the last 4 or 5 years, you don't see that kind of a grade improvement by chance. Once the exam ended, I ran more complete statistics on the exam, and what I came up with, or what came out of that, was something that looks like this. Right? And I'm comparing the summer 2010 capstone course, which I taught, to the fall 2010 capstone course. In summer 2010, this is the grade distribution. It's virtually a standard normal distribution around the mean. You'll notice that there's a single peak in the distribution and that the tails of the distribution are relatively equal, with the exception of the one student down at the bottom who basically scored a 60 out of 200. It's a relatively normal distribution. That's what it ought to look like. There are about 400 students in the course in the summer. This is the grade distribution from this semester, and I think you can immediately notice the difference. This is what's called a bimodal distribution. Bimodal distributions exist when an external force has been applied to a data set that creates a systematic bias to the data set. Now, on Sunday when I ran this, I didn't know what the systematic bias was, but I knew that it was there. On Monday, I found out what it was, because a student, either through a guilty conscience or as a heads up, anonymously dropped this in the bin on my office door. This is, as some of you out there know, because some of you out there are also in possession of this, is the incomplete test bank for the midterm exam. During the course of Monday, the lab instructors basically took a look at the data, started receiving emails from students who were concerned and upset that classmates had been bragging to them that they had advanced copies of the exam and that they aced the exam because they had all the answers ahead of time. Guess what? The midterm exam grades are being tossed. Whatever you scored on the midterm exam no longer exists. Everybody in the capstone course is going to be required to retake a new midterm exam. And before I get into the specifics of that, I want to thank all of the lab instructors and all of the team for working virtually nonstop over the course of the last 96 hours to write a completely new exam with about 200 questions to choose from, none of which, and I repeat, none of which come from a test bank. So whoever has the test bank for the midterm, it's worthless. And I'm presuming you also have a test bank for the final exam, it's also worthless. Because as soon as this exam is completed, the entire team is going to write a completely new final exam with 0 questions coming from any test bank. Over the course of the past 4 or 5 days, your lab instructors, academic services, and the Office of the Dean have begun and are continuing a forensic analysis of not only all of the data, but all of the available traffic over all of the available environments that possibly could provide us with better information about where this started and how widespread it is. Let me tell you where we are right now. Right now, we've narrowed the pool of participants to about 1/3 of the class. So when you get into your labs this week, just to give you some idea of the perspective of that, when you get into your labs this week, look at the person on your left side, look at the person on your right side. Statistically, one of them cheated on the exam. Now, we had 2 options. One was to basically just simply scrub all of the other activities through the rest of the semester, cancel the capstone competition. But that would have been unfair to the 2/3 of the class that was honest and ethical and tried and did it right. But I want to send a clear message to the ones who started this and the ones who propagated it and the ones who encouraged it over the course of the weeks leading up to the midterm exam. As I said to the Associate Dean for Undergraduate Studies when I met with him late last week, I could give him a list today, and I could guarantee him with about a 95% certainty that everybody who cheated on the exam was on the list. What I couldn't do was give him a list and guarantee that everybody whose name was on the list cheated on the exam. That was going to require some further forensic analysis of the data. We expect to have that forensic analysis of the data completed by the end of this week. At the end of this week, we will turn our findings over to Academic Affairs. And at that point in time, the options and the results and the conclusions are out of our hands. They will do what they need to do to protect the integrity of the university and to protect the integrity of the college. I don't want to be the one to have to explain to your parents why you aren't going to graduate. So I went back to the dean and I negotiated a deal with the dean. Unfortunately, the deal has a time limit, and the time limit runs out at 7 a.m. on Monday morning. Because that's when we're going to turn the data over to academic affairs, and at that point in time, they're going to take over and do their own investigation, and they're not happy. So here's the deal. If you participated in this, you have a choice. You can sit back in silence and hope your name doesn't get caught in the net, which is very quickly closing around the participants, or you can individually, quietly, one by one, anonymously if you wish, to the rest of your classmates, identify yourself to your lab instructor. If you do that, get to complete the rest of the course. The grade you get in the course is the grade you earn in the course. And providing you complete a 4-hour ethics course being offered by the folks over in academic affairs, any permanent record of this will be wiped from your transcripts. There'll be no further action taken. So the choice is yours. If you want to take a high-risk gamble, take it. I challenge you to take it. Because we know who you are. We know where you are. And when academic affairs is done, you'll know the outcome. And oh, by the way, for those of you who think that this is something that we caught by accident, college has informed every faculty member in the College of Business and every faculty member at the University of Central Florida that if they're using a publisher's test bank, that the test banks have been compromised. So if you've got a test bank from somebody else's textbook you think you're going to use, don't even dream of it. I've also been in contact with every single one of the major publishers who publishes textbooks that are used by the College of Business. They're not only aware of it, but 2 of those publishers have turned the matter over to their legal staffs to pursue whatever legal action comes out of the investigation. The information's also been shared with the Academy of Management and every organization that deals across college campuses, and I met in Atlanta, Georgia with faculty from 20 universities and shared it with them. The days of being able to find a new way to cheat the system are over. They're over, not just for this course, but for this university. This kind of behavior will not, cannot be tolerated. You know who you are. To say I'm disappointed is beyond comprehension. Physically ill, absolutely disgusted, completely disillusioned, trying to figure out what was the last 20 years for. For those of you out there who acted ethically and acted honorably and did it right, you have my undying gratitude and my utmost respect. For those of you who took the shortcut, don't call me. Don't ask me to do anything for you ever again. The midterm exam makeup will open at 7 a.m. on Monday morning, November the 8th. It will close at midnight on November the 10th. It'll be open for 51 hours. That's it. Those are the hours you get to take the makeup exam. I don't care what's on your schedule. I don't care what you have planned. If you have to give birth, you're going to give birth in the exam room. Because it's going to have to take a signed, hand-delivered note from God for you to get out of taking this midterm exam. So adjust your schedules, blow off whatever it is you have to blow off to be there. But this is a one shot, one time, 7 a.m. on Monday to midnight on Wednesday. If you miss it, too bad. It is mandatory for everybody.
Even those that do not participate.
Yep, and you can thank your teammates and your classmates and those that did participate for providing you with the opportunity to do this. I tell you how frustrating this has been. I didn't even have the wits about me in the last 9 days or 8 days to actually load the slides for the Chapter 9 presentations. So I literally have, unless I have it on my keychain, I literally don't have the material available to me to be able to present it.
It's a moment that almost didn't happen. A terminally ill man, a patient at Columbia University Irving Medical Center, who wanted to only be identified as Mr. Spencer, is granted his dying wish to say farewell to his beloved German Shepherds, Bowie and Nikki.
It was a tearjerker, you know, seeing them get so excited to see their owner, and they laid near his bed. We stayed for quite a while.
The medical team connected with the Long Island City-based NYC Second Chance Rescue to make it all happen.
They know.
Hours after the emotional meeting, which took place last month, the Bronx man passed away. The hospital did not disclose his illness.
There was a room of about 10 doctors, and literally there was not a dry eye in the room.
With no relatives or caretakers listed to take custody of the dogs, Second Chance Rescue stepped up. Founder Jennifer Brooks now tasked with finding Nikki and Bowie a forever home, a promise she made to Mr. Spencer.
And I believe that, you know, seeing him in that state, they knew that, you know, they have to move on now and that they're going to find a new loving home.
In addition to getting them adopted together, it would also be required that the pair be the only pets in the home.
They're big dogs, so being out of the city would be nice for them. They're therapy dog material. Every person in the hospital that went up to them, they lick their hand. They're super friendly.
As soon as I realize I'm going to be attacked, I hold my bag more firmly to my side. I grip his wrist, draw his arm forwards and upwards, and place my disengaged arm across his body. In this position, it's quite easy for me to dislocate his elbow. Although his other arm is free, it's quite impossible for him to strike me, as I'm merely... As soon as I feel his arm around my neck, I lean slightly forward, grip his wrist and elbow, and by bending my knees, I lower my center of gravity, roughly speaking, my hips below his center of gravity, and by bending sharply forward, notice I do not attempt to break away from his grip, but by bending well back, encourage his weight onto his toes. I turn my body, place his arm under mine, and in this position it's quite easy for me to dislocate his wrist, elbow, shoulder. I catch his ankle, place my hand between his shoulders, and kick away his only support. Now I'm going to give him a real thrill. I'm gripped in the same manner as before, the tramp not having learned his lesson. This time I draw his body upwards till it's in the form of a hoop. I lie gently on the floor, placing one foot in his tummy. The answer's in the infirmary.
Now at 11, the big story on Action News is a parking controversy involving a boot-like device that's got drivers sounding the alarm on social media. It's called a barnacle that attaches to your windshield and costs quite a bit of money to remove. Action News has investigated this practice for more than 2 years now. Action News reporter Leland Pinder is live in Northern Liberties tonight with why the story of some drivers say they're being targeted.
Well, Rick, parking here at 4th and Spring Garden can be very tight, and lawyers for the parking company tell me these barnacles are the lot owner's way of making sure there are spaces available for people patronizing these businesses. Now, according to the city's Public Safety Committee, these devices appear largely unregulated and don't fall under current laws on towing. Nick Villalta says he parked in this lot at Spring Garden and 4th to run across the street to CVS.
Literally not even 5 minutes later, and I noticed the, what do they call it, carbuncle? Barnacle. Yeah, I noticed the barnacle, on my windshield.
To get it off, $100, a fee that can reportedly fluctuate at the company's discretion. Some people we talked to believe what's happening here is predatory and illegal.
This is a private parking lot. I get that. There is a right way and a wrong way.
When contacted Tuesday, the towing company CEO, Makina Harrison of Bob Sponge's Parking Enforcement Services, referred me to her lawyer. Is your client's company contracted with the Robinson Group that owns the lot for this parking enforcement here?
Yes, they are.
The 6 ABC investigative team reported on this issue in 2023. Critics say companies that bestow the barnacle are skirting the city's ticket to tow law.
The right way is to call the police and have them ticket the car. It then can also be towed.
But Mincy Stan says parkers are exploiting that knowledge, despite signage, hoping to be in and out before police or the PPA can arrive.
We've all done that, but it doesn't mean that it's right, and it doesn't mean that the people who own these private lots don't have rights.
The city discussed regulating or banning barnacles in late 2023. Tuesday night, I was unable to get an update on where things stand.
It's upsetting that the city hasn't acted sooner.
Now, I did check with Philadelphia Police tonight, though, and they tell me that towing companies are not authorized to immobilize vehicles and demand payment. Officers must issue a citation before any tow or boot. Muncie, though, maintains the barnacle is not illegal. Real life here in Northern Liberties, Leland Pinder, Channel 6, Action News. Rick?
All right, to Leland, thank you.
Ballistic missile attacks had plummeted by 90%, while UAV drone attacks had dropped by 83%. Over the prior 72 hours, U.S. forces struck nearly 200 targets deep inside Iran, including dozens of bombs dropped on ballistic missile launch sites and facilities equivalent to Iran's military space command. At sea, more than 30 Iranian warships were sunk, including a major UAV launch platform. Militarily, these losses are devastating. Yet what Beijing is watching most intently is not merely the destruction of launchers or ships. It is the methodical peeling away of an allied regime's internal security layers. The strike on Minzadehe targeted one of the most secretive elements of Iran's nuclear program, where senior scientists operated under extreme concealment. Israeli intelligence tracked the covert movements of these scientists to the site, enabling precise identification and destruction. This penetration went beyond satellite surveillance. It involved years of human intelligence, behavioral analysis, and deep infiltration by Mossad, in coordination with U.S. networks. This aspect generates the greatest psychological pressure on Beijing. If a tightly controlled regime like Iran's can have its deepest underground facilities exposed and obliterated, a natural question arises for every similar political system. In a comparable scenario involving Beijing, which protective layers would truly remain reliable? This is why China's concern extends far beyond Iran's battlefield defeats. It centers on the vulnerability of allied authoritarian models being eroded from within. Recent analyses, including from the Hudson Institute, note that after decades of sanctions, Iran's air force ranks among the region's weakest, leaving ballistic missiles as virtually its sole remaining strategic deterrent. China has exploited this vulnerability over the past 2 years, emerging as Iran's primary external supplier for its missile program, providing solid fuel precursors, satellite guidance support via Beidou, and other critical technologies. The broader threat to Middle East stability stems not just from armed proxies, but from the support axis behind them, with Iran and China forming a key technical and strategic partnership. Publications such as The National Interest have long documented China's role in supplying Iran with know-how for supplementary uranium enrichment, chemical separation, yellow cake processing, uranium hexafluoride conversion, and chemicals like anhydrous hydrogen fluoride, essential for nuclear processing. There is also evidence that portions of Iran's nuclear scientific personnel received training in China from the mid to late 1980s. Israel issued a stark diplomatic warning. Any nation aiding Iran's nuclear or ballistic missile programs would face severe consequences. The statement explicitly named Russia, North Korea, and China, making clear that the message targets not only Tehran, but the external logistical and technological networks sustaining it. In today's strategic environment, suppliers are often monitored more intensely than end users. Beijing's larger fear is a potential domino effect among allied regimes. If, following Nicolas Maduro's challenges in Venezuela, Iran becomes the next major partner to weaken significantly, these are no longer isolated incidents. They signal a broader defensive contraction among similar power structures. Should Iran's regime shift toward a pro-US orientation, China would suffer a multi-layered strategic setback: the loss of a key Middle East foothold, disruption of critical energy ties, and a strengthened U.S. position in global energy markets through greater leverage over Iranian oil flows. Simultaneously, the U.S., India, and Europe are advancing new economic corridors across the Middle East to directly challenge China's Belt and Road Initiative. A regime collapse in Iran would sharply increase the likelihood of a new trans-Middle East corridor, placing direct pressure on one of Beijing's most vital strategic zones. While the U.S. and Israel hammer Tehran with bombs, missiles, and intelligence operations, the deepest psychological impact lands in Beijing. If a multi-layered, highly controlled regime like Iran's can be systematically dismantled piece by piece, then every system relying on tight internal control, alliance dependencies, and closed power structures must urgently rewrite its security assumptions. Beijing can no longer stay silent, publicly begs the U.S. and Israel to stop the attack. Iran has suffered heavy strikes, and Beijing finally could no longer remain silent. It even publicly called on the United States and Israel to stop the attacks. Xinhua news agency reported that Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi held a phone call with Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar and urged an immediate halt to military operations. During the call, Wang Yi said military force cannot truly solve the problem and would only lead to more serious consequences. He also stressed that the real value of military power lies not on the battlefield, but in preventing war. As soon as that statement was published by Chinese state media, Taiwanese netizens immediately mocked it. One comment wrote bluntly, "Every day they send aircraft toward the Taiwan Strait, but the moment Iran gets hit, suddenly peace becomes precious." For a long time, pro-CCP social media channels and self-styled military experts have been known for one very distinctive trait. Their analysis is often most accurate when interpreted in reverse. Soon afterward, Taiwanese netizens dug up old remarks by former legislator Kuo Cheng-liang. Before the military operation began, he had firmly argued that the United States could not strike Iran. He said Washington lacked sufficient domestic backing and could not casually launch a war. He also questioned what the target would even be, asking whether the U.S. was really going to decapitate Iran's supreme leader. He further stressed that Israel is more than 1,300 kilometers from Iran and could not possibly strike that deep directly. According to him, if the United States truly wanted to attack Iran, it would need at least 50,000 troops to make meaningful progress, because Iran covers 1.6 million square kilometers and has a population of 90 million. But immediately after those remarks, the battlefield developed in exactly the opposite direction. Within just 24 hours, the United States carried out a decapitation strike directly targeting Iran's leadership without deploying. Israel, the country he had argued could not directly intervene that deeply, also took part in the operation. Multiple senior Iranian officials were struck within a very short time. As a result, one sarcastic phrase quickly spread online. Kuo Cheng Liang has once again become a reverse indicator. As mockery intensified on March 1st, Kuo Cheng Liang made another controversial statement on the political talk show International Fastball. He declared that Iran's supreme leader, then 86 years old, had deliberately gone to his office on the day of the attack with the intention of becoming a martyr. The theory immediately exploded across Taiwanese social media. One comment read, "Logic like this could only come out of an entertainment program." Another mocked, "The imagination is so rich, it's practically fiction." While the debate was still escalating, Marco Rubio stated that the world's two strongest air forces would destroy terrorist regime Iran, strip it of deterrence capability, and deprive it of the ability to threaten neighboring countries or continue nuclear ambitions. He also added, "They were willing to kill their own people in the streets. Imagine what they would do to us." Meanwhile, new speculation emerged inside Iran itself. Some reports claimed that before the crisis, Ali Khamenei had summoned several senior commanders to seek support for a plan to retreat into a hidden underground location. From that point, many analysts began suggesting that fractures had already emerged within Iran's upper leadership. Some insiders no longer wanted their fate tied to a system moving rapidly into danger, especially as possible succession plans involving Mojtaba Khamenei continued to surface. What is more alarming is the effect such a crisis creates inside a power structure. When an ally is penetrated so quickly, the natural question immediately arises. If the same thing happens here, who nearby becomes the first leak? The more the CCP emphasizes absolute loyalty, the more clearly it reveals one reality. In a system ruled by fear, genuine loyalty is always fragile. The harder loyalty is forced, the more likely double-faced people emerge. The harsher the regime, the harder it becomes to find people truly willing to sync with it. What Zhong Nanhai sees in Iran is therefore not merely an ally being pierced, but a reflection of itself. Once suspicion reaches the highest level, internal fear itself begins to erode power from within. China in deep crisis, nearly 50 million sleeping on the streets, 60% young people born after 1990. China's economy has remained mired in prolonged stagnation, with statistical indicators pointing to a disturbing trend. The homeless population is becoming markedly younger. In major cities across the country, growing numbers of young adults are now spending nights in parks, under overpasses, or beneath bridges. Financial media outlet Caixin reported that China's National Data Administration coordinated with 34 provincial-level agencies to conduct a nationwide assessment of homelessness. The findings estimated that approximately 47.5 million people lacked stable housing, a staggering 5.3-fold increase compared to 2020. Among them, those under 33 years old accounted for 61%, while people over 60 made up just 25%. These figures drew immediate attention because they signaled a profound structural shift. Homelessness in China is no longer primarily an issue among the elderly, but is rapidly spreading among the younger workforce once seen as the engine of urban growth. Videos filmed under bridges captured scenes of young and middle-aged individuals living temporarily with little more than thin blankets, cardboard mats, and a few personal belongings. One man explained that the group included food delivery riders, laid-off employees from large companies, and factory workers. Most, he said, belonged to the low-wage labor class and had resorted to sleeping under bridges simply to save on rent. They still had families to support and daily meals to provide. Another person shared that he had been living there for nearly 2 months. At least here, there's shelter from the wind and rain, a small corner that feels like my own. The strain is not limited to the young. Scenes of elderly people collapsing from exhaustion in public have also become more common. one blogger recounted spotting an elderly scrap collector whose bicycle had stalled in the middle of the road after work. At first, he thought it was a medical emergency and turned back to help. Only upon approaching did he realize the man had simply fallen asleep from sheer fatigue while seated on the bike. The sight left him standing in silence for a long time. Many people complain that life is unfair, Itihi reflected, but countless others are silently bearing burdens so heavy that even exhaustion has nowhere to land. A civil aviation employee shared a similar story. One evening after work, while passing a pedestrian overpass, he saw an elderly man walking barefoot on the cold pavement, carrying a stack of cardboard boxes nearly as tall as a refrigerator. The man moved forward one slow step at a time. The witness said he didn't know whose father or grandfather this was, or what circumstances had forced someone of that age to keep working so relentlessly. Just 10 minutes earlier, he had been grumbling about his own irregular work schedule. But after witnessing that scene, his perspective shifted entirely. I have a stable job, social insurance, and housing benefits. In truth, I'm already fortunate. At Songdafeng Scenic Area in Shantou, recent videos have shown stairways lined on both sides with beggars, including elderly people, disabled individuals, and even visibly ill people lying on carts with IV drips hanging nearby. In front of each person sat a plastic basin and a QR code for digital donations. Local residents noted that while the phenomenon has existed for years, the density has noticeably increased. Online comments frequently cite prolonged unemployment and an inadequate social assistance system as root causes, particularly for vulnerable groups unable to access meaningful support. Amid this backdrop, unemployment pressures are directly reshaping family life. One woman described how her husband, who worked in a small private factory without insurance, was dismissed without any compensation. The family had depended entirely on his monthly salary of just over 5,000 yuan, while mortgage payments alone exceeded 3,000 yuan. School fees, food, and daily expenses remained fixed. Even after slashing spending to the bare minimum, the monthly burden far outstripped what they could afford. Another woman said her husband had returned home after less than a week at a new construction site because work had been suspended again, with no one knowing when the contractor would resume. Their financial plans collapsed instantly. She explained that they had endured similar interruptions several times the previous year and thought the worst was over. Yet unstable employment had returned even more frequently. Many people around her were also out of work. The pattern was clear. Jobs are harder to find, wages are lower, recruitment is shrinking, and age restrictions are tightening. At many construction sites, 35 has become an unspoken cutoff age. When she learned her husband had lost his job again, she struggled to accept it at first. Yet she didn't want to add more pressure on him. He had never wanted this outcome either. Truckload after truckload of fruit dumped. What's gone wrong in China's market? At a fruit collection point in southern China, a trader stood beside a truckload of tangerines being sliced open and discarded, repeatedly muttering, "No more, no more. Take none of it." Crates were emptied straight onto the ground. Pointing to the growing pile behind him, he said, 30,000 jin of fruit just dumped like this and nobody wants it. There's still another huge stack over there. Before Lunar New Year, it could at least sell for a few jiao per jin, enough to cover labor costs. After the holiday, no one even asks. In a dragon fruit growing area, a farmer stood in his field and explained, this year, dragon fruit prices in some places have dropped to just 0.7 to 0.8 yuan per jin. Yet even at that low price, it's hard to sell. He noted that in previous years, traders would at least come to inspect the crop. But this year, several days can pass without a single buyer showing up. Many fruits have already begun softening. If not harvested soon, the entire field will be ruined. In Guangxi, an orchard owner stood amid hills blanketed with ripe sugar tangerines. Behind him, baskets of harvested fruit sat untouched in the yard. When buyers do appear, they offer only 0.5 yuan per jin and take very little. Gazing at the remaining stock, he said, honestly, looking at this pile now makes me want to slap myself. At a wholesale fruit market in southern China, a trader surnamed Chen stood next to a fully loaded truck of sugar tangerines, staring at plummeting purchase prices on his phone before quietly finishing a cigarette. Behind him, stacks of imported cherry containers lined the aisle. Other sellers sat waiting, but almost no customers approached to inquire about prices. Chen explained that since the start of the year, from lychees, watermelons, and shine muscat grapes to pomelos, oranges, and now sugar tangerines, nearly every category has seen sharp declines. Some prices have been halved, while others have fallen even further. In Hainan, a woman stood in an eggplant field pointing her camera across the rows and said, "Look at these eggplants, this quality, and yet nobody buys them even at 0.2 to 0.3 yuan per jin." Nearby cornfields faced the same fate. Bitter melons in Hainan have also been left stranded in the fields, as produce struggles to leave the island quickly enough. In Guilin, a young woman filmed herself standing with her grandmother in an orchard full of ripe Wogan mandarins. She picked up a fruit and said, "Mandarins like this are only worth 0.3 to 0.4 wen per jin in the field now. We want to pick them ourselves and try selling online. If anyone likes them, could you support my grandmother with one order?" Behind them, rows of mandarins remained unharvested due to the lack of reliable buyers. In Wuhan, strawberries from a bountiful harvest also suffered a price collapse. A vendor holding a basin of bright red strawberries said bluntly, "1 yuan per jin, 10 yuan takes the whole basin." Stalls were overflowing with fruit, but far more people walked past than stopped to buy. Meanwhile, blueberry prices in Yunnan dropped sharply, causing many retailers to hesitate before placing new orders. At an apple market in northern China, grade 75 apples now sell for around 1.2 yuan per jin, while grade 80 apples go for about 1.5 yuan. A seller sitting beside towering piles said, "Millions of tons are sitting here, but the buyers who actually haul cargo are nowhere to be seen." As produce piles up from fields to wholesale markets, one poignant comment from a Hainan cornfield went viral. Rural revitalization was supposed to revitalize everyone living in the countryside. It was meant to improve rural livelihoods, not to revitalize township governments and certainly not village officials. Explosion. More than 100 missing from NPC session. Over 500 NPC deputies and CPPC members reportedly arrested. On March 5th, 2026, the opening session of the National People's Congress, NPC, took place in Beijing. Zhao Leiji, chairman of the NPC Standing Committee, announced, "At today's meeting, 2,765 delegates attended while 113 were absent. What stands out is that the 14th NPC originally had 2,977 delegates, but the current official roster stands at 2,878, a net reduction of 99 since the term began. This marks one of the largest personnel reductions in a single NPC term since the Cultural Revolution. Those removed either had their delegates passed away, yet even after these official changes, the 113 absences at this year's session remain unusually high compared to recent years. On February 26, 2026, the NPC Standing Committee announced the termination of qualifications for 19 delegates, including 9 military representatives, 5 of whom were full generals. This sharp cut in military representation, against the backdrop of ongoing purges in the armed forces over the past 2 years, has fueled speculation that additional senior military figures remain under internal investigation or disciplinary review. Analyses circulating on Chinese social media suggest that among the 113 absentees, at least 50 military delegates may be in a state of political disappearance, meaning they have not yet been officially stripped of status, but are effectively barred from public appearances. Online comments have highlighted that even the presidents, political commissars, vice presidents, and deputy political commissars of key military academies were missing from attendance lists, making this year's military delegation profile particularly striking. The Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, CPPCC, has also seen a noticeable decline. The 14th CPPCC originally had 2,169 members, but the current official count has dropped to 2,125, indicating 44 removals. At the opening of its 4th annual session on March 4th, 2026, only 2,078 members were present, leaving another 47 absent. Combined, the personnel shortfalls across both bodies are substantial. The CPPCC has lost 91 members, removals plus absences, while the NPC has seen 212 disappearances, prior removals plus current absences, for a total exceeding 300. For institutions meant to project stability and complete organizational control, The absence or removal of more than 300 positions in a single term has drawn significant attention from external observers. Shanghai-born businessman Hu Liren, now based in the United States, claimed he received information from a contact within the CCP organization department, indicating that in the 1 to 2 months leading up to the 2 sessions, more than 500 NPC deputies and CPPCC members had been detained or placed under control. He described this as evidence of a large-scale internal purge unfolding behind the scenes of the annual political meetings, with many cases yet to be publicly disclosed. Hu believes the NPC and CPPCC are likely to become major focal points for future anti-corruption campaigns, as most delegates and members are local officials, prominent business figures, or individuals with significant access to financial resources. This group not only wields local power, but also controls key channels of economic interest, creating one of the densest concentrations of overlapping political and financial influence in the current system. In name, the CPPCC exists to provide advice to the government, with all its work serving the CCP's governing framework. NPC delegates, in principle, are elected to represent the people and public interests. In practice, Gyalwar, however, both bodies now primarily function as extensions of the CCP machinery, operating within a unified power structure. Hu posed a pointed question. In such circumstances, how much room for survival is left for ordinary people? Your feedback matters. Share your views in the comments. If this content resonated with you, we invite you to share it with your network. Your continued support empowers us to pursue independent, high-quality journalism. Subscribe and like to stay up to date with Decoding China. Thank you for watching.
Here we go again. Iranian accounts are now claiming they shot down a B-2 Spirit over Tehran. And here's someone just casually driving around a $2 billion bomber through the city on a flatbed. In reality, Iran doesn't have the technology to take down a B-2, but let's just assume they were able to take one down. A B-2 bomber flies at 50,000 feet. A bomber taken down that high usually doesn't land on the ground all intact. Now, you would think that people would know that this is fake, but Central Command actually had to come out and confirm that all 4 B-2s that struck Iran are on their way back home to the Whiteman Air Force Base.
Wish I had a stealth boy instead of this bear trap.
Okay, low latency streaming, 1 channel, standard HD, and then we're gonna do a 6-hour stream for 20,000 viewers.
This is what Asman Unpartnered Stream is costing Twitch every year. He doesn't run ads and he doesn't have any subs.
Dan must fucking hate me. Twitch CEO of oh fuck.
And maybe he can finally start running ads on his channel after 5 years.
After 5 years. In fact, actually, I keep wanting to talk to him to understand what is the fundamental. Because at some level, it's like, okay, Asman, at some point you're big. Now it's just Asman, right? But it costs a lot of money to stream Asman. Or eventually, it's like, look, you know, it costs money to run this channel, right?
That's trying to.
I mean, why don't you just force it on him?
No, we could. We could turn on ads. Part of it is just understanding what's motivating him, because I do appreciate.
I'm telling you, Asman does not care about money whatsoever because he's made enough. It hurts his channel when he plays the ads because people don't like the ads a lot of times because
nobody likes the ads. I think it hurts everybody's channel. I don't really need people to give me money, and I kind of feel bad whenever people give me large sums of money. Like if somebody wants to buy a shirt, you know, they're getting something out of it. But like I don't feel comfortable people that will like gift me $100 200 subs or something like that. That's why I turn off the donations, because it's like, I don't want people giving me money like that. Here's the reason why. I think about it a little bit farther, because people that do that, they do it, and then there are some of them that do it that want something out of it. And I don't want to allow that interaction to occur. I want to have a great, just honest, good relationship with people in my chat, people in my community, and I think that money makes it weird. I always feel bad whenever I see somebody gifting subs to like a really big streamer, because it's like, I know for a fact they don't need that. It's like everybody can do what they want to do with their money. I'm telling you guys this is the way I feel. I think that like some of the culture that Twitch creates is like weird for me, and that's really it. I know Dan's been, by the way, Dan is the best thing that's happened to Twitch. Dan is amazing. He is such a great guy. I really, really like him. Maybe I should talk to him and figure things out.
I shower like twice a week.
I think it's fine. I was going to say you don't have to shower.
You think so?
No, that's normal. Daily showering is not what we're supposed to do.
I fucking knew it!
We know you got a lot of that in it.
Hey! What is this?
Hey, Asmin! Big fan!
Hey, what's going on? Hi, hello, hi guys.
What's up,
Hey.
dude?
Hey, man.
Hey. So there's this, hey, nice to meet you. I'm Jimmy, Mr. Beast. Yeah, there's this charity thing called Team Water, where every dollar donated is a year of clean water for someone in need. And, you know, we're trying to raise money to get people clean water all around the world. It's, you know, a big thing. People die from it. And we were just curious. Your friends here were saying you were a very generous soul.
Are you really gonna do this shit? I fucking did the McDonald's drive-thru, man. It's gonna happen to me. Oh my
Yeah,
god. Oh, what are you
So,
trying to get me? What are you just fucking give me a number? Just give me a number,
so-
Jimmy.
All right, so Jinxie, Logan, they both just committed 100 grand, and
Okay,
you know,
okay. Here's the thing. Here's the thing: is that I didn't fucking go and have Prime, so I'm not 100K. No, I'm not.
He's right.
He's right. Are you? No way. The Prime is in my fucking convenience store. Okay. When Starforgers are in my convenience store, then maybe I'll give you 100K.
I see tweets all the time about how you're the most watched Twitch streamer, like watch time every month. You're like crushing it.
Yeah, and you know what? You know how much I get paid for that? 17 cents.
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't run the stuff.
It's a big day for me.
Okay.
It is
Hey,
tough,
take a-
guys. You're putting people on the spot.
Nah.
Hey, they put me on the spot too, man. And now I'm broke.
Yeah, I'm getting. What the fuck?
Just absolutely
Yo, Asmin,
crushing the game.
Asmin, I got an idea for you. Here's the easiest thing in the world. Is it? If we do a stream, me, you, Aiden, we put that day, we do a little stream together, right? We put all in the same ingest, and
Yeah.
whatever KCAB pays out, right? All of us combined, and we just donate that amount to that, and it'll probably be a crazy amount.
Smart. Let's do that.
Imagine
we get everybody.
Here,
One
I'll
stream.
pop it. I'll pop it.
See? The KCAB will pay like fucking, it'll probably be like 400K for all of us, to be honest.
I'm gonna be honest.
They nerfed it. They patched it a little bit. Not gonna lie. They patched it just a little bit. Yeah. Still hit though.
Yeah, it'll be the mid 200s probably, but that's still great though. See, if
Yeah,
you,
great.
Bro, that's
200
insane.
That's a lot of
Oh
money.
shit! Kodak Black
Yeah.
is in the chat. He said he got 50 bands.
Actually,
Kodak.
That's a lot. That's a fucking lot. God damn. I'll figure something out. All right. I'll donate. I'll donate, Jimmy. I'm not gonna donate $100,000. I'm not.
Bro.
I'm gonna be honest. That's a lot of.
It's fine.
That's a-
$10 is
Yeah.
clean water.
Y'all putting me on the spot. Y'all try to make me look like an asshole. That's what's going on. I know what's going on here.
No, but
Yeah.
my idea could be kind of cool though. I'm not even making any pressure though. But
All right.
but
What's your
if
idea?
you-
What's your idea?
If you're in the area,
Actually.
if you're ever in the area and we're on the same ingest and we just put KCIP for like what 4 hours all of us together, I think it's be cool for a good cause. A little segment like what?
Yeah.
you know?
Okay. I will say this. I would do it.
There you go.
I would do it. Period.
Yeah,
Yeah,
too
I would
easy.
do it. Okay. Donate
Thank
the
you
money.
so
I'll
much,
give it.
Aspen. Hey, I gotta go, guys.
Yep,
Jimmy,
yep.
send me the info. Aspen, pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you too, man.
Bye, guys. You're doing God's work, Jimmy. All right, Logan. Thanks, sweetie. Thanks, Asmin.
All right. Yep. I'll see y'all later.
Enjoy your
All right,
man.
man.
Did you know you can make a year's supply of soap for right around $40? That's about 11 cents a day to wash your rear end and all your other parts. You don't need to make it fancy. You need to make it functional. All the ingredients you can get from the grocery store and the hardware store, and all the supplies you can get on Amazon. Not to mention, if you make it, you know every single ingredient that went into it. You also control the scent and how much of the scent there is. You can also control how moisturizing it is by how much fat you add to the mixture. I don't give away our exact ingredients because I had to figure that out on my own. In my humble opinion, I am no soap making expert. With that being said, we aren't offering any courses. However, an in-depth Google search will find you exactly what you need. And good old ChatGPT will write you a 100-page soap making manual. However, I will warn you, you will make mistakes. Soap making is not just a hobby, it's also a skill that's very specific to the type of soap you make. And if you make your own soaps, you can make them as simple or as complicated as you like. Trust me when I say the more complicated your recipe, the more you're gonna mess up. This soap here is about as simple as you can get. It's 4 ingredients: coconut oil, water, lye, and lavender essential oil. This is called cold process soaps. This is not melt and pour. So if you want to save a ton of money and learn a new skill, try soap making. Not to mention, it's a lot healthier than putting synthetic detergents and chemicals on your body.
Ever wonder how the NES Zapper actually works? It's pretty cool. In a game like Hogan's Alley, every time you pull the trigger, it flashes one frame where all of the bad guys get highlighted in a very bright white, and everything else is darkened. As long as the light sensor in your barrel is aimed at that white spot, you get a hit. If not, you missed. This process is the reason why you're able to fire a zapper into a lamp and get instant wins.
Being a law-abiding citizen isn't easy nowadays. Many laws change from state to state and even from city to city. You have to be on your toes to keep up with all of them. Here in Dallas, we have laws to govern almost every occasion, but some of them are just a little bit strange. For example, it is against the law to herd cattle inside the Dallas city limits. It is also illegal to feed pigeons on public property inside the central business district. Other birds, however, can be taken to lunch anytime. If this baboon wants to, shall we say, breed in Dallas, he'll have to find a building which is enclosed on all sides and is 200 yards away from the nearest structure. All breeding in public is definitely out and in very bad taste. Moving right along, in Dallas, it is against the law to ride a bike with no hands. From hands, we go to feet. And be careful here, because freak, indecent, and immodest dances are all against the law in Dallas. And if you're under 17, you can't dance anywhere in town after 9 p.m., unless accompanied by a parent or guardian. If you are on the premises of any drive-in restaurant in Dallas, you are not allowed to curse or abuse any person or his female relatives. However, that leaves an entire battery of male relatives you can verbally abuse if you so desire. But if you desire to fly a balloon bigger than 6 feet within 500 feet of a cloud, any cloud, be forewarned. You're breaking the law. Finally, it is illegal in Dallas to swim in the Trinity River or any other public waterway naked during the day. But at night, Bill O'Reilly, Channel 8 News.
China stole our stealth secrets, but one tiny coating flaw just made their billion-dollar J-20 visible to every radar in the Pacific. For years, Beijing's hackers acted like ghosts, raiding American servers to snatch the crown jewels of the F-35 and the F-22. They thought they had won. They built a fighter that looked like a shadow, boasting to the world that American air power was finally obsolete. But there is a secret hidden in the chemistry of stealth that you simply cannot download from a server. On the outside, the J-20 looks like a mighty dragon. On the inside, it is a chemical disaster that is literally peeling apart at Mach 2. They copied the blueprints, but they could not copy the molecular glue that keeps a jet invisible to enemy eyes. How did the world's most expensive heist end with a stealth fighter that glows like a neon sign on American radar screens? Courtrooms are dull places, but the real action in the Su Bin case happened in the evidence locker. I've read the Department of Justice exhibits myself, line after line of file names, spreadsheet tabs, and computer-aided design model timestamps. The numbers are staggering. Over 50 terabytes of data siphoned out of American defense contractors and dumped straight into Chinese military hands. That is not just PowerPoints and glossy diagrams. We are talking about the digital bones and sinew of the F-22 and the F-35, every bolt torque, every composite layup schedule, every radar-absorbent material recipe we sweated over for decades. The technical file list, Exhibit A, reads like a Skunk Works engineer's worst nightmare. Composite material process files, radar-absorbent material, formulation spreadsheets, curing temperature logs, autoclave pressure curves. It is all there. You can almost smell the sickly sweet tang of uncured polymer just from reading the file names. There are finite element models mapping wingbox shear loads, three-dimensional computer-aided design exports of radar absorbing panel mounts, engine thrust curves, and detailed thermal coating specs. Even the videos, screen captures of titanium spars being machined and autoclave doors slamming shut. It is a blueprint for building a stealth fighter down to the last decimal. But the real crown jewels, the ones that made every engineer's stomach drop, are the radar-absorbent material spreadsheets. Chemical compositions, high-temperature curing schedules, those little tweaks in the binder that make the difference between a ghost on radar and a flying billboard. Su Bin and his handlers did not just steal pictures, they stole the formulas, the process controls, the entire maintenance doctrine. On paper, they had everything. In the real world, it is another story. But the scope of what walked out of the server room is undeniable. This was the biggest digital heist in aerospace history, and every byte was a brick in the wall of the J-20 program. China never had a learning curve. They had a launch ramp built from our stolen files. The ink wasn't dry on Su Bin's plea agreement before the People's Liberation Army started rolling J-20 prototypes out of Chengdu. I watched the official announcements with the same disbelief you get reading a counterfeit bill. The numbers are right, but the feel is all wrong. January 2016, first flight. By March 2017, the People's Liberation Army declared the J-20 operational, parading it as a triumph of Chinese innovation. That's 3 years from blueprint heist to combat-ready squadron. For context, it took Lockheed Martin nearly a decade to shepherd the F-22 from first flight to initial operational capability, and that was with an army of engineers and a blank check from Congress. The speed of the J-20's debut isn't a miracle. It's a warning sign. You don't compress a generation of trial, error, and hard-won fixes into a few years just because you have the recipe. You get a paper airplane with a press release. The People's Liberation Army's timeline reads like a checklist. Prototype in 2016, initial batch in 2017, public flyby at Zhuhai, all while the Western press dutifully repeated the myth of a technological leap. But when you look at the maintenance logs, the patent filings, even the open-source satellite shots of the Chengdu plant, you see the truth. They took the skeleton of US stealth and tried to wrap it in their own skin, skipping the decades of chemistry and metallurgy that make the difference between a ghost on radar and a parade float. The result was a jet that looked the part, but never earned its cloak. Strip away the marketing gloss, and you're left with the real test of any so-called stealth jet, the anatomy of its skin. The J-20, like the F-22 and F-35 it tries so hard to mimic, is a sandwich of layers, each one a make or break for radar invisibility. But not all sandwiches are edible. The outermost stratum is the radar-absorbent topcoat, a blend of magnetic fillers, usually carbonyl iron or ferrite, suspended in a polymer binder. Under that sits a primer, then a surface prep, then the composite or aluminum substrate. It sounds simple on a pattern diagram. In the real world, every interface is a chemistry exam with no partial credit. Here's where the magic, if you can call it that, happens. US programs use thermoset epoxies and hot melt acrylics, each with their own quirks. A thermoset binder cures at around 150 degrees Celsius, locking the fillers in place and cross-linking into a molecular mesh. The glass transition temperature, or TG, hovers between 80 and 120 degrees Celsius, just high enough to survive a Mach II dash, but low enough for field repairs without an autoclave. Hot melt systems, on the other hand, flow at elevated temperatures and then freeze into a solid sheet as they cool. The trick is balancing flexibility with hardness. Too soft and the coating sags or blisters, too brittle and it cracks the first time the jet hits a thermal spike. The Chinese blueprints, lifted from our files, spell out the same sequence: surface prep, primer, binder, top coat. But the devil is in the polymer chains. If the cure schedule is off by even a few degrees, you get unreacted monomers or trapped volatiles. If the filler loading is uneven, you get hot spots that light up like Christmas on radar. The process is unforgiving. As Dr. Neil Carty, a polymer scientist I trust, once put it, you don't get to negotiate with entropy, you get what you build. Every layer, every bond is a silent contract against heat, shock, and time. In the US, we spent decades learning how to make those contracts stick. The J-20's rushed assembly line? It's a chemistry pop quiz with the answers cribbed from the back of the book, except the teacher changes the questions every flight. One missed step, one shortcut in the bake, and the dragon's scales start to peel. That's not stealth. That's a costume, waiting to fall apart under the spotlight. There's a reason we used to joke that you could spot a rookie by the way he handled a thickness gauge. On the shop floor, stealth isn't born from a CAD file. It is coaxed into existence by hands that know when a RAM layer is too thick by touch, and when the autoclave's exhale smells just a bit too sharp. The tolerances are brutal, plus or minus 0.05 millimeters, or you might as well be painting the jet with tinfoil. I've watched grown engineers sweat over a digital micrometer, knowing one slip means the whole batch gets scrapped. Every panel, every seam gets checked, double-checked, then logged on a clipboard that's as sacred as a pilot's flight log. The autoclave cycle is a ritual, not a routine. You've got a 30-minute window from the moment the resin hits the substrate to when it must be under pressure and heat. Miss it, and you get a tacky, half-cured mess that blisters at altitude. The air in the bay changes when something's off. A whiff of uncured polymer, a note of ozone, and every old-timer's head snaps up. You learn to trust your nose as much as your instruments. I've run my thumb along a finished panel and felt the difference between a perfect cure and a future maintenance headache. The skin should be glassy, almost frictionless, with just enough give to survive thermal cycling without cracking. Too brittle, and the first Mach run shatters it like sugar glass. Too soft, and the radar waves bounce right off. The art is in the in-between, a molecular handshake that only comes from years of burned fingers and ruined weekends. China's assembly lines can print out a blueprint, but they can't print out the muscle memory or the sixth sense you get after 1,000 cycles. That's why their jets look the part in parade photos, but the moment you put them under a real radar, the flaws start to sing. The Dragon's scales shimmer in the hangar, but under the spotlight, every shortcut, every missed decimal becomes a beacon. Heat is the silent executioner of stealth. In the lab, I have watched what happens when you take a pristine RAM-coated panel, one that passes every inspection and every thickness check, and slam it with a thermal ramp straight out of a Mach II run. We are not talking gentle warming here. The test rig hammers the surface from room temperature to 850 degrees Celsius in under 30 seconds. That is the same kind of thermal shock the J-20 leading edge takes as it punches through the air at supersonic speeds, canards slicing the airstream, friction doing its merciless work. The moment the temperature spikes, you hear it, a faint staccato crackling like ice shattering underfoot. That is the sound of microcracks opening up inside the RAM layer. The polymer matrix, loaded with ferrite or carbonyl iron, tries to expand, but the composite skin underneath lags behind, locked by its own thermal inertia. The result is shear stress at the molecular level. If your chemistry is off, if the cure schedule missed by even a handful of degrees, or if the filler is not perfectly distributed, those stresses have nowhere to go but out. Cracks propagate, sometimes just a few microns wide at first, but it only takes a handful before the radar signature starts to climb. I have seen the data. A continuous 30 degrees Celsius per second ramp is all it takes to trigger a cascade of micro cracks across the test coupon. Under the microscope, it looks like a map of dried riverbeds, branching, multiplying, growing with each cycle. And every one of those cracks is a window for radar energy to bounce right back to the emitter. The dragon's scales, they call it. I call it the first sign of failure. The Chinese can print the recipe, but they cannot print the muscle memory that tells you when a batch is off before the first panel leaves the oven. In our thermal shock chamber, we run the protocol until the coating starts to peel at the edges, sometimes in as little as 20 minutes. The surface goes from glassy to matte, then flakes start to lift, exposing raw composite or, worse, bare metal. That is when the RCS spikes. The radar, which spent the last 10 minutes hissing static, suddenly lights up with a target. All because a few invisible cracks have turned a stealth skin into a patchwork of reflectors. This is not a hypothetical. The same physics play out every time a J20 driver pushes the envelope, high G turn, Mach 2 dash, rapid climb. The coating cannot keep up. It bakes, it cracks, it peels. The dragon's scales fall away, and the jet goes from ghost to billboard in a single sortie. That is the price of skipping the decades of trial and error, the thousands of hours of failure that taught us what not to do. You can steal the formula, but you cannot steal the scars. The real humiliation is not in the lab. It is on the ramp, where every shortcut gets a public airing. I have watched radar absorbent coatings fail in real time. 1 minute you are a ghost, the next you are a blip. All it takes is a single 2mm seam breach, and the radar cross-section jumps 3 to 5 decibels. That is not a rounding error. That is the difference between being invisible and being tracked by every half-decent fire control radar from Vladivostok to Guam. Let us talk about what that means for the poor souls tasked with keeping the dragon's scales glued down. In the United States, we log over 3,000 low observable maintenance hours per F-22 every year. That is a small army of specialists crawling over every seam, every panel, sniffing for uncured resin, feeling for the tiniest edge lift. Miss a spot, and you are signing up for a 45-day RAM reset, strip, sand, recoat, and rebake. It is not glamorous work. It is ritual. Every hour spent with a thickness gauge is an hour stolen from the enemy's radar. The J20 crews do not have that luxury. They are still writing the manual as they go, patching up flaked coatings after every high-speed run. Field reports out of Chengdu mention 1,800 hours per jet, but when the RAM starts peeling, especially after a Mach dash or a hot day on the tarmac, the workload spikes past 2,500. And that is just to keep the jet from lighting up like a Christmas tree. Every time a coating fails, the dragon's scales fall off, and the radar signature pops. You can see it in open source logs, a sudden 4 decibel spike after a sortie, the digital equivalent of a scarlet letter. And then there is the canard problem, a design blunder masquerading as innovation. Those forward canards are supposed to help with pitch control, but all they really do is act as giant radar reflectors. It is like wearing a ghillie suit, but carrying a shiny silver tray. The PLA needed them to make up for engines that could not hack it, but in the process, they handed every radar operator in the Pacific a perfect target. Russian simulations peg the radar cross-section penalty at 6 decibels from the canards alone, especially at off-axis angles. That is not stealth. That is a surrender flag. I once heard a maintainer, one of ours, say, "Stealth is a full-time job, not a paint job." He is right. Every hour you cut from the maintenance log is an hour you pay back in exposure. The J20 is proof. You can steal the recipe, but you cannot steal the grind. In the end, it is the wrench turners, not the PowerPoints, who decide what stays hidden and what pops on the scope. The cockpit is a sealed world, pressurized, humming, alive with the pulse of the radar. Out at the edge of the scope, nothing but static and digital snow. That is how it is supposed to look when you are hunting ghosts. The F-22's radar is set to a wide search pattern, sweeping for anything above -40 decibels per square meter. At that level, you are straining to catch shadows. Every operator knows the drill. Scan, wait, listen for the faintest spike. The scope hisses, the returns are clean. No blips, no echoes. The J-20 on paper should be a rumor, just another wisp below the detection threshold. That is the sales pitch. But I have watched enough radars in my time to know the difference between a real ghost and a cheap trick. The air is thick with anticipation. Pilots speak in shorthand, clean, cold, no joy. They trust the numbers. -40 decibels per square meter is the dividing line between legend and target practice. The radar cycles through its search pattern, painting the sky with microwave pulses, looking for the one return that should not be there. There is a tension in the silence, the kind that only breaks when the impossible suddenly becomes visible. For now, the J-20 is just a whisper in the background noise, hiding behind its borrowed cloak, waiting for the moment when physics, or a bad patch of RAM, betrays it. The scope holds its breath. Every second is a countdown to revelation. The moment the radar absorbent material, RAM, cracks, everything changes. On the scope, it's instant. A flat line of digital snow gives way to a single, sharp spike. The J-20's radar cross-section, which had been hovering in the noise at -40 decibels per square meter, suddenly surges. The number climbs -30, -25, then -20. That's the magic threshold. Any fire control radar worth its salt is now in business. I have spent years watching these numbers, knowing exactly what they mean. -20 decibels per square meter is the lock-on line. That's when the radar stops guessing and starts tracking. The missile cue lights up. You hear the tone, steady, insistent, a digital death sentence. In the cockpit, that's the sound of a target going from rumor to reality. F-22's radar hands off a firing solution. The J-20, once a ghost, now sits squarely in the crosshairs. It's not subtle. There is no ambiguity. The coating floor hands the game away in a single decibel jump. The Dragon's scales peel, the RCS spikes, and the jet is lit up for every radar in the battle space. All the stolen blueprints, all the borrowed chemistry, undone by a 2mm seam breach. That's the difference between a real stealth jet and a parade float. The lock is hard, the tone is cold, and there is no hiding from physics. That's the payoff. That's the proof. Here is the punchline. You can steal blueprints, but you cannot counterfeit chemistry. Today, every J-20 is still fighting both physics and time. RAM flaking, canards lighting up like neon signs, and maintenance crews chasing ghosts they cannot see. American stealth is not a shape. It is a discipline, measured in decibels and sweat. In the real world, the Dragon's scales always peel. Thanks for watching. Your thoughts belong below.
New developments in a wild and foiled high school murder plot out of Seminole County. The two girls accused of planning to kill their classmate want out of jail. Whether or not they'll get out right now is a big question mark.
Yeah, and right now, Greg, we're learning more about a conversation police say happened inside of their patrol car. Channel 9's Nick Papantonis has details from Lake Brantley High School.
The girls likely didn't realize the camera was recording everything as they joked about going to jail and talked about becoming famous in true crime communities. It's gonna be over by tomorrow. Everyone who prayed for my downfall is getting their wash. I hugged my parents extra tight today. I feel kinda bad for what's coming. Messages investigators say Isabel Valdez sent her friend, Lois Lippert, as the two planned to murder their Lake Brantley High School classmate in January, not realizing another friend was about to turn them both in. Prosecutors now using these messages and other newly released details about the plot to convince the judge to keep the girls behind bars for a second time. In addition to discussing Valdez's obsession with Sandy Hook school shooter Adam Lanza and how the murder would supposedly bring him back to life, they released details of what Valdez and Lippert thought was a private conversation in the back of a patrol car. The girls admitting it was over, making jokes about their mugshots, life in prison, and their murder plans. Valdez hoping she could be checked in to a psych ward.
Laughter is sometimes a way to deflect or a way to disassociate with our reality around what is actually going on.
Psychologist Charlotte McCullough told me the messages and other details amounted to one red flag after the next, and said it highlights the importance of parents sitting down with teens and asking about their mental health. We called or texted both of the girls' parents and their lawyers. They declined to comment or didn't respond. Both girls will be back in court to ask for their freedom next Wednesday. In Altamont Springs, Nick Papantonis, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
All right, Nick, thank you. New
French fries.
Let me show you a man who loves McDonald's. This is the President of the United States. He worked at McDonald's for an afternoon. He clearly was having the time of his life. Listen to him.
Look at that, they're just pouring out of there. How good is that, Margot? Here, Margot, have them. Touched by a human hand.
Never touched.
Nice and clean.
By a human hand.
My hands are nice and clean.
Donald Trump. One of the best campaign stops, perhaps the best campaign stop in American history. Donald Trump, I could do this all day.
I could do this all day. I wouldn't mind this job. I like this job. I think I might come back and do it again. Thank you.
Please do. Please do. Donald Trump telling the press, I've worked longer at McDonald's than Kamala Harris, and I've only been here 15 minutes.
We need hope. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're going to give much more than hope.
What does working the fryer tell you about the people of Pennsylvania?
Make it fact.
Mr. President, you actually have worked at McDonald's now versus...
Now I have worked at McDonald's. I've now worked for 15 minutes more than Kamala.
Are you going to put this on your resume?
I never worked here.
It was such a successful troll. And then Donald Trump kept trolling. He trolled RFK, giving him McDonald's on Trump Force One. Ah, the glory days. RFK, Elon Musk, McDonald's, look at the expression. RK told me this was like a hostage situation. McDonald's didn't like that description. He likes his products. They made a new burger called the Big Arch. And they're very proud of this. They've been hyping it all over social media. This post, for instance, got 5.8 million views. So in order to sell the Big Arch, which is a big new burger, they decided to recruit the McDonald's CEO, which maybe was a bad idea. Because honestly, I gotta tell you, when you're looking for a CEO of McDonald's, of all places, this ain't the guy, right? This looks like a guy who builds like AI in order to solve Excel spreadsheet congestion number database. And it's like, you know, kind of weak shoulders, you know what I mean? Anyway, I don't know the guy, but he is the CEO of McDonald's, and he showed the world what it looks like to eat a Big Arch. He makes apparently $18 million a year. And he's sitting here in this sort of sanitized office with the product, calling it a product. Now, if you're serving food, you could probably call it food. But anyway, I'll play the video and you can see why it went viral. Here we go.
That is a big burger. We've got a very risque here with, you've heard about it. Here it is, the Big Arch. This is something that we have tested already. It's in Portugal, Germany, Canada. I love this product. It is so good. I'm going to do a tasting right now, but I'm going to eat this for my lunch, just so you know. So here we go.
Oh, wow.
First, holy cow. God, that is a big burger. We've got a very unique kind of sesame poppy sort of bun on it. We've got 2 quarter-pound patties, a delicious Big Arch sauce, and of course some lettuce. So, oh, there's so much going on with this.
Dude,
First of all, let's try to get this thing.
Lisping.
I don't even know how to attack it. Got so much to it. Oh, there's also some crispy onions on here as well. I see those kind of coming out. All right, the moment of truth.
At least take like a big bite. Oh no. Oh no.
That is so good. That's a big bite for a
No,
Big
it's
Arch.
not, dude.
It's distinctively McDonald's. Only McDonald's could do this type of burger, but it also is unlike anything else.
Chew the
on our
food. You
menu.
can see the food
It's
in your mouth.
a delicious product. You know, you've got sort of the cheeses and the gooiness, but those crispy onions as well gives a nice texture. And of course, we've got the pickles. So I'm going to enjoy the rest of my lunch, but Big Arch, try it when you can get it.
It looks like you're actually choking it down. It looks like you're ill. This looks like you're ill. There's so many things wrong with this video. Obviously, the internet has found all of them and more. The man wearing this little V-neck, this kind of pussy V-neck sweatshirt, his lispy and limp-wristed demeanor. Obviously, a ton of paperwork in this job. Not exactly what you were expecting with a McDonald's CEO. Then the way that he approaches the burger, you can tell he's just like disgusted by it. The bite that he takes is embarrassing because he takes like the teeniest bite you've ever seen in your life, promising he's going to take a big bite. That is not a big bite, dude. You are not a man. Anyway, that's I mean, might be a good burger, but it's a humiliation for the brand, and they know it. Here we go. Asking this guy to eat a McRib is like watching an episode of Fear Factor. Okay. Imagine making $18 million as a McDonald's CEO and not being able to hide your disgust for your own product, calling it a product. The first and last time this dude will ever eat a Big Arch. Ray Kroc, guy who like created McDonald's, really the franchise of McDonald's, used to drive around unannounced McDonald's stores, and he ate a few burgers a day while counting burger wrappers in competitors' trash to gauge their sales. Current McDonald's CEO, Chris Karpinski, looks like he's gonna hurl after taking a small bite of a Big Arch. Ugh. McDonald's CEO Chris Karpinski goes viral for reluctant to eat his own burger. Teeny bite, looks uncomfortable, calls the food a product. Cannot wait for the video this guy to release to make up for this one. That's right. I can't stand this. We need a big guy at the helm of McDonald's. Somebody who knows the food and has been eating it for most of his life. Somebody's like 400 pounds. Someone who will host earning calls from ER. These corporate robots are not real people. Nobody was buying this, and the marketing team thought it was a good idea. You know, you could have just not posted the video. We have this rule at my company. If it's bad, you don't have to post it. You can just not post it, right? Did the board not see this man's shoulders before making him CEO of a burger joint? That's right. McDonald's CEO clearly has not eaten a hamburger in forever. This should tell you something about his product, like a USB dongle. Oof. It's not authentic. That's what everyone's saying. Kills the mood if it feels like the CEO is blinking Morse code. So much of this is forced. I don't even know how to attack it. McDonald's CEO should do one product review a week, lean into it, test lesser-known items, play it completely straight. McDonald's CEO sound like he's never had a burger in his life. I had no idea this nerd was in charge of McDonald's. I'm fuming. I'm fuming. No wonder. Layup opportunity for number 2 ranked fast food CEO to film a brutal chomp mogging. He would have eaten the whole burger and a whole pizza. You know it. You know Papa John's would have gone there. He clearly hates the food. CEO man, you have to eat the food, as they say, pun intended. Oh, that's a delicious product. Product in content are the ruin of the world. I hate the simulation. The McDonald's account says the CEO burger video has been deafening. Except for today. They finally decided to post. Take a bite of our new product. You gotta love it. They have a good social media team at McDonald's, I honestly. Okay. Alright, well there you go. So this is what they posted. Take a bite of our new product. The CEO of Burger King, Burger Mogged, the McDonald's CEO, with more aura than any corporate moid has ever seen. Bro is frame dominant with a Whopper. And it's the best. It's over for the Arches. Yep, that's right. The Burger King CEO does in fact look more like a fast food CEO than this dork. They have done irreparable damage. McDonald's CEO trying the new McArch. Burger mogging is actually accurate here. Here we go. The Burger King CEO.
Not bad, right?
Only one thing missing. A napkin.
Okay, fine. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot better, right? Burger mogged. You have to be bite maxing. Do any of you button up the top button on a... I mean, you're probably good at running a business, I guess. Bring back the dollar menu if you want to make up for this. CEO of White Castle should do one of these, or he's 20 sliders. And his wife makes him sleep on the couch. Okay. No small bite. That's right. That's a big bite. Big bite. I regret to inform you, we are losing. Yeah, remember these? You're a real one if you remember. The Mick Ashtray. Burger King president hilariously trolls McDonald's CEO with actual bite of a burger. Look at that. It's actually gone viral too. 254,000 likes. Okay, well, good job. Way to go. I'm here for the fast food wars again. Life's a little too crazy right now. Like life's gotten a little nuts. There's too much war and death and and destruction, doomerism out there. So I will totally be down. Totally be down for some fast food wars. Totally. I embrace this news cycle. Now the Big Arch is a quarter bigger and 4 times as heavy as the standard McDonald's hamburger. Look at that. It's the Big Arch. This is how much more is in it. It's 1,000 calories. It's half your calories. If you're this dork, right? If you're this dork, then it's like, when was the last time this guy had a 2,000 calorie day anyway, right? Ladies and gentlemen, I might have to go get me one. You know what I mean? Like, might have to go get me a Big Arch. It's your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe.
Yeah, you're donating? Oh, I saw that. So yeah, yesterday, driving home from my dad's house, and I see that I get added into a call with Hassan, Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, Aiden Ross, and XQC. And I'm like, all right, I'll join this one.
We know you got a lot of that.
Hey! What is this? Hi, hello, hi guys.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Jimmy, Mr. Beast. Yeah, there's this charity thing called Team Water, where every dollar donated is a year of clean water for someone in need. Your friends here were saying you were a very generous sold.
Are you really gonna do this shit? I fucking did the McDonald's drive-thru, man. Is this gonna happen to me? Just give me a number, Jimmy.
All right, so Jinxie, Logan, they both just committed 100 grand and
100K? No way. Look, guys, here's the thing. I'm about actually, I don't know why this guy. Like, how does it take this long to pay for McDonald's?
I see tweets all the time about how you're the most watched Twitch streamer, like watch time every month. You're like crushing it.
And you know what? You know how much I get paid for that? 17 cents. It's a big day for me. I'll donate. I'll donate, Jimmy. I'm not gonna donate $100,000. I'm gonna be honest. That's a lot of money.
You're putting people on the spot. You put me on the spot too, man. And now I'm broke.
Y'all try to make me look like an asshole. That's what's going on. I know what's going on here.
Asmon, I got an idea for you. If we do a stream, me, you, Aiden, we put that day, we do a little stream together, right? All of us combined, and we just donate that amount to that.
I will say this. I would do it.
Hey, I gotta go, guys. Jimmy, send me the info. Asmon, pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you too, man.
See ya,
bye, guys. You're doing God's work, Jimmy.
All right, Logan. Thanks, sweetie. Thanks, Asmon.
All right, yep. I'll see y'all later.
And I'm like, oh, now they're trying to get me to donate a bunch of fucking money. 100K? That's a lot of money, man. I should have donated like $400, but yeah, guys, I'll go ahead. I'll lay it down. I should have told them that I would donate the amount of money that I made from Twitch from ads this month. You guys want to know how much that total amount of money would be? The total amount of ad revenue made. Let's see, how much are they getting? $1.78. Nobody's seeing ads for me, I'll tell you that. If somebody's seeing ads for me, I'll say the N-word again, okay? Don't worry about it. I'll fucking say it.
No! Twitch! He means nuclear. It's in the nuclear sense.
The N-word used in a nuclear sense, that's the worst thing that can happen.
I'm Tom Michaels, and I want to invite you to my new laundromat, Whites Only Laundry. We specialize in washing your white laundry, so your linens, socks, and undershirts will look fresher than ever. By focusing just on white laundry, our prices are 25% lower than the other guys. Plus, get an extra 10% discount by singing our slogan at the register.
Oh my God!
Hope to see you soon.
Now wait, there's more.
Hi, it's Tom again from the laundromat that's been in the news, and I really want to apologize. I definitely should have realized that the name Whites Only Laundry sounds racist, is racist, and that was not my intention at all. But we've changed the name and fixed the problem. Whites Only Laundry is now No Colors Laundry.
Oh no!
Without any of the racial connotations of whites only. Plus, to make up for our terrible mistake, come on in before Friday and you'll get yourself a free t-shirt. Just don't wash it here because it has all these colors on it.
Oh my God.
Hi, it's Tom again. I'm so sorry. I feel terrible. Obviously, changing the name only made things worse. Neither one of those are appropriate names for a laundromat or any business or anything. But I'm gonna make things right.
Let's go.
First,
Oh,
for
God.
the African American community, I've installed a special side entrance so that you'll know you're definitely welcome in my laundromat. Also, I've set aside separate but equally powerful washing machines exclusively for your use in the back of the laundromat. Although they still only wash white clothes. And this time, to ensure I don't upset or disrespect anyone, I'm naming it after myself. And since my sister just had a baby, everybody come on down to Uncle Tom's Laundromat. Remember, whites only, no colors, and black center through a special side entrance.
Oh my God! Oh,
That is brilliant.
where'd you go?
It relates. It relates.
Right. Ready? Where you going, bud? Come here. Come here. Come here. Stop walking away. Stop walking away. Come here. Hands out your pocket. Hands out your pocket.
5092.
Go like this. You got anything on you, man? No. Stop running. He's running towards 114 in regalia. White t-shirt. Red shorts.
$270, $700. Fire
12. We're gonna head up there.
Copy, 2046.
He's running north on 133 from Regalia. Headed towards Kinsman. He's running east on Kinsman. He's trying to get picked up right now. Cranberry, let go! That's the car, flip on it! It's dragged my partner. Be advised that car just dragged my partner. $116. Whatever car's coming up tomorrow, we'll be doing turn left.
cracks emerge in Iran's leadership as it reels under bombardment. So wait a minute. So that statement that they made was actually true. So basically, let me see if I can read this. Iran's hierarchy is showing signs of fracturing over a war its leaders see as existential, with angry divisions between hardliners and more pragmatic factions laid bare. There we go. That's better. Laid bare over over President Masoud Pezeshkian's promise to not strike Gulf states. Fissures within Iran's ruling elite were suppressed under the iron rule of the supreme leader, but his killing a week ago has allowed them to spill out into the open. If this is what's happening publicly, privately, they are crashing out. They are massively crashing out. Can you only imagine? This is, yeah, that's why you cut off the head. Exactly. Anyway, let's look at this here, and which allowed them to split into the open and then strike pile pressure on Tehran. The unrelenting bombardment mortally imperils the Islamic Republic, has prompted its fiercest acolytes, the Revolutionary Guards, to seize a bigger role in strategy. It's always good to have the religious nut jobs making strategy decisions, especially when the religious nut jobs want to martyr themselves. That has killed many top commanders. Sources close to Iran's leadership, speaking from inside the country, told Reuters the strains were starting to show among leading figures still alive after a series of killings of the U.S.-Israeli strikes. They spoke anonymously due to the sensitivity of the matter. This might be why they're not killing the other people, because they think that just basically having this dissent will cause them to tear each other apart. And what is this? Hardliners return on Margaret's divisions inevitable? It is, and that's what it's going to be. Why Iranians as Muslim extremists only have issue with USA and not Russia and China and India, countries that are not Muslim? Well, that's not really what's happening right now. It's totally different. And let's see here. Revolutionary Guard Corps angry at Pezeshkian's statement. So they actually are mad at him. Oh, my God. And so in one of the most open criticisms of Pezeshkian, a sign of internal division, hardline cleric and lawmaker Hamid Rashai addressed the president on social media saying, "Your stance was unprofessional, weak, and unacceptable." Oh my God. So they actually do have the fucking the zealots running it now. I guess that's what it is. Holy shit. When the president later repeated his earlier statement on social media, he left out the apology that had so angered the guards and other hardliners, an embarrassing retreat. So he originally apologized, but now he took it out. So yeah, it's only a matter of time until this is over. I mean, I feel like really if that's happening this early, like it's fucking done, man. And you're wrong in regards to the Meg situation, international law. International law isn't real. I don't recognize that as anything that's legitimate or should be listened to or adhered to in the case of, you know, working in the best interest of your country. If international law makes it to where your country is less safe, then you shouldn't follow your country. You shouldn't follow the international law. It's pretty obvious. There is no international law. There's just simply power and the ability and willingness to exercise it. International law happens as a result of that. So anyway, again, like we've talked about this plenty of times, but I'm not going to get into it again. It's very annoying. In Iran's unusual system, an elected president, government, and parliament are subservient to a clerically appointed ayatollah who wields ultimate authority as supreme leader and personally oversees the Revolutionary Guard and powerful bodies of state. So it looks like basically all of the information about how the Revolutionary Guard is having like dissent and everything, it seems to be true. Oh my God. I didn't expect that. Oh, this is about the bombing of the school. Okay, let's listen to it. This is relevant. We just got done talking about that.
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the... Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
Based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Iran did it?
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
Investigating.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
We think it was done. We think it was done by Iran.
Yep.
Because they're very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions. They have no accuracy whatsoever. It was done by Iran.
Well, there it is. And the U.S. did it? Well, I don't know. And pull me up. I have the funniest link. I'm not going to. I'm going to permaban you because you've typed it multiple times. Like, well, let me actually, you know what? I'm going to pull you up. We haven't had this for a while. Why do you think that you can spam? Like, you know, you've been following for a year. Or a little bit less than a year. Why do you think that you can spam the same message in chat? When spamming is against the rules. Why do you think you can do that? I suck? Yeah, but like, why? Why did you think that it was okay to spam? I'm just confused because, like, I mean, you clearly know what the rule is. Why would you do this? I just want to understand what your thinking is, because, like, I can't get inside the mind of a person that would think like this. Don't ban them? Oh, I don't know about that. Oh. Uh-oh. Looks like nobody's saying anything. Uh-oh. He's trying to get your attention. Well, looks like there's not a single isn't it weird how these people can't even explain why they do this? It's because they're just, you know, you're being annoying and attention seeking. Get out of here. It's so obnoxious. And I thought the link is good. We don't ban them. No, because if I did that, then everybody would spam their links constantly. Like there's no logic to this at all. Absolutely not. And is this a new one? Oh, we saw this one before too. Oh, this is, oh my God, this one is new. Uh-oh. Jesus Christ, that is massive. Oh my God. So somebody says you want us to respect a rule while you say international law doesn't exist. It's also rules. Rules need power to protect them, and once a country doesn't respect rules, it'll become not respectable. Okay. So we have somebody, you have a fundamental misunderstanding in the way that power is derived. So power is derived from the ability to exercise it. So what I mean by that is that basically I fully expect a country like Somalia to follow international law. And if they don't, they should be punished severely. I fully expect a country like Afghanistan to follow international law. And if they don't, they should be punished severely. But I don't fully expect China to follow international law, and I don't fully expect Russia or America to, because we're the bigger countries and we get to decide what the rules are. Do you understand that? Here's the problem. In this circumstance, you're Somalia. Sorry, buddy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's a place you don't want to be. Oh, big mistake. Huge mistake. God damn, bro. Like this, I wonder if that's all the oil refinery. I wish this was AI generated like those videos with the regime I wish this was AI generated like those videos regime supporters post to Tel Aviv, but it's not. And there it is. Vassars surrender to hand over the country to its opposition leader. Well, they're going to have to eventually, right? Protests erupt in Havana. Yeah, there's another one too. Oh no, is this?
A response from London. The UK is preparing one of its 2 aircraft carriers for possible deployment, with the crew ordered to be ready to sail in just 5 days. That move could put the Royal Navy in position in the Mediterranean as Britain looks to protect its forces and interests.
Bro.
Stephanie Bennett is in London with more on that.
1 or 2, yeah.
Hey, John, yes, things intensify in the Middle
What
East.
a
You
fucking
have that
simp,
British
bro.
aircraft carrier
It's embarrassing.
preparing for potential deployments,
Uh-huh.
and you've also got American B-1 bombers landing at RAF bases here in the UK today and also yesterday. The HMS Prince of Wales is currently in Portsmouth, with UK news outlets suggesting it could sail to the Mediterranean or the Middle East. The crew reportedly has been told, quote, they must be ready to leave in 5 days. Meanwhile, the UK Ministry...
Keep in mind, I want to bring something up. Is that the government in the UK has no problem weaponizing patriotism to send their own men out to war to potentially die. But the moment that these men want to fly that flag and show respect for their country in a domestic way, now they're being considered terrorists. So keep this in mind. They want to play the patriotism game to get you to go out and die for an economic zone that's being taken advantage of by foreigners while they prevent you from being able to be proud of your own fucking culture and your own history. It is embarrassing. I just want to bring that up, okay? I just want to bring that up. It's a little bonus fact, right? Just a little asterisk, a footnote.
Mediterranean or the Middle East. The crew reportedly has been
what they
told,
do.
quote, they must be ready to leave in 5 days. Meanwhile, the UK Ministry of Defense says
UK
the
so
United
cooked.
States
True.
has started using British bases
Same
for
in Canada.
specific
Yep.
defense operations to prevent Iran firing missiles into the region. Starting last night into today, several American B-1 bombers could be seen landing at RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire. In addition, RAF Typhoon and F-35 jets have continued their operations over in Jordan, Qatar, and Cyprus and the wider region in defense of British interests and allies, of course. But the UK government
I thought the flag
has
was
been accused
racist.
by some
Nope.
of
Because
not
now they need to goad people into
acting
fighting.
fast enough. It comes after the RAF base
embarrassing.
in Cyprus was struck by a drone. HMS Dragon
Yeah,
will
they
be
send in
deployed
drones
there,
everywhere.
but it won't be ready to leave the UK until
This just reminds me of that pirate game I played. Remember that? Bro, I cannot wait for that shit to come out.
next week, they say.
That game was so fun.
Officials say
Holy
Britain
fuck,
has
that was
been
good.
deploying more assets for
Wow,
several
what a
weeks,
game.
though.
This is probably the most dangerous time of the last
Which
30 odd
game?
years that I've
Windrose?
been in uniform. And it's very clear that the demands on defence are rising. And that's
Yeah.
why I think the Prime Minister said in
It's
his
the Royal
Munich
Air
Security
Force.
Conference speech that we needed to spend more on defence and do it faster.
And the ministry says they have launched about 400 additional personnel to Cyprus
400.
in recent weeks.
Wow.
John?
Stephanie Bennett reporting live from London. Stephanie, thank you.
How about that, guys? And yeah, they're really trying to do a whole lot now, right? And Jesus Christ. And when I see be pressed, I think Trump is just annoyed with Europe not being there for the U.S. when we were there for them. Now they want to front like they've been on our side the whole time. Fuck them. Exactly, bro. 100%. And I officially announced Iran is out of the oil game. They'll be refining no more and exporting oil. They're closed. Exactly. And the thing is, like, if you shut down their oil refineries, you make defending them less of a useful proposition. Because if we can just blow up the oil refineries, then China can't get anything out of them. So, like, that's really the reason why. It's pretty fucking obvious. So that's it. And yeah, what are they going to do? Why would China want to protect them if that was it? Bro is legit realigning the world.
Just as we formed a coalition to eradicate ISIS in the Middle East, we must now do the same thing to eradicate the cartels at home.
So he's just going and killing everybody. Just killing everybody. Holy shit. All right. Well, I don't think you read Trump's statement. I didn't, actually. Let me take a look at it. Yeah, we're just killing everybody. All right. It's been a while. I've been waiting on this. Let me see it here. Trump announces that Iran will be hit very hard today. So Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle East neighbors and promised that it will not shoot at them anymore. This promise was only made because of the relentless U.S. and Israeli attack. They were looking to take over and rule the Middle East. It is the first time that Iran has ever lost in thousands of years to surrounding Middle Eastern countries. They have said, "Thank you, President Trump." I have said, "You're welcome." Iran is no longer the bully of the Middle East. They are instead the loser of the Middle East. Yeah? And will be for many more decades until they surrender or, more likely, completely collapse. Today, Iran will be hit very hard. Under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death, because Iran's bad behavior are areas and groups of people that were not considered for targeting up until this moment in time. So basically he said, you said sorry, now we're gonna kill you even harder. This is, bro, finally, guys. I'm so fucking relieved. I'm so fucking relieved that we finally have somebody in here that knows how to deal with shit. Thank God we are back. Yeah, are we back finally? Oh my God. Should have stayed in your way. Yeah, shouldn't have fucked around. And this is it. Not done yet. Exactly. Like this is the kind of shit I want to see more of. I love this. And did he really say that? Trump's an emotional baby? Well, sometimes the emotions work in your favor, and that's one of them. Not even with this, we're not back. Well, we're on our way back, right? I would say that we're on our way back. Like this is the kind of shit you got to remember that, like. You need to, like, if you think that what Trump is saying is crazy, go back and listen to what Truman said. Trump is like a Teletubby. Like, this dude basically goes, so Oppenheimer, I think people know this because of the movie, right? Is that Oppenheimer was like, oh, well, I kind of feel bad that I made the bomb. President Truman hands him a fucking tissue and says, wipe the blood off your hands and never bring this crying bitch into my office again. He doesn't have blood on his hands. I do. That was it. That was it. and so anyway, no, I'm waiting on this. Yeah, Harry Truman was a maniac? Exactly. Like, thank God. That's it, man. I'm happy to see this. Trump is on it. We got one person who's unhappy about this. Let me pull up a message, okay? And Trump is unhinged. Good. I want somebody that projects it's not left wing. The war is insane. The USA is getting killed. I want somebody who appears like an unhinged psychopath to be the one that's in charge of the military. I do. I think that because again, that's what scares people. You don't like. We don't want to have a fight. We don't want to have a fight. So the best thing to do is to just completely scare the shit out of them, and then they stop. Duh. USA is getting killed? Projects lethality? It does. So how do I respond? Just type in the chat? Well, yeah. I mean, like, what do you mean, how do you respond? You have 700 messages. What are you unhappy about? Yeah, what is this? George Washington? Yeah, you gotta remember, George Washington sailed over a frozen lake on Christmas Eve and murdered British soldiers in their sleep. That's it. So, like, you talk about Trump, oh, he shouldn't do this. You should know, you can't do that. You can't do this. Bro, you can easily do this. I'll pull up the clip and show you guys. Take a look at it. Actually, let me pull this guy up first. Iran is letting Israel and the USA use all their expensive interceptors. They haven't used any of their best stuff. What do you think they're waiting for? What do you think they're waiting for? How many supreme leaders and leaders are we going to kill? What do y'all think? You think maybe after the third one, you bomb the fuck out of Dresden? Yeah. For the stocks to be depleted? They expected the top leadership to die? Really, they did. It doesn't matter that much? Well, then why are they fighting with each other publicly and issuing conflicting statements now? Do you think they planned for that too? Because you've got the IRGC getting mad at the president. That never happened when the Ayatollah was in command. All their commanders are in the hills. You don't know that. How could you? If you knew, like, why? Do you really have the arrogance to believe that you know where the commanders of the Iranian military are, but the United States and Mossad doesn't? Do you really think that? There's no way you really think that, do you? Like, I'm just curious. Rubio already walked back his comments. Trump and Rubio making contradictory statements? No, they weren't. The statement was people assumed with that statement. They have way more missiles and drones than the USA and Israel can handle. Well then, okay, let me ask you another one. Why are the amount of missiles that they shoot off every single day going down by like, I don't know, like 50% every day? Like, you know, it was like, let's say like 1,000, then it's 500, then it's 250, then it's 125, then it's 75, right? Or like whatever the fuck that would be, right? 82. Yeah, how's that work? You've been misinformed? Really? So you're saying that their combat effectiveness hasn't gone down? So let me get this straight. You think that the combat effectiveness of Iran has not been affected by us bombing them? Because the amount of interceptors expended goes down, they need to send through while the hits go down. The siren for Israel air attack was 15 minutes, now it's only 2 minutes. Well, yeah, that's because the siren was originally for Iran, but now it's for Hezbollah, which is in Lebanon, which is closer to Israel. Yeah, because they're getting bombed from Lebanon. You know that, right? As this goes on, the pain felt in the USA and EU will be very high. Sure. Economically, definitely. That's not the reason, for sure. And so third world smooth brain. I mean, do you really think that Iran is winning this? Do you think that they really planned? Like, I can't believe somebody would think like this, right? Do you really think that they planned to have all of their leadership get wiped out? Then why did they build bunkers? Why did they build bunkers then? I mean, that's really like, what are the bunkers for? The Ayatollah left his bunker? Yeah, but why would he have a bunker if he planned on getting killed? Why would he even do that? Like... You don't understand their religion? I don't agree with it, but it's an honor to be martyred. Then why are they doing... Because he felt like it was the right moment? Well, okay, so you didn't answer the question, why would they build bunkers if they wanted to be martyred? But let's just move past that, because I think that you know that there's like a logical inconsistency there, so you're not answering it because you know it's wrong. But let's move to the next one. If it's an honor to be martyred, then why are they doing the meetings over Zoom calls now and they're not announcing the new leader? If they want to get martyred, why are they not doing that anymore? They don't want to be martyred at all times. I see. So you think that all of the times that they were martyred, they wanted to be martyred, and all the times that they weren't martyred, they didn't want to be martyred. Is that right? I just want to understand. I want to make sure I'm understanding this. No? Okay. They want to win. Ayatollah felt it was time to go. He was 86. Well, but why would they build the bunker in the first place, though? Like, if the Ayatollah thought it was time to go, then why would he build the bunker? I mean, I gotta say, at least this guy's responding quickly. I could say that's at least a good one, right? Mm-hmm. I can't type fast enough. I feel like you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. Well, why would the Ayatollah make a bunker if that wasn't the reason why? Like, I'm just confused. Mm-hmm. How does this work? I don't get it. We saw Chatter, and I don't think they planned to have their top staff get killed. So he could be killed. He's been living in that bunker for like 4 years. I think that I've pretty much had, like, I'm gonna be honest, right? I've had enough of this. There's no way that we're gonna make through this. Listen, he doesn't realize losing 40 ships. Yeah, what about all the ships? What about all the, yeah, that's, all right, one more. What about the Iranian ships? How about that? Why would the leadership want themselves to get killed? Just wait a month.
Here we are.
These switches won't move themselves after all.
All right, everything is going according to plan. Just wait a month, and then we're going to find out exactly what happened. And can you misrepresent when you've been asking a question? I have no idea. Okay, anyway, this person is like, I'll time them out, right? But we're not going to ban them. We're not going to ban this guy. It's totally fine. Let me go back and look at the other comments here about it. And just write 1,000,000 years, Iran to have the last laugh. Yeah, what are your thoughts on about the special operation to liberate Iran or to not allow them to have nuclears and maybe fool with China? I don't think that's really it at all, honestly. Hyperloop to Russia, maybe? Definitely. That must be it. They have bunker busting missiles? Yeah, obviously. I mean, I don't even know why they would do that. Why even build the bunker in the first place? But who knows? Oh, boy. Oh, God, that's a good one. Here we go. And you're going to be surprised when the real casualties of the Americans are revealed. Oh, all the secret Americans that were actually killed that we didn't see anything of? Yeah, no, you're totally right about that. Absolutely. And Tehran Sharon oil depot was completely consumed by a massive blaze after Israeli airstrikes hit the facility. Oh, my fucking God. Yeah, Tehran is bombing. Tehran is burning, I promise. You're just not seeing it because of censorship. Guys, it's just because of censorship that you're not seeing this. Oh, of course. Iranian missile smashing into Tel Aviv this evening. Oh, boy, here we go. Let's take a look at it. Ooh. We'll watch this one. We lost the AI war? Yeah.
المطار ده نعم تحرك بدين المطار يا رب الله يا
God damn. God damn. This is real but old? This is from a 12-year war. Wait a minute. So they're reposting old footage. Oh my God. Reposting old footage for this. Jesus Christ, this is from 2025? Yeah, I think that makes a little bit more sense, right? I mean, yeah, definitely. Going way too slow. I guess so. Just so you know, Israeli news channels actually address the we're not using the big stuff yet and claim that we have years of highly intimate intelligence about their missile program. We know exactly what they have. Yeah, I mean, like these people knew what apartment building they were in. Do you really think they don't know what kind of missiles they're going to use? It's just like, I don't know how anybody can think like this and not realize that they're a fucking idiot. But unfortunately, there's a lot of those people anyway, and that's just how it is. And I know I want to defend Iran, but the U.S. is really turning into this bully that everyone else in the world is getting sick of. Wait, the U.S. by attacking Iran is turning into a bully? I think that you've got that a little bit backwards, man. I think it's been Iran that's been the problem. They've been the problem the entire time. They're the ones that are funding the bullies. They're the ones that are funding the terrorism. What are you talking about? Yeah. I'm very confused by that. And virtue of being a third world power, we're always a bully? Yeah, sure. Iranian intelligence agencies are famously terrible amidst Mossad, infamous for being good. Yeah, let me go back. I'll pull a few of these other comments up and find it. See if there's any more of these missile alerts, because it's usually about this type of day whenever it happens. Let me go and see this. The Israeli military says it's begun a wave of airstrikes targeting Hezbollah positions in Beirut. Oh boy. Oh my. Dude, these videos just get even more insane every day. Oh my God. Look at this. Holy fuck. God damn. God damn. Holy fucking shit. It's apocalyptic? Yeah, it is. Is that California? Okay, good one. As far as I know, it's not. And Israeli Air Force struck several fuel tanks in Tehran used by forces with the Iranian regime. Pentagon officials says Congress, the U.S. spent nearly $6 billion during the first week of the war with Iran. Well, I'm surprised it's not more, honestly. I would have expected it to be way fucking more. But this is where Canadian carbon tax goes. Yeah, I do think it's kind of funny, like, watching all of these, like, massive refineries go up in smoke and shit like that. And then, at the same time, you think about the people that are complaining about, like, a car driving around and, like, the emissions from that. Or, like, how much it costs for, like, a cow creating emissions, too. Do you think this will bring the Ukraine war to an end? I think that if Iran is neutralized, basically, that it will do that. I'll see if there's anything. People are saying that there's bombing going on in Beirut. Jesus Christ. Are these the... is there a bombing notification going out? I don't even know. Yeah, it's very, very loud noise. I don't want to listen to that. It's extremely fucking annoying. And what is this here? We might have won the air attacks. What about the ground attack? The majority of people will change. People freezing and melting while China builds tens of thousands of coal plants. Oh, God. Do you think Revolutionary Guard will surrender or fight guerrilla with terror? I think that they will probably... I think they'll do both, actually. I think that what will happen is that the Revolutionary Guard or like Iran will probably surrender at a certain point. And then after they surrender, what's going to end up happening is that there will be a percentage of them that will break off. I'm not on live. Oh, I'm not. Oh, fuck. I didn't even realize that. Okay. Give me a second. Let me pull this up, see if I can find it here. Yeah. Okay, so this is where I think the bombing might be happening. I don't know yet. They won't surrender. I think part of them will, but that's it. Let me see here. And some of them will continue fighting for clout. Do you think this is a possibility to become a prolonged war for the United States? Yeah, I think so, absolutely. It definitely is. Like, there's definitely a risk for that. I mean, for sure. I think anybody saying that there's no risk for it, that's totally delusional. Now, I don't think that's necessarily going to happen, but if you don't do this in the right way, I think 100% it could go that way. For sure it could. I can civil war each other. We won't be in there. Well, I don't think that's really a good thing long term, right? But, yeah. And 8 days at the start. How do you feel about the intense fracking happening in Texas to supply the Europe LNG now? When Iran is freed, terrorist attacks will go down by a lot because people will lose their main funder. Yeah, exactly. And that's the other big reason is that, like, really a lot of these terror attacks happen, and they happen because they're being funded by people in Iran. And so as soon as that funding goes away, then you're probably going to have a lot of the bombings go away too. And I think that's the other really big difference. Oh, this is the same video that we've already saw before. So we've gone through a lot of those to begin with. Iran needs an ultimate weapon, white women and minivans. Oh, God, no. And let me go. I will show you guys the video of the lasers, because apparently they are actually using the laser weapons. And I don't know exactly how these work, but we'll look at it. U.S. deploys laser tech. Oh, boy. Here we go.
Iranian Shahed drones pose a real threat.
Oh, no. We saw this one. Never mind. I got confused. Let me go back. I think there's a new one. And if I can't find it, then we'll look at something else, because I did get a little bit confused about this. I don't know exactly what it was. But, yeah, they have been using more of these to begin with. Let me go ahead and look at it over here. You see the Big Chungus bomber images? No, I did not see the Big Chungus bomber images. Oh, here it is. Okay.
All right, we begin with the very latest on Operation Epic Fury. Over the course of the last week since the mission began, U.S. forces striking over 3,000...
There's no way they called it Epic Chungus, though, right? Like, I'm like 99% sure that did not happen. Oh, God.
Targets, destroying 43 Iranian warships, all in just a matter of days. The strikes diminishing Iran's missile and drone capabilities. Since the start of the war, there's been a 90% drop in Iran missile attacks and an 82% drop in drone attacks.
And new satellite images are showing the destructive aftermath of facilities in Iran. This image shows what a missile base looks like before and after the strikes. And this is the damage at a coastal military facility inside the country.
Meanwhile, President Trump is demanding total submission from the Iranian regime. Writing on Truth Social, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, the selection of a great and acceptable leader, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before.
Today, President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, and members of the cabinet will attend a dignified transfer for the service members who were killed in Kuwait. It will be held at Dover Air Force Base.
And as a grateful nation honors these 6 soldiers, we're learning more about who they were. Army Reserve Captain Cody Cork's calling in life was to serve his country. His longtime friend telling reporters He has always been dedicated to this country and all of what it stands for.
Man,
odd man out, who served under Cork for a
Someone
year.
you need. I mean, you want me to be honest? I'm surprised that it was only 6 people. Like, especially over a week or something like that, I would have expected more people to get killed.
Yes, he thinks I
like
don't
just
rate.
basically based off of numbers, mistakes, and just scale. Honestly, I'm really surprised.
Sorry.
A
If they
solid
survive the
leader
cloud,
who
the
never
ghost
put a
people,
soldier
the
in
traps,
harm's way.
then...
And then Sergeant First Class Nicole
Well,
Amor, who's
Still
just
too
days
much
away
to
from
keep
returning
everyone
home to her
together.
husband and 2 children.
Keep checking
when the
behind
deadly
you.
drone
Make
strike
sure.
happened.
Also,
Her
don't go
husband
running
says she loved
crazy
gardening and
everywhere.
making salsa
Almost
from
every
peppers
inch
and
of this town
tomatoes
is lethal.
she grew with
And
her
speaking
kids.
of slow, don't
Sergeant
go
First
shopping
Class
or
Noah
attracting attention.
Titchens.
Go
He was
quiet.
a Nebraska native who taught martial arts, and he's
Alive's a
described
tricky
by friends
word.
as a
They're a
dedicated family
little
man and a soldier.
uncivilized.
His family friends say that the news of his death put his loved ones in denial, especially as they planned on celebrating his 43rd
Why?
birthday
Jesus.
this past
Survival.
Thursday.
That's sad.
He leaves
I still
behind
needed
his
to
wife
leave the
and
residential
a
area.
12-year-old son.
The villa's
Sergeant
dangerous.
Declan Cody was
So I left
also
weapons
killed, and
and
he's only
skins
20 years
in case
old.
I got in a
He had
tight
been
spot.
checking in
That's all
with his
families,
family
yeah.
from
Sad.
Kuwait
I
every
suppose
hour or
this
two after
qualifies as an
Operation Epic
emergency.
Fury kicked off last weekend. His father telling the Associated Press
Although
that he
it might
stopped
take a
responding to
hardier
messages
survivalist
on
than me to
Sunday,
brew
which
them.
prompted concerns from the
I
family.
stick to my
Jeffrey
team.
R.
He's younger
O'Brien
than me?
is a dedicated major who
I
received
don't know
a
about
number
that.
of medals, including the Meritorious Unit
Like, I feel like
Commendation.
most of my viewers
Family
are that
released a
old, over
statement saying
43.
They are in shock,
Jesus.
grieving and grappling with the
It's
reality
impressive, just 6
of losing
soldiers?
the
Yeah,
most
I expected
important
to be
man
way
in their
more.
lives. He leaves behind his
I'd
wife
shed a
and at least
tear,
3 young
but I'm
children. Chief Warrant Officer 3
Don't,
Robert M. Marzon was
don't
just
talk
2 months
much, do
away
you?
from returning home to Sacramento on his last deployment after serving in the Army for more than 30 years, according to his niece, who honored her uncle in a Facebook post. The Pentagon
lot.
is waiting for medical examiners to positively identify the soldier and confirm his death. Marzon has a wife and 2 children waiting for him at home.
That's sad.
Let's
yeah.
go straight to Dave Foy
41.
live in Tel
Goddamn.
Aviv with the very latest on the war front.
Well, now, if it isn't
Hey guys, good morning. And President Trump sort of warned the American public that more casualties are likely, as that is just a reality of war. But overall, he says that this operation is going incredible. He rated Operation Epic Fury as a 15 on a scale of 1 to 10. He says it's going incredibly well, inflicting a lot of damage on the Iranian regime. And both American and Israeli forces are doing that, with Israel overnight leading the charge with new strikes, both in Tehran.
Yeah, I woke up this morning and like there were so many other bombing videos. Like it was insane.
But also on Hezbollah positions in Lebanon. So take a look at this new video as they took out an IRGC military university, as
holy
well
shit.
as Iranian missile storage
damn.
sites both above and
I haven't
below
seen this.
ground. In Lebanon, Israel hit Hezbollah rocket launchers and weapons depots. The IDF said that it launched that new wave of broad-scale strikes in Tehran this morning, with 80 Israeli fighter jets coordinating in the attack, as the U.S. and Israel continued degrading Iran's offensive and defensive capabilities. However, that capability still exists, and the regime can still attack. Overnight, Iranian drones struck near the Dubai airport. Earlier in the night, an Iranian drone struck an oil facility in southern Iraq. Despite that, Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, said this morning, quote, "I should apologize to the neighboring countries that were attacked by Iran."
This is what got him mad, bro. Like this is it. Because he
on my own
apologized.
behalf. From now on, they should not attack neighboring countries or fire missiles at them unless we are attacked from those countries. I think we should solve this through diplomacy. He blames some of these incidents as
See, this is what they always say. They want to solve things by diplomacy, but what they do is they use diplomacy as effectively a stopgap to allow them to gather their forces and then attack again. So they call for diplomacy whenever they're on the defensive, and then they call for basically jihad when they're on the offensive. That's what they do. And so, like, this is it. They're stalling for time. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's amazing that anybody even buys into this anymore.
called it, on miscommunication because
It's
so
like fake
many
diplomacy?
of the
Yeah, it
Iranian
is.
leadership has been killed at this point. Iran has fired on 12 countries across the region. They've hit military and civilian targets. Many of those countries are, of course, furious. President Pezeshkian said yesterday that mediation talks are now underway with several Gulf states. Now, the IRGC is claiming to have attacked an oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. Also, overnight, we know that their Navy is decimated with, as you mentioned, the U.S. having sunk 43 ships on top of those 3,000 targets on the ground. But as I mentioned, Iran still does possess capabilities. We saw that here in Tel Aviv. The sirens went off 6 times yesterday, several times this morning as well. And we saw dozens of interceptor missiles go off over my shoulder. One missile was intercepted over Tel Aviv. Another one landed in an open area. So despite the fact that Iran is less capable, they still do have the ability to hit Israel and other countries in the region.
So, Nate, you're there in Tel Aviv. Can you give us a sense of what civilian life feels like right there during daylight hours? It looks like traffic behind you is traveling. Is that lighter than it normally is? Or
Seems pretty normal to me. Yeah, it seems very normal, honestly.
It's definitely lighter than it normally is. Now, you know, in Israel, they're used to being attacked, so it's not like life grinds to a total halt.
You just attack another country and now you're crying about your soldiers dying? What, Iran's never attacked anybody? Iran attacked like 14 countries. Are we really talking? Is there any sort of proportionality to this? Absolutely not.
But compared to my previous trips here, this is now my third time in Tel Aviv.
These people are
businesses are closed much more than they normally are. There are fewer people out on the streets. But that being said, people do still move on with their lives. War is a reality here. So you do still see people out on the streets, but not quite as much as normal.
Nate, what is the death toll in Israel? Do we know that number?
Well, so there have been 2 deadly strikes in Tel Aviv.
I'd say probably a few hundred people, right?
Or near Tel Aviv.
It's got to be a few hundred
near
people.
Jerusalem.
Yeah.
I believe the number is 7. I'll have to double check on that
Wait,
exact number.
7? Holy shit.
But relative to the punishment that has been inflicted on Iran, it's not close. This operation has been just a massive success from a military perspective. But as we saw last night here in Tel Aviv,
everywhere? Wow.
the people of Israel and
I just thought they would have hit more people.
The other countries in the region, despite the fact that Pezeshkian of Iran is saying that these attacks are going to stop, we'll actually see if that actually happens.
All right.
Thank you, Nate.
Thanks, Nate.
Holy
We're
shit,
gonna move over
man.
to Griff, who's going to give us a wall walk.
Yeah, and Rachel, when Nate voice says that this has been a clear military success, Operation Epic Fury, just 1 weekend under the leadership of Secretary Hegseth, General Kane, and Admiral Cooper, has really broken records for its successes. Let's look at exactly what the American forces have used. 2,000 munitions, everything from drones all the way up to massive ordnance penetrators taking out bunkers. 200 different fighters, from missile launchers to fighter jets to attack jets to things that even the administration says they can't tell us. And
I'm surprised they had 2,000, honestly, or 200
the 2
fighters.
Aircraft carriers,
That's nuts.
the Lincoln and the Ford, a third one we're told may be on the way in the B-1 and B-2 bombers. What have they hit? The Iranian asset loss count, 3,000 targets struck. To include the missile launching capabilities, we have seen the decrease of the number of missiles that Iran has been able to launch down 90%, drones down 83%. 43 Iranian ships destroyed. It is, in 1 week, Operation Epic Fury has essentially wiped out the Iranian Navy. And, of course, one submarine.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know how they have any ships left. I assumed that they would have blown them up a while ago.
Destroyed as well. Now, let's look at, you saw in Nate's report that Iran's president saying they were apologizing to countries they hit. Well, they hit a lot of countries.
They hit every single one. What do you mean? The only country they didn't hit was China. That was basically it. Every other country they shot missiles at.
a dozen countries in the region, essentially everybody, from, of course, Israel.
Say fuck
and we
everybody.
saw the U.S. bases in Kuwait, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in the UAE. They hit Oman as well. The Strait of Hormuz is right here. That's why there's so much. Saudi Arabia hit. And then even all the way up to Azerbaijan, they hit. That is why so many of the Gulf states are getting in this fight.
It's like, I wonder who's wrong. You know, like, if you're the common denominator and you have all these problems, I wonder who's wrong.
Necessarily have this on our bingo card, but you can bet they're not happy. They're responding. We'll see where that goes. And that's been a little bit, guys, of the game changer in all of this, is that when the U.S. and Israel launched this attack, the reaction to the Gulf states being attacked by Iran is something that is changing the trajectory, because those countries in places like Bahrain, in the UAE, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, these are now today tourist destinations. They have a lot at stake, and when bombs are raining down on them, they're not going to sit by and take it.
They're clearly upset at Iran. My question is, can it cut both ways? Could any of these countries also be upset that maybe they want us to do a better job of protecting them, or are they satisfied
I don't know.
with the
That's
level of protection they're having?
Yeah, it certainly complicates things, but it also, I would imagine, when we look back at this, this will be this dynamic will be probably one of the most important dynamics. And you know, the Iranian president makes a very good point. You know, the Iranian regime has in place all these mechanisms that if somebody gets knocked off, strikes still occur. And so maybe a lot of these strikes did occur in a vacuum of leadership.
I think that's exactly what happened. I think the amount of leadership that we've killed, and I think that them probably having their communications cut, probably is the reason why you're having so many decisions that seem like they're completely like counter to each other. I think it's because they don't have any sort of centralized leadership at all.
But then that raises the second question.
That's the only way it makes sense.
Okay, well then if we're going to demand
Bahrain,
absolute
Kuwait,
surrender,
really?
total surrender, then who surrenders?
Yeah.
In that leadership vacuum.
Well, the IRGC.
Yeah, and you know what's really sort of an interesting moment this week. I'm not sure what the latest count is, but at one point, Iran fired more missiles on the UAE than they had even Israel.
What the fuck are they doing? They're shooting missiles at the UAE. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. They're crazy. Oh my fucking God.
That's why they are getting into this fight. That's why they're drawing a line, their own red line.
IRGCF's going to central leadership north from the surrender, right?
You know, obviously,
no, not really.
To
it's pretty easy to surrender.
Just in terms of distance, or what is the political
higher chance of hitting
that?
something?
Well, one would think that
they're
Iran's
demoralized.
basic goal is to strike where we have U.S. military installations, including the
that's
UAE,
what would make sense.
Qatar,
That's what I would do if I was them.
Bahrain. But yet, at the same time, you're seeing that these Gulf state countries that have been hit, they're hitting in tourist areas, a hotel catching on fire. And that's where they've said no. And Iran's ultimate goal was they thought perhaps that by attacking the Gulf states, they would then put pressure on the Trump administration to stop the war, but it's done just the opposite.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
I think that's exactly what it was, right? Is that they thought that if they bombed those other countries, that those other countries would say, oh my God, we're getting bombed because of the United States. We have to go and push the United States to stop doing this war. But I think that backfired. And what they're saying now is they're looking at Iran and they're saying, why the fuck are you bombing us? We're supposed to be kind of on the same side. Like, what are you doing this to us for? We weren't even the ones that attacked you. So I think that's really kind of what happened. And I think also, like, generally, I mean, you know, like, you have something like that happen, it's going to piss off a lot of fucking people, too.
Let's head through the hole in the wall there. If we go backstage, we avoid the locals. Dead. It's a trick. Get an axe. What's next? This crouching's hell on my knees. What's next? What's next? Well, let's steal. Get up! Get up! Get up! Watch out if you see a prize lying around. The ghost people leave supplies as traps.
This place if it's the last thing I do. Good thing I installed radios in the collars. Pit boys letting me pick them up.
sure glad one of us knows what you're
installed
doing.
radios in the callers. Pit boys letting me pick them up. Wish I still had that damn holo rifle. It's been forever making it. Need to find it when this is all done. Gonna wipe the slate clean. Kimball, the Republic, Hardin, McNamara, my brothers. Then I'll head back west. Gonna wipe the slate clean. Kimball, the Republic, Hardin, McNamara, my brothers. Then I'll head... If only people would do what I say. Wouldn't need these damn collars to keep them in line. Gonna get inside this place if it's the last thing I do.
You sure came a long way to rob this place. Guess greed is in the blood. Ah, aren't the trees lovely this time of year? All blooming and green. It's opening paradise. Time to cash this one out. Don't dive in for too long. Only so much I can do to help. Watch out if you see a prize lying around. The ghost people leave supplies as traps. Watch out if you see a prize lying around. The ghost people leave supplies as traps. Sierra Madre is not getting any younger. Sure glad one of us knows what you're doing. Sure glad one of us knows what you're doing. Getting real tired of tourist season. No offense, but you guys are lowering the bar. Sierra Madre may wait, not me. Getting real tired of tourist season. No offense, but you guys are lowering the bar. Sure glad one of us knows what you're doing. Cloud wasn't always here. Grew over the years, even without cars or factories. Watch out if you see a prize lying around. The ghost people leave supplies as traps. Sierra Madre is not getting any younger.